Meanwhile, in Wales, on a visit to Cardiff Castle, the new King and Queen Consort met well-wishers. To Buckingham Palace now, where so many thousands of people from around the world have visited in the last few days. Members of the royal family have been out to meet them. We start with the Earl and Countess of Wessex.
We're following. Yeah. How are you doing? My condolences to you and your family.
Un message pour les Canadiens français, monsieur. Un message pour les Canadiens français. Stick your hand in because you're clearly British. Come on.
You're very kind. Thank you very much indeed. So have you been to Green Park yet or you don't have? So just roll the flowers for them? Yeah. And whereabouts do you come from? South London. Yep, whereabouts?
Dulwich.
Dulwich? Thank you for doing that. Thank you. Hello there. Hello. Thank you for coming all the way. I really appreciate it. Thank you for your support. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, everybody.
Earlier in the week, King Charles was outside the palace meeting mourners.
That's why I think they've got now. I can't see anything.
Thank you, Charles. Thank you, Charles. Flowers, all your kind.
God bless you, Charles. God bless you. You've got pictures too, and then you'll do. You're going to be a fantastic couple. Good luck, Charlie. Good luck, Charlie. God bless you.
Also in London, the King and Prince William have been out meeting some of the hundreds of thousands of people who've queued for many hours to see the Queen lying in state.
That's quite warm, which is good. So maybe you're thawing out last night. Sorry, it was so cold last night. I was praying that we're going to have some warm nights through. Autumn wouldn't turn up too soon. It's lovely to see you guys. I know, I'm sorry. I thought you good blankets and things. Good starter.
You make me so proud of you, man. I don't even know you.
You're very
You're
sweet.
so lovely.
Very sweet. I hope the queue goes fast for you.
I just like that. I'm happy
You're doing
to
an
wait.
amazing job, all of
I'm
you.
happy
It's
to
incredible.
wait. I'm happy to wait. Thank you so much, William. Thank you. Oh, bless you. Thank you so much.
You're very sweet. Thank you so much.
Yeah, where we are now, it was very cold about 4 o'clock this morning.
How much longer is this? It's incredible. Well. Great job there, sir.
He's whizzing down.
Pick up some serious pace. Lovely, William. It was alright last night. Okay. Cold night. I'm sorry about that.
You don't get talking now.
No, I don't. As long as you're nice and warm.
Yeah, lovely.
You got some nice people around here? Make some friends for life.
Thank you very much for seeing us. You're doing a great job.
Fantastic job, fantastic.
Good luck with the queue.
Ania!
You're doing really well. You're more than halfway. I'm conscious that I need to go to let you move, so I'm going as quick as I can. It's lovely to see you. How long have you been in the queue? Are you Man U fans? Yeah. Are you all Man U fans? Yeah. Oh, I can't all be perfect. Lovely to see you guys. How are you doing, alright? Nice to see you guys. Nice to see you. Well done, all of you. Seriously impressive. 12 hours, so 11 hours. How the feet? God bless the Prince of Wales! Well done, all of you. It's amazing. Well done, you're doing really well, all of you. Well done. Keeping warm enough?
Well, a bit cold.
Sorry, it's so cold.
Really cold last
I saw the temperature last night. I was like, really? You should have done that next week.
Yes.
Not now.
Yeah, yes, you are.
Thank you so much.
You'll make a
All okay?
fantastic
As long as you're not too much.
Oh, yeah.
Got the trainers on? Warm last night? You okay last night? Support? Worried about it comfortable last night.
It was worth it. It was worth it. Nice to see you, William. Sorry.
Right.
It wasn't too bad.
Seriously well. We've got lots of sweets.
That's all for now, but a reminder that you can keep up to date with all the latest on events following the death of Her Majesty on the BBC News website or download our smartphone app. From me, Martine Croxall. Thanks for watching.
Hello. Many of us have seen increasing amounts of cloud over the weekend, and cloud will play quite a big part in Monday's weather story, possibly thick enough at times to give some spots of rain, maybe the odd shower. But it will largely stay dry, and I am hopeful that things will remain dry in London and in Windsor for the Queen's state funeral. There is just the chance that as that cloud thickens through the afternoon, it could give the odd light shower or the odd spot of rain or drizzle. High pressure is still in charge. That's keeping things mostly dry. But this weak warm front is introducing more cloud and the chance of some damp weather first thing across southwest Scotland, perhaps northwest England. And this band of thick cloud and the potential for the odd spot of rain or drizzle does tend to push eastwards as the day wears on. North East Scotland will see some good spells of sunshine, though Northern Ireland may brighten up for a time. Southwest of England should see some sunny spells. Temperatures north to south between 12 and 19 degrees. The winds for most places will be fairly light. Now through Monday night, we'll see large areas of cloud still potentially giving some spots of rain and drizzle, especially in eastern parts. Some clear breaks out towards the west. They may well fill in with a little bit of mist and fog, a little milder than it has been over recent nights, 9 to 12 degrees. Tuesday, well, we stick with a rather cloudy theme. This stripe of cloud here still giving rise to some spots of rain and drizzle. But it does look like the cloud should tend to turn over and break up a little bit across some western parts to give some sunny spells, a bit more patchy rain into the Western Isles of Scotland. 17 to 19, maybe 20 degrees in the south, so feeling a little warmer. And actually on Wednesday, if we see some sunny spells, at least for a time, it will feel considerably warmer than it has of late. Temperatures of 17 degrees in Aberdeen, 21 in Norwich and in London. But a frontal system pushing in towards the northwest, bringing some outbreaks of rain, and that will make erratic progress southwards and eastwards through Thursday and into Friday. Some of the rain actually could be quite heavy, even as it gets down into the south of England and South Wales. So the chance of some rain, particularly later on in the week, and a bit less chilly than it has been.
Morning. Come and have a seat. Now, of course, I'm not going to go easy on you. There are some really big questions we've got to try and get answers to this morning. But I'll be fair. And we just want to hear what you've got. So, shall we get on with it?
We're rolling.
Here we go. Join me to hear from the biggest names inside and outside politics.
Sunday with Laura Koonsberg. Sundays at 9 on BBC One and iPlayer.
is fired to try and disperse the crowds.
More eyes on women's football. What is next for the sport?
There aren't many experiences that can rival a mountain gorilla in its natural habitat.
Contrary to everything you've heard about blind people, I can actually see light and dark.
You do have to stay active with my disability.
A week ago it was the Irish Prime Minister, yesterday it was the Scottish First Minister, but Laura is a crumbled wreck confronted by Boris the Parrot.
There's always more to the story with our podcasts. Listen on BBC Sounds.
Hello, this is BBC News. I'm Sally Bundock with the latest for viewers in the UK and around the world. The final goodbye to a much-loved Queen, the funeral of Elizabeth II, will begin in Westminster in a few hours' time. Prince George and Princess Charlotte will join the procession of the royal family following the coffin as it enters the church. This is the last of the hundreds of thousands of people who've queued to see the Queen lying in state as preparations for the funeral begin.
And I'm Kasia Madeira live in Westminster, where those final people are still waiting to file past Her Majesty's coffin. They are the last people to do so.
Hundreds of world leaders and foreign dignitaries attended a reception hosted by King Charles at Buckingham Palace. Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau paid tribute to the Queen.
I first met Her Majesty when I was 7 years old, and her presence throughout my life had been constant, inspiring, and graceful.
And more than 10,000 police officers will be on duty in London to oversee the funeral, the biggest security operation in British history.
Hello and welcome to Westminster, where the final people are now filing through the queue that we've been watching for so many days here. They are now the final people to get to Westminster Hall to make that final journey past Her Majesty's coffin. This is the last moment of, this is the part which is become known as the snake, that really compacted part of the queue where so many hundreds of thousands of people have made the many hours of this journey. There now we are seeing the end of that queue as we now await the end of the formal part of the lying in state for the public. The doors will then be closed as the final people do go through Westminster Hall and then onto the next part of the proceedings. We await the service itself, which will be taking place at Westminster Abbey, as my colleague Nicholas Witchell now reports.
It is 10 days now since the news came of the Queen's death. The new King, Charles, arriving at Buckingham Palace earlier today with a wave to the crowds, has led the country's mourning in the days since. In a message tonight, he said he'd been deeply touched by the many messages from around the world. As we all prepare to say our farewell, he wrote, I wanted simply to take this opportunity to say thank you to those countless people who have been such a support and comfort to my family and myself in this time of grief. Among the hundreds of world leaders in London for the state funeral, the President of the United United States. His motorcade arrived at the Palace of Westminster. A few moments later, President Biden and the First Lady of the United States, Dr. Jill Biden, stood quietly on a balcony inside Westminster Hall. Like so many thousands of others over the past 4 days, struck by the intensity of the scene.
I think what she gave is a sense of, maybe above all, the notion of service. We all owe something. There's something within our capacity to do that can make things, not just the world better, but your neighborhood better, your household better, your workplace better. To all the people of the United Kingdom, our hearts go out to you, and you were fortunate to have had her for 70 years. We all were. The world's better for her.
As the royal family prepares for the state funeral, from Camilla, the Queen Consort, her reflection on the 70 years of the Queen's reign.
She has been part of our lives forever. I'm 75 now, and I can't remember anybody except the Queen being there. It must have been so difficult for her being a solitary woman. There weren't women prime ministers or women presidents. She was the only one, so I think she carved her own role. I'll always remember that smile. You know, that smile is unforgettable.
Many thousands of people have wanted to be a part of this moment. Some have queued for many hours, or placed flowers in the designated spaces, or simply travelled to London to absorb the sights and the emotions along the route of the procession and outside the Abbey Church where the funeral will take place.
We didn't know what exactly to do, but we wanted to do something. You know, it felt right to come up and do something and bring my son here, and, you know, I think there's a lot of people that don't know what to do but feel like they need to do something. So it just felt like the right thing to do was to come up here with everybody else.
During the hours of darkness, the last visitors will be admitted to the lying-in state at Westminster Hall. And then, in the morning, the state funeral will take place of Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II. Nicholas Witchell, BBC News.
And during those hours of darkness that Nicholas was reflecting on, we have spent the night with the final people who are in that queue, the thing that has become a phenomenon in itself, waiting, still waiting, but now finally we see the end of the queue, and it's quite a poignant moment when you see some of the final people who will be filing past the Queen's coffin before the public part of the lying-in state is concluded. Now, it's not just the people here behind me who have been waiting all night in this queue. There are also people around Westminster and near Buckingham Palace who have been trying to secure their place to watch the moment that the funeral cortege goes by. And my colleague John Maguire has spent the night with people along the Mall.
With the sun setting behind Buckingham Palace, those who secured a front row seat prepared for a night in the open. So what do we got here then? Hot chocolate?
Yeah, I'm being a good girl. I've got highlights.
It's Julie's second night on the Mall. She wasn't taking any chances.
I want to see the Queen go up the Mall for the last time and past Buckingham Palace for her final journey on towards Windsor to be with Prince Philip. And that means a big deal to me.
Some depended on little more than a candle to keep them warm. Others relied on years of military experience.
I had what we call a basher, like a bivvy. Yeah. So we set that up between the two tents, stopped the rain. I got a bit of cardboard. So yeah, we sorted out there. So I've got an airbed, got 2 gas stoves, got all my food. It's obviously going to be a sad day for everyone, but especially with the military. We knew Her Majesty is the boss, and there's flags there, goodbye to the boss, and that's how we knew Her Majesty.
And there was some trial and error.
Oh, no, we're not going back. Yes, we are. Yay! There you go, see? Just like that.
Wonderful.
Oh. See, I'm going to stay dry and keep that damp off me tonight.
This impromptu campsite was given the royal seal of approval with a wave from the passing King and Queen Consort.
It's all high spirits now, and everyone's very friendly, wanting to talk. But I think tomorrow the tone will be completely different, which is to be expected, isn't it, really? But it's nice now There's a sense of unity with everyone.
There was a change in the atmosphere as the crowd observed a minute's silence for their late Queen. The only sound came from the hum of generators powering the floodlights. As is the way with queues and crowds these days, new friendships are being forged as people from Durham and from Taunton find themselves side by side.
Ever since we found out that she was poorly and died, we had this uneasy feeling and just felt as if we just had to do something. So, yeah, just had to come down.
I do a lot of outdoor swimming, so I've got one of those dry robes just to step into as a sleeping bag later tonight. So other than that, I think that and probably a 3 o'clock in the morning sing-song.
Yeah. As with the lying in state, the fun and the buzz generated by people coming together will make way for solemnity as the funeral procession passes here to today.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Strangers that have become friends, all here to pay their final respects and with one thing in common, bidding farewell to their Queen.
Good night.
John Maguire, BBC News, Buckingham Palace.
And there are images like that across the centre of London, just outside where we are. We are just in front of Westminster, the Palace of Westminster. There are so many people that have spent the night here, not just in the queue behind me, but also in places where they are waiting to see the next moments, the next procession that will, of course, the funeral cortege will leave Westminster Hall to go to make the short distance to Westminster Abbey. So people already spending the night across different parts of central London. We saw, as John was reporting there, people along the Mall trying to ensure that they have their place. It's not been as cold tonight, actually. It's not been too bad, but the people are, you can see behind me, we've been speaking to all of there's so many people that have spent hours and hours queuing. They have joined together, they've made friends, friendships, shared stories, shared snacks. It's been quite a poignant moment and quite an insight into why so many people felt so compelled to come here. And the last people behind me, the people queuing up, they are the final people, the queue that we've been watching for the past 4.5 days now coming to an end. What will they see once they get to Westminster Hall, these final moments of Her Majesty the Queen lying in state? Well, one person who was able to go into the hall in a professional capacity is my colleague Helen Katz, who joins me now. Just explain, first of all, how you were able to go in and just what was it like?
So journalists have been allowed to go in and just stand very quietly at the back of the hall and just observe for a bit as people are coming in to file past the coffin to pay their respects. And the idea behind it is so that hopefully we can sort of add a bit of explanation about what the atmosphere is like, to sort of add to what you can see on the television. And you get a bit of a sense of it from if you're watching the live stream or if you're watching on the television, you can see the sort of visual aspect of it, that very rich block of colour in the middle of that very sombre hall. You get a sense of the sort of sensory impact of it, and you do get a sense of it being quiet, but I'm not sure it quite conveys the sense of absolute stillness that there is inside Westminster Hall. And when you think about the contrast to here, where you've got this sort of the generators, the lights, the gentle hubbub of people having a chat, as you said, sharing snacks, those kind of things. Actually, as soon as they get into that hall, it is absolutely still, and it produces this quite interesting effect. I mean, certainly it's so quiet that I jumped when they knocked the stick on the floor for the changing of the guard. It actually makes you jump. It is quite a moment, and it also produces this sort of sense, in a way, of time slowing down a little bit. So I was trying to work out how long people are able to spend in there after queuing for so long, and they're sort of roughly timing how long it would take people to get through, and it seemed like it was about 4 or 5 minutes from the steps to leaving the hall. But when you're in that moment, it's certainly the stillness and the peacefulness, I think, just sort of makes time stop a bit as they all walk past and have that and pay that tribute.
Makes time stop. Helen, thank you very much for sharing so vividly just that moment when you go into the hall. And we hear that time and time again from people who have made that journey, who have been into the hall itself, that what you see on the televisions, of course, we are offering a live feed continuously of the Lying in State, but being there is so very, very different to watching it on television. And Helen there just describing what it's like, the stillness, the magnitude of the moment, of time stepping still. Now, one person who has been spending many, many hours waiting in the queue and who will go through and walk into Westminster Hall is Fiona, who joins me live now. Fiona, hello. You've been waiting for such a long time. How are you? Let's start with that.
I am knackered.
You're knackered?
I'm starting to tremble, yeah, from exhaustion.
Oh, bless.
So, yeah, but I wanted to do this since I was a little girl. I had huge admiration for the Queen, so I cut short a holiday, actually. I came straight from King's Cross and Pancras to join the queue and dragged a friend along with me. So yeah, we've been here since about 8 o'clock, I think, and it's what, 5?
And you're one of the last. What does that feel like?
I thought I would be the absolute last. I wasn't sure I'd actually make it. So yeah, I guess it hasn't sunk in yet. We've not been in just yet. I saw the coffin arrive at Buckingham Palace the other day, and I honestly didn't think we would be able to join the queue. So it's been watching it from France and thinking, I'll be part of that. So yeah, just exhausted right now. I'm just looking forward to it.
And when it comes to, you said you cut short a holiday. You were so eager to be here. I just, in a sentence or so, what did the Queen mean to you?
Well, I guess she was like a sort of grandmother figure to me. I mean, she'd always been there. And through everything. I mean, I was in the Olympic Stadium when she jumped out of the helicopter, which of course has played a lot. I think that was the one time I saw her, was at the opening ceremony of the Olympics. And she was just always there. And it's strange to think that she's gone. You know, it's just, she was just such an iconic figure.
The Olympics was such a moment, and of course, Paddington Bear during the
Her sense of humour shone through, and I think that was very important. And that's one of the things that I really liked about her, was her sense of humour.
Okay, well, Fiona, thank you very much for stopping to coming out of the queue just for that little bit, just to share your perceptions. And we wish you the best of luck. And I'm sure that, you know, once you've gone through the hall, you'll experience that same feeling at that time stopping. Fiona, thank you very much. So we're hearing so many different stories, so many different reasons why people felt compelled to be here. That Lying in State will be ending within the next hour and a half, well, probably just under an hour and a half now, as people, well, that moment will be closed. The public will no longer be able to file through. We've been watching so many different types of people just come past wanting to be here. Of course, we now look forward to the next part of the day when we will have the service at Westminster Abbey, and so many dignitaries from all over the world have come to London to experience this. Back to you, Sally.
OK, thank you so much, Kasia, in Westminster for us. Well, let's talk about that in more detail now. President Biden will be joining around 2,000 other guests, including some 500 heads of state and foreign dignitaries at the Queen's state funeral, which will be one of the biggest gatherings of royalty and politicians the UK has hosted for decades. They have paid their respects to the late Queen and signed the Book of Condolence, as our diplomatic correspondent James Landale reports.
Some came by themselves in, well, some sort of style. Others came together, rather unusually, on a bus. But they were all here to honour the Queen at perhaps the biggest diplomatic wake seen for decades. There was the King and Queen of Spain. There was his exiled father, Juan Carlos. There was the President of France and his wife. Leaders from the Gulf. The King and Queen of Jordan. Hundreds of statesmen and women there to pay their respects and indulge perhaps in a little diplomacy. Others arrived round the back of the palace, prime ministers and presidents, all guests of the King and other members of the royal family at the formal state reception. On a day of frantic international engagement, the Princess of Wales even found time to meet the First Lady of Ukraine, Olena Zelenska. Earlier, Joe and Jill Biden had followed other heads of state and government in stopping off at Lancaster House to sign a book of condolence. A steady flow of the global great and sometimes good paying their respects on behalf of themselves and their countries.
I so wish eternal peace to her wonderful, generous spirit, and of course, every good wish to King Charles III.
On behalf of the government and people of Barbados, that I record my sincere sympathy to all of Great Britain, and especially to the members of the royal family.
We appreciated very much her leadership of the Commonwealth, which saw a dramatic transformation from a nation of 8 countries when she went onto the throne to 56 at the time of her death.
Thank you, Your Majesty. Thank you for your dedication. The people of Fiji will never forget you. Modimanda Pakalelai.
Many also came to see the lying in state, not queuing of course, but joining the public to stand in silence and perhaps some awe before the coffin of a woman whose reign will outlast their own. And despite the opposition of some MPs and peers who've been sanctioned by Beijing, a delegation from China also came to Westminster Hall, including Vice President Wang Qishan, here on the right, who will attend the funeral tomorrow. One man who won't be coming to the Abbey tomorrow is Saudi Arabia's Crown Prince and de facto ruler, Mohammed bin Salman, who's been accused of involvement in the murder of a journalist, accusations he's denied. Several leaders, including Canada's Prime Minister, also dropped by Downing Street for what officials said were informal conversations with Liz Truss. Earlier, he paid his own tribute to the Queen.
I first met Her Majesty when I was 7 years old, and her presence throughout my life had been constant, inspiring, and graceful. As Prime Minister, I benefited from her counsel, her thoughtfulness, her curiosity, her sense of humor.
Tomorrow, the diplomacy will be put on hold as the leaders arrive at Westminster Abbey and the focus returns to the monarch they've come to mourn. James Landau, BBC News.
The Metropolitan Police have said that more than 10,000 officers and staff will be on duty in London today to oversee the state funeral, which is the biggest security operation in British history. Our Home Affairs correspondent Daniel Sanford has been watching the final preparations.
Tonight, there is an army of police officers in central London. Tomorrow, more than 10,000 will be working to protect the funeral. Every force in the UK is involved in what has been a national mobilisation. On the rooftops overlooking Westminster, armed officers with binoculars and scopes were already watching this afternoon. Every lamppost and traffic light is being taken apart, searched for hidden explosive devices and carefully sealed again. Even officers patrolling the River Thames are on alert.
And this is where it's all been run from, the Metropolitan Police's Special Operations Room. Here they'll be able to access every CCTV camera. They'll be able to communicate with officers at every step along the route. And then there'll be specialist desks for things like firearms and for handling real-time intelligence.
But despite all the technology and the thousands of officers, police are asking people in the crowds tomorrow to be their eyes and ears.
Members of the public are coming. Please engage with the officers, because you will see things, you will hear things that police officers might not. And if there is anything that you see that you think is out of the ordinary, please speak to one of the police officers who will be able to respond and deal with it appropriately.
The biggest VIP protection operation the police have ever mounted in London is already up and running, with President Biden's motorcade shuttling between Westminster and the Palace, and the French President Emmanuel Macron coming to pay his respects to the Queen on foot. Tomorrow, all the heads of state will be in one place. An 800-year-old church permanent security perimeter. There have been bumps along the road, like when a rollerblader nearly ran into the King's convoy. Officers say the plan has been decades in development and they should be able to keep everyone safe. Daniel Sanford, BBC News, Westminster.
Well, the death of Elizabeth II has, of course, been followed in great detail by many countries all over the world, in particular across the Commonwealth, such as Australia, a land with a strong Republican leaning, even if it hasn't yet turned into a majority support to lose the monarch as head of state. Let's go live to Sydney now to speak to our correspondent, Shaima Khalil. And Shaima, of course, Prime Minister of Australia is here in London for the state funeral. Today is a national day of mourning in Australia, is that right?
The National Mourning Day in Australia is going to actually be after the funeral, Sally. The Prime Minister, Anthony Albanese, will attend the funeral in London. He will come back, and Thursday, September the 22nd, has been announced as the National Day of Mourning. It's also going to be a one-off holiday as Australia remembers the Queen. There will also be a 1-minute silence at 11 o'clock local time on the day. But of course, all eyes here in Australia and around the world are on London, specifically on Westminster Abbey, as Britain and the world get ready to bid farewell to Her Majesty the Queen. The flag here, if I can point you to the Sydney Harbour Bridge, is flying at half-mast. It has been, except for the day of the proclamation, and it will be, as well as other landmarks across Australia, until after the funeral. And of course, it was here that Queen Elizabeth II made her historic visit, sailing into the Sydney Harbour, just where the Sydney Opera House is at the moment, becoming the first and only reigning monarch to visit Australia. She in total toured 16 times. And you know, as you can imagine, most major channels are going to be carrying the funeral live. In Melbourne, it's going to be shown on the big screen in Federation Square in the city centre. But in Queensland, in the Gold Coast, there is a shop called A Bit of Britain, and on their Facebook page, they invited some of their customers to come and watch the funeral, saying biscuits and tea are going to be served from 8 p.m, which is when it's going to happen local time. And they said, if we can't be there, we should be here together. You know, the Queen's death has brought to the surface so many different feelings, sadness, a sense of loss, a celebration of her life and her relationship with Australia, but also some challenging sentiments as well. First Nation Indigenous Australians are saying that it has brought up a sense of trauma from the painful legacy of colonialism. And of course, as you mentioned, the Republican debate. Australians who say that the head of state should be an Australian national, but in the staunchest of Republicans, like Malcolm Turnbull, for example, and I spoke to him last week, who has led the 1999 and failed. He said, look, I have no doubt there's going to be a referendum, except now is not the time. Now is the time to celebrate the Queen and honour her life. And even the staunch Republican that he was very emotional after the announcement. He shed a tear on national television, and he told me about how charming, how witty she was, someone who was always very well informed and into the details. He said, you can be a Republican, you also can be an Elizabethan, as he mentioned it. And the Prime Minister, Anthony Albanese, has been asked about it so many times in the last few days, and he said, now is the time to celebrate the Queen's life, a life dedicated to duty and to service. I will tell you something, Sally. There have been so many memorable moments and many memorable images coming out of Australia and the rest of the world. I think one of the ones that will stay with me, and I'm sure many of our viewers and you have seen it, that picture Queen on the sails of the Sydney Opera House when the announcement was made. I think it was a gesture to express the love, to express the admiration, but also to express a sense of loss at the only monarch most people here have ever known.
Yeah, absolutely. Shaima, thank you so much, giving us a sense of how Australia is navigating today, thinking of them all tuning in during their early evening to the state funeral. Well, it has been close to 6 decades since the British monarchy symbolically ruled Singapore, but the Queen's death still elicited grief and reflection in the Southeast Asian nation, and there's been little discussion about its colonial past. Let's talk to Suranjana Tiwari now, who joins us live from Singapore. Suranjana, it's so fascinating, isn't it, to see how the different countries have reacted to the passing of Her Majesty. Do talk us through what's happening in Singapore.
Yes, Sally, as you mentioned, reflection is certainly the mood here in Singapore. I'm standing outside the British Club, which is a social club here. It counts around half of its membership as British expats, and it's putting on an event this afternoon, actually, to mark the funeral of Her Majesty the Queen. Now, they put out tickets for around just over 100 people. They're sold out, and they're expecting many more people to come to their restaurants, roughly around 100, perhaps more than 100 as well. Now, Singapore's Prime Minister did say that all Singaporeans mourn the loss of Her Majesty the Queen. Of course, Singapore was a former colony, but it's largely moved on. Ordinary Singaporeans are not on a bank holiday today. Perhaps those working for British companies are. And things have really moved on. That said, politicians do point to the fact that the UK, the British system, the legal system is very much imprinted into the DNA of Singapore. And it's one of the reasons that Singapore has managed to become such a successful former colony. It's one of the world's richest city-states and per capita, rather. And, you know, politicians do say that's largely because of the legacy that the British left here. Singapore's head of state, President Halimah Yacob, is in London for the funeral as well. Singapore has said that is a very proud member of the Commonwealth, and she is there to represent being that proud of the Commonwealth going forward as well.
And so later today in Singapore, are many expected to tune in when the state funeral gets underway?
Yes, at these types of social clubs, probably there are some pockets, but largely, Sally, you know, Singaporeans are looking more towards the region rather than over to the UK. There are very few connections in that way from the former colonies. It's not like other countries within the region, like India, that had such a negative history with the British. Singapore managed to have a largely positive experience from the colonization and from the exit from the empire as well. It negotiated its own exit from the empire. So while there are these pockets of people who will be marking the event, largely Singaporeans are not as connected with their colonial masters from the past.
Okay, Suranjana, thank you. Now let's have a look at other news. Nearly 300,000 homes in southern Japan are without power at the moment as a powerful typhoon continues to cause disruption and disrupt the lives in the region. The huge storm which made landfall on the island on Sunday has unleashed torrential rains and high winds and forced tens of thousands of people to spend the night in emergency shelters. Well, let's get the very latest from our correspondent in Tokyo, Rupert Wingfield Hayes. Rupert, what is the latest on this?
Well, Typhoon Nanmadol, which is a real monster storm, Sally. This is one of the biggest storms to hit Japan in half a century. It is continuing to churn northeast. It's left the southern island of Kyushu, which it passed over yesterday afternoon and during the night, and it's now going across southern Honshu, the main island of Japan. It is continuing to dump very, very large amounts of rainfall across southern Japan, and even up here in Tokyo, we've had very, very heavy rainfall this morning. And so it is causing massive disruption. Lots of flights have been cancelled, trains cancelled, electricity is out to hundreds of thousands of households across southwestern Japan. Also, tens of thousands of people have left their homes and gone to evacuation centres. So that's the bad news. The good news is that damage and deaths so far are very, very low. We've heard of one confirmed death and 50 people injured, but the fears that we had here yesterday that this storm might cause huge structural damage and massive flooding, those have not yet been borne out, and Japan's infrastructure seems to be holding up pretty well.
Because that's the worry, isn't it? The volume of water, the rain, and if, you know, this does cause mudslides, it does cause flooding, etc., and that's hard to tell at this point.
It is, and it's still going to be another 12 to 24 hours before this storm weakens and then passes out back into the Pacific. And so we're not out of the danger zone at all. Rivers are swollen, right across southwestern Japan, and there's still plenty of potential for those rivers to peak in the next 12 to 24 hours and to cause, to burst their banks, to burst through flood defences and cause widespread flooding. But as I say, this is a very well-engineered country, and so far things have held up pretty well.
OK, for now, thank you. Rupert Wingfield-Hayes in Tokyo. Now, President Biden has said the United States would send US forces to defend Taiwan in the event of an invasion by China. China has been conducting military exercises in the region and has not ruled out the use of force in reunification of Taiwan with the mainland. Mr. Biden affirmed, like in the conflict in Ukraine, the decision would mean American boots on the ground. The White House later said that US policy on Taiwan, which is claimed by Beijing but governs itself, had not changed. Well, let's discuss this with Daniel L. Davis, an American foreign policy analyst specialising in defence strategy. A warm welcome to the programme. So this comment about Taiwan and US policy from President Biden was made in an interview with CBS, where they were talking about all sorts of issues. Give us your take on the significance of what he had to say about Taiwan.
Yeah, I was really a little bit concerned by that because Scott Pelley, the interviewer, was very emphatic when he said, ask him, now, are you saying that if China attacks Taiwan, that U.S. military personnel will go in and defend Taiwan? And President Biden said, yes, that's what he would do. And Pelley gave him a second chance to basically walk it back, and he said he was not willing to do it. He said yes. And that's the fourth time that President Biden has said that since he's been in office. And the previous three times is the White House walks it back. But I just don't know how you keep walking these back when President Biden is that explicit. And I can assure you that the leadership in Beijing is going to be reading that in the most negative sense possible. And my concern is that instead of deterring China from an attack, this kind of thing may actually precipitate the very attack we wish to deter.
The US has had to walk a very difficult tightrope, hasn't it, when it comes to Taiwan, in the sense that it is not saying it supports its own decision for independence and does support the status quo as it is right now, but at the same time does support Taiwan in its, wanting to have a democracy and an independent political future. It's a tricky one, isn't it?
Well, it is, but we just have to be careful that we don't do things that can result in a negative result of what we want to prevent. Because the idea is that we would like the status quo to continue on. We would like Taiwan to continue to be an independent nation and not be attacked by China. That's self-evident. But if all we ever do is use the threat of military force, the threat of U.S. acting in defense of Taiwan, I fear, though, that we may actually be accelerating the chances that China actually does that, because to them it is an absolute core interest. And to the United States, it's an interest, but not a vital national interest, because our security is not threatened. And that's why it's so important that we keep the strategic ambiguity, but that we don't give China an easy excuse to do something that we know they've wanted to do for decades.
In terms of what might happen next, your thoughts?
Well, I think that we can expect some pretty harsh response from China in the coming hours when they have a chance to process this a little bit. And it's unfortunately in combination with what the Pelosi visit was earlier this summer, with the $1 billion military deal that was just signed just a few weeks ago. And then now this, the fourth time President Biden just said it. I fear that it may set something in place and a series of events that could end up in a very bad place with the military conflict that nobody wants.
Daniel Davis, thank you for sharing your thoughts on that.
Always my pleasure. Thanks for having me.
Now to Ukraine, where President Zelensky says investigations into possible Russian war crimes are continuing in the city of Izium, one of several areas back in Ukrainian hands after significant territorial gains in recent days. Bodies are being exhumed from a mass burial site on the edge of the city. Our Ukraine correspondent James Waterhouse has more from.
Since Ukraine forced Russia out for the first time since the invasion and retook territory which was taken, it now seems to be focusing on investigating what the invaders did and what Moscow is going to do next. In the case of the city of Izium, while bodies could be recovered from a mass grave, the latest claim from Kiev is that evidence has been uncovered which suggests that torture chambers were used by Russian troops. There are reports of people being tortured and a city being littered with mines. There has again today been heavy fighting in the Kharkiv region where Ukraine has enjoyed recent successes. But on the question of what Russia will look to do next, well, the thought from the UK Ministry of Defence is that it will look to strike more civilian targets in Ukraine while it is frustrated on the battlefield. But this is something Russia has done throughout this war. It has hit targets across this vast country to try and exert influence and undermine Ukrainian morale. But on that latter point, in his latest address, President Zelensky has said just because we have regained swathes of territory, this does not mean there will be a lull. What Russia will hope is that the very speed of their retreat will force Ukraine to pause.
James Waterhouse there with the latest on Ukraine. But now let's return to our main story today. Over the last few weeks, the queues of people who've lined up to pay their respects to the late Queen have become a very familiar sight and a major talking point and area likely to remain among the abiding images of this period of national mourning. So what does this say about Britain's attitude to the monarchy and the public's desire to be a part of a moment of historical change? Nick Robinson has been finding out.
It is the queue, like the Queen. No other words are needed. You were, it seemed at times, either in it or watching it. At the last count, 7.5 million people had tuned in to the live feed to watch an estimated 750,000 walk past the coffin. We've never seen anything like it before, we all said, except those old enough to remember that some had.
Through the night, the people wait, silent and patient. Their night's rest they give to the king.
What we're seeing is extraordinary. It isn't, though, new. In fact, it's a flawless replica of what happened 70 years ago, when the Queen's father, King George VI, died and he lay in state. Britain has changed dramatically, of course. There are 17 million more of us. Our population is so much more diverse. Back then, there was just the one V channel, in black and white.
Thank you.
For so many here, what matters is that, being here, being in the queue. In this era of selfies and emojis and online posts, it seems that what we've discovered is the advantages of being social without the media, because the queue for many people is as much about this journey as it is about the destination.
The night ends, the doors open, and into the Hall of Kings, the Great Hall of Westminster, passes the long, silent column.
So many people, but so little noise. The silence, not just the absence of the noises of our modern era, the clicking and beeping of mobile phones, not even the silence of an ancient cathedral. Thick, deep carpet on the stone floor absorbs almost every sound. Until that tap-tap for the changing of the guard. Another signals the lowering of weapons. After a third tap-tap, heads are bowed.
Of George VI, it will be written, "This was a king his people loved."
So little has changed since we last mourned the monarch, and yet so much has changed. Gone are the Sunday best suits, the ties and the hats, of course, but we are still mourning together. Not everybody, of course. There are some who are baffled by all of this. There are others who fear that the monarchy has remnants of empire, of hierarchy, of deference, of class. So what does explain the willingness of so many to queue for so long for so short a glimpse of a coffin? People in the queue feel they are not alone. They are not socially distanced. They're not behind a mask or a screen. They are together with strangers who share that desire simply to be together, to remember, to respect, and to be in the queue. Nick Robinson, BBC News.
The Prime Minister of Canada, Justin Trudeau, first met the Queen as a child when his own father was Prime Minister. He and his wife spoke to Michelle Hussein about Canada and its relationship with the late monarch.
I was 7 years old. I remember I had to rush back from school to meet her, and I'd actually been told these were the only shoes that fit me and I needed to keep them clean, and of course I got them all muddy. So I remember just before running home having to go into the school washroom with a buddy of mine, cleaning off my shoes so I could have clean shoes for meeting the Queen.
What was your father's relationship with her like? How did he describe her to you at that moment and later?
He had a tremendous respect and affection for her. I think the two of them got along very, very well. Obviously, he was busy repatriating the Constitution, which he did in 1982, from the British North America Act to be our own Canadian Constitution. And there was a lot of work with her and you know, making sure that everything worked out well.
It was a time of change then, and there were tricky moments that they must have had to navigate together. There was separatist sentiment, there was a referendum in Quebec, there was Republican sentiment as well. What's your sense of how she approached and navigated those?
She always understood that internal political discussions weren't something that she needed to get involved in.
It doesn't matter what your opinion is. In these times of change and of chaotic living in so many ways, this capacity for stillness and detachment, perspective, and deep listening is crucial.
You have talked, Prime Minister, though, this being the end of a chapter of shared history between Britain and Canada. What do you think the next chapter looks like?
I think a lot of it is steadiness and continuity. In my first audience with King Charles, we talked about things that he and I have spoken about for years now. He knows my passion for the environment, for reconciliation with Indigenous peoples, his ability to continue and extend the work that the Crown has done in Canada for decades.
Do you think Canada will still be a realm through your children's lifetimes?
Yes, I do. I think there is an extraordinary stability in our democracy.
You'll miss her, I think.
Miss her terribly. I'm still absorbing. For me, just coming to London and not being able to see her is something that catches me off guard a little bit.
Is it because she also reminds you of your father in your childhood? There's something beyond perhaps others who've been in your position?
You know what? No. She was enough all on her own. That my affection for her and my missing her is real.
There, the Prime Minister of Canada speaking to Michelle Hussein. Now, the Victoria Cross is one of the most prestigious medals awarded in the UK, and recipients of the honour have been invited to the Queen's funeral. Captain Ram Bahadur Limbu, the only living Nepalese citizen to have been awarded the medal, is unable to go to the state funeral because he is too old. He served in the British Gurkha Regiment of the UK military, but the BBC met him at his home in the southeast of Nepal, as Yogita Lamai reports.
He knew the Queen for years. Now he's saying goodbye. I felt very sad to hear she died. That Captain Ram Bahadur Limbu, Nepal's only living Victoria Cross recipient. A long journey for the condolence book to him, from Nepal's capital, hundreds of miles away. Flying past the world's tallest mountains, then on the road to Damak in the southeast. At 88, Captain Ram Bahadur Limbu can't travel to the funeral. So the UK envoy to Nepal went to his home. I'm sad that I can't be at her funeral, he wrote. May her soul rest in peace.
She used to speak to us like we were members of her family. I used to feel happy while talking with the Queen and felt I was fortunate to be working with her.
The British Gurkha veteran was awarded Victoria Cross in 1960 for gallantry in the conflict in Borneo between British and Indonesian forces. Later, he also served as one of the Queen's orderlies, accompanying her to military ceremonies.
I worked closely with her for that 1 year. I adored her. She was soft-spoken and she had such clarity of thought. When she used to meet me, she would always ask, "Ram Bahadur, how are you? How is your family?"
Captain Limbu has also met King Charles several times. He hopes he gets to meet him again. Yogita Limai, BBC News, Damak.
So a momentous day ahead, and of course the newspapers capture that today. To talk us through some of the front pages and what's inside, we're joined now by Mark Lobel, our reporter. Mark, you've got a whole array of articles in front of you. Where do you want to start?
Well, Buckingham Palace, Sally, has released a previously unseen portrait of the Queen. That's dominating many of the front pages. We can show you that now. This is by Ranald McAnee. He's a photographer that has met the Queen on 5 separate occasions at least. And it's across the Telegraph. They've gone with A Life of Selfless Service. The Express has gone with Farewell, Our Glorious Queen. And
this is the Times. We've also got the Sun here, which just says "God bless."
God bless,
and
exactly.
it really is a lovely photo, isn't it?
Taken in Windsor in May.
Yeah.
On it, if you look very closely, that brooch, an aquamarine brooch, is her 18th birthday present from her parents in 1944. She wore it for the Diamond Jubilee in 2012, 75th anniversary of VE Day in 2020. But it's the smile on that, I think, that is the reason why they chose it. It's a really pronounced smile compared to all the other portraits that we've seen. But also she's so at ease, and it's not a surprise because this photographer took that very famous photo, if you remember, of Prince Charles, William, George and the Queen, which kind of showed the line of succession at the time of her 90th birthday.
Yeah.
So
yeah.
he knew her well.
So lovely to release that today for us all to see this morning ahead of the state funeral. So inside the pages?
Let me show you quickly the front page of the Metro, just while we're on these kind of
Okay.
striking front pages. This is a portrait of Queen Elizabeth from 1954 that they've chosen there. The Italian artist Pietro Anidioni, but with the words, "Thank you, Ma'am." So kind of both ends of her reign.
Yeah.
Inside the paper, well, let me show you the eye as well, because let's not forget the many, many people that are involved in this, which is the British public. This is the eye, which has gone with the world's farewell to Elizabeth. This is the long walk to Windsor Castle from Windsor Great Park. And if we show you...
Which is where the final moments of today's events will be taking place, isn't it?
Exactly.
In Windsor.
The second part of the procession after Westminster Abbey and the funeral there. If I show you, if you go to page 17 inside the eye, it says how newspapers reported royal funerals in the past. It's a reminder that if people are feeling that it's wall-to-wall coverage for this funeral, it has always been the case. They say when Queen Victoria died in 1901, and we can show you a picture of that funeral. The Times reported how her funeral at Windsor was marked by every circumstance of public ceremonial. They say Hyde Park attracted the most enormous crowd, its special correspondent wrote. The pathways were swarming with people, and the numerous high trees were filled to their topmost branches with daring and adventurous climbers. So I wonder if we're going to see any of those.
We made of that today, who knows? But it's very familiar, isn't it, listening to that reporting with the passing of Queen Victoria.
Can I show you the Daily Mail?
Yes,
Inside,
please.
page 21, we've been talking about it day in, day out, the queue.
Yes.
I think we've missed a trick, actually. If you look how Daily Mail have captured on page 21 what they call the queue, they say, of course, we've only got about 30 minutes left of it, but they say after 35. After 6 days, it's the end of the Elizabeth line.
Now, that is a great line, isn't it? Because, of course, she opened the Elizabeth line this year.
That's right. It was one of the few public events that she turned up to. It was a big surprise at the time.
That's right. We didn't expect her to either.
We've been calling it the queue all this time, but of course we should have been calling it the Elizabeth line. Page 5 on the Daily Mail. Now this, I love the way the Daily Mail write this up. The reception of the century. Sounds like a very lavish, glamorous thing. This was, of course, the state reception hosted by King Charles. These hundreds of dignitaries from all around the world. But if you turn over the page and if you look at the Times, we see that it's not that simple. You've got many potential diplomatic incidents with all the people that have been invited, because, of course, you've got, for example, the former Spanish king who was asked not to come by the Spanish government but turned up. You've got Iran, you've got Israel.
And I do love the way they've written about this in the Times. It says the key protocol problem was that the guests, this was yesterday afternoon, were free to mingle at Buckingham Palace gathering when world leaders can move
of 4 billion.
Yes, it's enormous.
That's what the newspapers are reporting, so they want to be seen
And this
there.
image is everywhere as well, isn't it, today, of the Princess of Wales meeting with Olena Zelenska,
yes,
the wife of the Ukrainian president. She is here to represent Ukraine, and President Zelensky not here for obvious reasons.
Catherine, Princess of Wales, has been keen to show her support. If I show you this quote from the Times, the back page of the Times, this was the Queen in 2002. If I just read it to you. Each day is a new beginning. This is from the Queen's Christmas broadcast in 2002. Each day is a new beginning. I know that the only way to live my life is to try to do what is right, to take the long view, to give of my best in all that the day brings, and to put my trust in God. Really important to end on her words there. But an interesting quote on the website, the BBC's religion editor, Aline McBull, writing an article about how central faith was to her life, quotes the former Archbishop of York, Lord John Sentamu, who says the Queen was so immersed in Scripture that she would just evangelise naturally.
Yeah, absolutely. And that particular speech that year, 2002, I mean, when she says each day is a new beginning, you know, I take the long view. She lost her sister and her mother that year. It was a very tough year, 2002. I looked at the numbers that would tune into her speech at 3 p.m. on Christmas Day. Last year, more than 9 million people tuned in. And it will be strange this Christmas.
Yes.
Absolutely.
She will be missed.
She will and is. Mark, thank you so much. And thank you too for your company. Before I say goodbye, let's take you to Westminster Hall, as we have just over half an hour now for the public to pay their respects.
Hello. Many of us have seen increasing amounts of cloud over the weekend. And cloud will play quite a big part in Monday's weather story, possibly thick enough at times to give some spots of rain, maybe the odd shower. But it will largely stay dry, and I am hopeful that things will remain dry in London and in Windsor for the Queen's state funeral. There is just the chance that as that cloud thickens through the afternoon, it could give the odd light shower or the odd spot of rain or drizzle. High pressure is still in charge. That's keeping things mostly dry. But this weak warm front is introducing more cloud and the chance of some damp weather first thing across southwest Scotland, perhaps northwest England. And this band of thick cloud and the potential for the odd spot of rain or drizzle does tend to push eastwards as the day wears on. North East Scotland will see some good spells of sunshine, though. Northern Ireland may brighten up for a time. South Wales and the southwest of England should see some sunny spells. Temperatures north to south between 12 and 19 degrees. The winds for most places will be fairly light. Now, through Monday night, we'll see large areas of cloud, still potentially giving some spots of rain and drizzle, especially in eastern parts. Some clear breaks out towards the west. They may well fill in with a little bit of mist and fog, a little milder than it has been over recent nights, 9 to 12 degrees. Tuesday, well, we stick with a rather cloudy theme. This stripe of cloud here still giving rise to some spots of rain and drizzle. But it does look like the cloud should tend to turn over and break up a little bit across some western parts to give some sunny spells, a bit more patchy rain into the Western Isles of Scotland. 17 to 19, maybe 20 degrees in the south, so feeling a little warmer. And actually on Wednesday, if we see some sunny spells, at least for a time, it will feel considerably warmer than it has of late. Temperatures of 17 degrees in Aberdeen, 21 in Norwich and in London. But a frontal system pushing in towards the northwest, bringing some outbreaks of rain, and that will make erratic progress southwards and eastwards through Thursday and into Friday. Some of the rain actually could be quite heavy, even as it gets down into the south of England and South Wales. So the chance of some rain, particularly later on in the week, and a bit less chilly than it has been.
Join us as we journey deeper into the ice, where life reaches new extremes. Frozen Planet 2. Watch now on BBC iPlayer.
Queen Elizabeth II. From monarch to mother, wife to grandmother. Discover rare insights into her life.
Winston Churchill said that the further backward you look, the further forward you can see.
She really loved taking photographs and was rather good at it.
This must have been taken by your papa.
They're very sweet little pups.
Venerable lady, very human.
All of a sudden I knew that the Queen had a sense of humour.
She'd go down in history as a style icon. I think so.
The Queen had dedicated her life to the service of the British people, and that is what she's done.
Uncover more unique moments with BBC iPlayer.
Good morning from BBC One. At 6 o'clock, it's time for breakfast.
Good morning. Welcome to BBC Breakfast with John Kay and Sally Nugent. It is Monday, the 19th of September. We're at Westminster Abbey on an historic day, a day the likes of which we haven't seen for more than 70 years.
Queen Elizabeth II, the United Kingdom's longest reigning monarch, will be laid to rest. In the next half hour, the final mourners will pass through Westminster Hall, where Her Majesty has been lying in state for over 4 days.
Later, at precisely 10:44, her coffin will be taken on a gun carriage, towed by 142 Royal Navy sailors, and make its way here to Westminster Abbey, where the state funeral service will take place at 11 o'clock.
And afterwards, thousands will line the route of a procession from here along Whitehall onto the Mall and past Buckingham Palace before making the journey in the royal hearse to Windsor, where the Queen will be buried alongside her husband, Prince Philip. Our royal correspondent, Daniela Ralph, looks ahead to a momentous day.
This is a previously unseen photo of the Queen, taken at Windsor in May and released by Buckingham Palace for today. She is wearing aquamarine clip brooches given to her on her 18th day by her father. Today, the country, over which she reigned for 7 decades, says its final goodbye. It has been a week of vigils and insights into a family's private grief. We have watched a new king and queen consort meeting the crowds who came out to greet them. A new Prince and Princess of Wales take on new titles and hear people's memories of the Queen. And shared the sadness of the younger members of the royal family as they paid tribute to their beloved grandmother. And 2 of the Queen's great-grandchildren will walk behind her coffin today in Westminster Abbey. 9-year-old Prince George and 7-year-old Princess Charlotte will form part of the funeral procession. They will walk behind their parents and in front of their aunt and uncle, the Duke and Duchess of Sussex. It will be a moment of extraordinary solemnity for these 2 young royal children. The funeral service in Westminster Abbey will include Psalm 23. The Lord's my shepherd, the Abbey at the wedding of the Queen and Prince Philip. It will reflect the Queen's long life and reign and her devotion to duty. The service ends with the last post, a 2-minute silence and the national anthem, before the Queen's piper plays the traditional lament, Sleep, Dearie, Sleep.
I think we need to recollect this is a state funeral. So this really is something that is intended to be seen. It's very visual. It's also intended to be heard. I think one of the things we are trying to do is to take all that emotion, all that interest, all that care that we can see in the queue for the lying in state, that we can see in the parks where people are laying flowers, and feel that we have managed in the Abbey to provide a focus for that. We've put it into words, we've given the grief somewhere to go.
The guest list will see a congregation of prime ministers and presidents, of kings and queens, many of whom met King Charles at Buckingham Palace last night. They will attend the funeral alongside many charity workers and campaigners also invited.
I didn't expect out of the 2,000 people that were going to be this chap from Glasgow coming down to be part of it as a recipient of an MBE. It's quite an honour.
Few of us will have experienced anything like what we'll see at Westminster Abbey. The pomp, the grandeur, the scale will be memorable. But when the funeral procession moves from here to Windsor, events become smaller, more intimate, and eventually private.
The committal service will be in St George's Chapel in Windsor, where the Queen worshipped so often. The Dean of Windsor will describe her calm and dignified presence in a rapidly changing and frequently troubled world. Then this evening, in a private service for the family only, the Queen will be buried alongside her husband. It will be a deeply personal ceremony. In a statement on this momentous day for the royal family, King Charles said, "As we all prepare to say our last farewell, I wanted simply to take this opportunity to say thank you to all those countless people who have been such a support and comfort to my family and myself in this time of grief." Daniela Ralph, BBC News, Westminster Abbey.
Well, we're joined now outside the Abbey by our royal correspondent, Sarah Campbell. Morning to you, Sarah. Just standing here thinking about the significance of this place to the Queen. This is where she was married, where she was crowned, and today we have this funeral which is both public but also highly personal.
It has been the backdrop to so many moments of her life. And I'm really struck this morning being here at Westminster Abbey, thinking back to what's happened over the last 11 days. So that first journey from Balmoral, the peace, the tranquility, the beauty of Balmoral, where of course she died on Thursday the 8th of September. Then that journey through the Glens to Edinburgh, the lying at rest there, allowing people in the Scottish capital to come and pay their tributes. That flight to Oriath Northolt, the journey with the State hearse through London to here, the final night at Buckingham Palace, and then the lying in state here at Westminster Hall, allowing hundreds of thousands of people to come and pay their own tributes. It has been really a momentous few days, and today will be the culmination, the moment where the world gathers here to pay tribute to Her Majesty the Queen.
We are seeing the very latest live pictures inside Westminster Hall, and the people that we are seeing filing past the coffin now, they are the last dozens of people who will have made this journey, because in around just over 20 minutes' time, those doors will close.
It has been a huge privilege over the last few days to be able to speak to some of those people who have spent many, many hours, many of them clearly physically finding it quite difficult to wait all that time. But I haven't spoken to a single person who said the wait wasn't worth it and that it wasn't an amazing moment for them personally to be in that room with the Queen for one final time. And these are people from across the UK, from across the world, across Commonwealth countries and beyond. It really has been a part of the story, and I don't think people expected that lots of people wouldn't want to come and pay tribute to the Queen, but even so, the pictures and the number of people and the dedication, commitment they have to have done it has really been quite something.
And Sarah, later today, as well as the public, will see some of the younger members of the royal family following the coffin.
We've had to remind ourselves, haven't we, over the last few days, that this is a private family death. So looking at those pictures there, we've seen the children pay their vigil. The grandchildren mounted their own vigil on Saturday night, and this morning, today, behind the Queen's coffin will be members of her family that we've seen, and Prince George, who's only 9, and Princess Charlotte, who's 7, and they will be in the procession immediately behind their parents. One can only imagine what must be going through their minds, but of course they are 2nd and 3rd in line to the throne, so they are very important in this process, and it was clearly felt that they should be a part of this historic day too.
Indeed. Sarah, for now, thank you very much indeed, Sarah Campbell.
Well, as we have just been saying, over the last few days, haven't we seen so many thousands of people filing past the Queen's coffin at Westminster Hall? And now, as we've been saying, the last remaining members of the public who are still in the queue are preparing to pay their respects before Her Majesty's lying in state comes to an end in the next 20 minutes or so.
And we can now go to John Maguire, who's outside Westminster Hall with us this morning, with some of those people who've waited for many, many hours. Good morning, John.
Yeah, morning to you, John. For the first time in 5 days, Victoria Tower Gardens is now empty. The final people on the queue have gone through. Those yellow, bright yellow high-vis tabards you can see just behind us there are the stewards who have just given themselves a round of applause for a job well done, because everybody has now moved through. The final few people will just have their security checks, go through the airport scanners and then enter into Westminster Hall. The thing they'll be struck by is just how quiet it is, because there was a good atmosphere, as we've been saying all along, in the queue this morning. Some people singing. One of the stewards was even doing a pub quiz for people coming through. But as they go into the hall, a very, very solemn atmosphere, carpet across the stone floor to deaden the sound. Each person having their own moment of reflection. I'm struck, having done it myself, but also seeing the pictures, just how everybody's response is very, very different. And that's what we've heard over 10, 11 days or so, isn't it? The fact that people have their own different reasons for paying tribute to Her Majesty the Queen, and they are deeply personal reasons. The hundreds and hundreds of thousands of people who've come through here to see Her late Majesty lying in state will have been in the mind of the new King when he made that statement last night that Daniela was telling us about. He said, in London, Edinburgh, Hillsborough and Cardiff, we were moved beyond measure by everyone who took the trouble to come and pay their respects to the lifelong service of my dear mother, the late Queen. So everybody's show of support really has been realised, been accepted by members of the royal family. Indeed, I saw the King and the Queen consort drive up the Mall last night and waved to all of the people that had camped out, some of them for more than one night, to make sure that they got their front row seats. I spent a little time with them last night to find out exactly about their preparations and again for their reasons for wanting to come to today's funeral. With the sun setting behind Buckingham Palace, those who secured a front row seat prepared for a night in the open. So what do we got here then? Hot chocolate?
Yeah, I'm being a good girl. I've got highlights.
It's Julie's second night on the Mall. She wasn't taking any chances.
I want to see the Queen go up the Mall for the last time and past Buckingham Palace for her final journey on towards Windsor to be with Prince Philip, and that means a big deal to me.
Some depended on little more than a candle to keep them warm. Others relied on years of military experience.
I had what we call a basher, like a bivvy. Yeah. So we set that up between the two tents, stop the rain. They got a bit of cardboard. So yeah, we sorted out there. So I've got an airbed, got 2 gas stoves, got all my food. It's obviously going to be a sad day for everyone, but especially with the military. We knew Her Majesty is the boss, and there's flags there, goodbye to the boss, and that's how we knew Her Majesty.
And there was some trial and error.
Oh, no, we're not going back. Yes, we are. Yay! There you go, see? Just like that.
Wonderful.
Oh. See, I'm going to stay dry and keep that damp off me tonight.
This impromptu campsite was given the royal seal of approval with a wave from the passing King and Queen Consort.
It's all high spirits now, and everyone's very friendly, wanting to talk. But I think tomorrow the tone will be completely different, which is to be expected, isn't it, really? But it's nice now. There's a sense of unity with everyone.
There was a change in the atmosphere as the crowd observed a minute's silence for their late Queen. The only sound came from the hum of generators powering the floodlights. As is the way with queues and crowds these days, new friendships are being forged as people from Durham and from Taunton find themselves side by side.
Ever since we found out that she was poorly and died, we had this uneasy feeling and just felt as if we just had to do something. So, it's had to come down.
I do a lot of outdoor swimming, so I've got one of those dry robes just to step into as a sleeping bag later tonight. So other than that, I think that and probably a 3 o'clock in the morning sing-song.
Yeah. As with the lying in state, the fun and the buzz generated by people coming together will make way for solemnity as the funeral procession passes here later today.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Strangers that have become friends, all here to pay their final respects and with one thing in common, bidding farewell to their Queen.
Good night.
Well, I'm delighted to say that we have a couple of guests of today's funeral. Leslie Garvin from Blind Veterans UK and Sian Chow from Proud Voices UK, both deserving recipients of the MBE. Congratulations to you both for that, and therefore that's one of the reasons why you're invited along today. Leslie, first tell us a little bit about the organisation.
Good morning. Yes, the organisation, it's Blind Veterans UK. We're a national charity. We support blind veterans, anybody who served in the armed forces who are registered blind. Our patron, Queen Elizabeth, up to 2016, she became our patron when she became Queen in 1952. So we're very honoured today to come to this incredible celebration of life, but also really a deep affection for Her Majesty. Blind Veterans UK support, as I said, blind veterans. Yep. We have rehabilitation centres, we're in the community, we're everywhere.
So obviously doing fantastic work.
Absolutely.
Tell us about receiving the invitation to today.
I was completely shocked, to be perfectly honest with you. I was driving, I was in the car, I got a telephone call from the Cabinet Office, and I was completely blown away. The gentleman said, you've been a recent recipient of the MBE, would you like to come to the Queen's funeral? Well, what an honour, what an absolute honour, and for me, my family, and for the organisation. Even just getting here this morning was a bit of a trial, so very, very honoured.
Well done. And Sian, your organisation, Proud Voices UK, tell us a little bit about that and why you received the MBE and indeed why you're here today.
Sure. Proud Voices UK is a network of LGBT choirs in the UK and Ireland. We're basically really passionate about music and choral performance, and the choirs in all parts of the UK are there to sort of build community, talk about their lives, and use music as a means of reaching out to other people, talking about communities that have traditionally been relatively marginalized. We organize festivals, music festivals across the country, and we have a network where we share information about education. We support new choirs that are forming, and that's basically our raison d'etre.
Yeah, and again to you really, how did you find out about your invitation today?
Very much like Leslie. I was in the car at the time. We were pulling up into the car park and I received a phone call. They rang several times. It was one of those withheld numbers, so didn't really want to respond to it immediately. But it was the Cabinet Office. They invited me, and exactly like Leslie, they said, you're a recent recipient of the MBE. We wish you to be represented there. And I'm absolutely flattered. What a privilege it is to be here today. What an absolute honor. And I've been reflecting over the last couple of days of why me? But I recognise that it is because the Queen, I'm sure, would have wanted to have all different communities represented here at this event, and we are here to be there for the LGBT community as well as the choral community.
And Leslie, you're representing your organisation, aren't you? Those people you help, you're here as their sort of figurehead, really.
Yes.
Yeah.
I have to say, before I came here today, I did say to some of our blind veterans, and we have a centre in Brighton, and they live in our centre down there. We have 22. A number of them have talked to me about how they feel about the Queen, how, of course, all veterans have sworn allegiance to Her Majesty and the Crown. I've had messages saying, you know, please think of us when you're in the Abbey.
Right.
I met the Queen in Saudi Arabia. I was on D-Day. I served under her father, her uncle, and also the Queen. And the reverence that they hold, that veterans hold, has really had a profound effect on me as well. So I feel as if I'm coming not only for myself and my family, but for this amazing organisation.
Good for you, and it's the same for you, Leslie. I suppose you're I beg your pardon, Sian, you're representing the people that sing in your choirs.
Yes, absolutely. And we're a really diverse group of people from metropolitan centres, but also rural areas across the whole of the UK and Ireland. And it is really a privilege to be able to be here on behalf of those people.
Well done. Okay, well, thank you both very much indeed for talking to us on BBC Breakfast this morning. It will be, I think, obviously, for Leslie and Sian and for the 2,000 others that will be in Westminster Abbey later on this morning, an incredibly moving and incredibly poignant service, but one that will perhaps have the chance to celebrate Her Majesty's life, to celebrate her incredible 70 years of duty and service, not only to those people who will be at the Abbey today, but to all of us. Back to you two.
John, thank you very much indeed. The scene outside Westminster Hall there, so different than it has been over the last 4 days or so, where we've seen so many people queuing there, and focus switching from there to here, to Westminster Abbey, over the following hours.
Yeah, and a lot of the people who've been through Westminster Hall are now gathering on the route here, and following the service later this morning, the Queen's coffin will be drawn in a walking procession from the Abbey here to Wellington Arch before embarking on its final journey to Windsor Castle.
Now, during the procession, Her Majesty's coffin will pass the cenotaph in Whitehall. Our correspondent Nick Beak is there for us this morning. And Nick, I know we are expecting lots of crowds where you are today.
Good morning, Sal. Good morning, John. Yes, just look at this. Hundreds of people already on Whitehall. They've camped out overnight. It's been cold in the last few hours, but that hasn't deterred people. Look, on both sides of this famous street, they are waiting. The United Kingdom hasn't seen a state funeral since 1965. That, of course, the funeral of Sir Winston Churchill, the occupant of that street there, Downing Street. And just remember, during her long reign, the Queen had 15 different prime ministers. And if you think about along this route of what will be her final journey, there are symbols of that long reign. You might be able to make out there, just in the darkness, the cenotaph. Of course, it's the symbol of the war dead, and the Queen, for so many people, represented that generation. She was a living link to those people in the Second World War. Of course, she was famously a mechanic for a short time, and she made her first broadcast back in 1940 as a teenager, when she addressed the children of the Commonwealth, telling them not to be afraid, that better times would come. You can see everyone who's out here this morning. There is a hush, just as I say that, someone is waving, but there is, I think, a different atmosphere compared with the last few days or so. I want to introduce you to two gents who I've met this morning. It's very good to speak to you, Dave and Gareth. Can you just explain, you're both veterans, and for you this is a significant moment being here today?
Yeah, so I mean, I served for just under 20 years, swore my oath of allegiance to the Queen, and you know, I was very lucky to meet her in my last year in the army, and you know, it's a day that, you know, I had to be here for.
And Dave, you served Queen and Country. You were seriously injured in Afghanistan back in 2010.
Yeah, I was blown up in 2010 in Afghanistan, which ended up me having quite a severe spinal injury, and I was medically discharged in 2019 because of my injury.
6 years after your injury, you met the Queen. What was that like?
It was amazing. I've heard it all week about how she makes you feel, you know, kind of at ease. And it sounds daft, but it was just like talking to your gran. She was a really lovely lady to be with, but such a massive presence.
And Gareth, I know you actually met the Queen when you were not serving, but when you were at primary school.
Yes, I had the privilege of meeting her when I was approximately 7 years old, when she came to South Wales in Swansea to open a stadium, an athletic stadium. So that was nice. And again, like Dave said, when I joined at 16 years old, I joined to serve my Queen and country, and I had the privilege of doing that for almost 10 years. And it is a sad day. She was our Colonel-in-Chief, she was our boss, and I don't think we both decided when the news broke there was no other place we'd want to be today than
We've
here
not
this
seen
morning.
each other for 21 years.
Is that right?
Yeah.
Well, on that note, thank you very much for talking to us this
Thank you
morning,
very much.
gentlemen. 21 years, so this is a momentous occasion. These two veterans back together after all that time, and these are the sort of stories we're hearing from so many people this morning. They say they simply can't miss this moment of history.
Nick, thanks very much indeed. Welcome back to Westminster Abbey, and you might be able to hear behind us a few bangs and crashes. Obviously, final preparations still taking place. Streets here this morning have been busy, haven't been very, very calm. Everybody going about their work, making sure that this afternoon the whole place is immaculate.
Indeed, security being put in place. There's a large security cordon. Obviously, leaders of countries around the world will be here. But from the moment, this is the view inside Westminster Hall. It's a scene we've become so familiar with over the last 4 days and nights, isn't it, as the Queen has lay in state there.
And here is the moment they're changing the guard. At 5 minutes past 6, as the last few people will be able to file past the coffin. After many thousands have done so over several days, these are the last people who will be able to do so.
And these people have waited, like so many more over the last few days, for 10, 12 hours, waiting in line, making new friends, sharing memories, and now silently paying tribute to Her Majesty.
We're joined here at Westminster Abbey by our royal correspondent, Sarah Campbell. And Sarah, Westminster Hall has been the scene of some incredible moments, images over the last few days.
It really has been, I think, an unexpected moment for so many days. I just was watching the changing of the guard there, and I think it's worth as well talking about all the people that have filed past. But you watch the changing of the guard, the movements are so precise, so practiced, and you can feel the weight of responsibility that all those members of the armed forces feel, that they want to do their Commander-in-Chief justice. And you've seen that here over the last 4 days. We'll watch it here at the Abbey later in the procession from the hall here to the Abbey. And as you say, here in Westminster Hall, it has been incredible over the last 4 days. Of course, key moments you'd have to pick out. The vigil mounted by first the children, King Charles, Princess Anne, Prince Andrew, Prince Edward, on Friday for 15 minutes, just stood silently, heads bowed. And then on Saturday, the 8 grandchildren of the Queen, the youngest Viscount Severn, just 14 years old, the son of the Earl and Countess of Wessex. But yes, the 8 grandchildren, of course, Prince William at the head, Prince Harry at the foot of the coffin, both in military uniform. Again, that was a real moment. And again, this feeling that this is the public paying tribute, but this is also a very private time for the family members.
People taking their time, pausing and reflecting. and witnessing this moment in history. It's been really interesting talking to people in the queue here on breakfast over the last few days as they waited to get inside Westminster Hall, and then as they left, people from all walks of life, people with all connections and none, and people from all over the world, Sarah. This has been the focus.
And people I've spoken to have surprised themselves by, they wouldn't necessarily have said that they would have travelled however long to get here and then spend 12 hours in a queue, but they have just felt that that is what they wanted to do. And I think in all the statements we've heard from members of the royal family over the past 11 days, this acknowledgement and this outpouring of grief and tributes to their mother, their grandmother, has been really appreciated by members of the royal family. The King last night, he said, as we all prepare to say our last farewell, I wanted simply to take this opportunity to say thank you to those countless people who've been such a support and comfort to my family and myself in this time of grief.
And as we see the last few people walk through, it's the reactions of people as they leave that has been so striking, hasn't it, Sarah?
Them turn around again, not wanting to leave. Many of them are crying. Children, you rarely hear, you can watch it for a long time and you won't hear a sound other than at the changing of the guard. So even the smallest of children seem to recognise the atmosphere of the place, the tranquility, the stillness. It's really quite incredible.
We've seen some young children going through just in the last few seconds, haven't we? Some in prams and pushchairs who've been up all night. Quite a challenge for parents and grandparents who've brought them.
But when you speak to those parents and grandparents and ask, your child won't understand this, they will say yes, but in years to come, they will say, I was there. And even though they will only know a king throughout their lifetime, they will have been there at this key moment for the Queen, who was such a part of all our lives for so many years.
It's interesting though, I was talking to some kids in the queue yesterday, and they were fully aware of this moment because the Platinum Jubilee was so recently and so many children were involved in that, and Paddington of course, and they put up bunting and they wore t-shirts, and for that reason they have a connection with the Queen. A lot of them have felt this very keenly, haven't they?
Absolutely. My children are constantly throwing facts to me about the Queen that they've learned at school, and the book that each primary school child was given during the Platinum Jubilee to give them an understanding of this extraordinary reign, which sadly would only last another 3 months. But how lovely it was to have had that 4 days in June of such celebration, and for the Queen to have been aware of quite the status she had in people's lives.
Now officially, those doors will have closed at 6:30. It's now 6:31, but the images that we're showing you are on a slight delay. So it's possible, probable, that the people we're seeing now are the very last people to file through.
Now the parliamentary officials, the people who look after the Palace of Westminster, those who keep it secure and safe, will say their farewells, led by Sarah Clarke, who has the title Black Rod.
These images tell you that it's over. The lying in state is now over.
4 days, 4 nights, hundreds of thousands of people from all over the world have filed past that coffin in that extraordinary space within the Palace of Westminster.
Striking images there, Sarah, of the last few moments of the lying in state, closed by Black Rod.
It's quite a moment, isn't it? It really is in a week, 10 days that have had so many powerful moments. On Wednesday, we saw the family hand the Queen over to the nation in that procession from Buckingham Palace, her last night in Buckingham Palace, arriving here at Westminster Hall. And that really has been the moment for the nation to come and to pay their own personal tributes. And haven't they done so in so many numbers? And then later today, the first state funeral that this country has seen for so many years. And the Queen, the final movements from here, Westminster Abbey, the procession to Windsor, and then her final resting place in the George VI Memorial Chapel, alongside, of course, Prince Philip and her family, her parents and her sister.
Sarah, thank you very much indeed.
It's 34 minutes past 6. You're watching BBC Breakfast, and despite the activity of the security cordon here, there's a kind of calm and peace on the streets of central London this morning, as well as the peace that we've seen within Westminster Hall.
And later on, the Queen will make her final journey through London, and then later to Windsor, where she will be laid to rest alongside her husband, the Duke of Edinburgh, as Sarah was telling us.
Let's just have a look now at the route that procession will take. The Queen's coffin will be carried by the Royal Navy's state gun carriage from Westminster Hall in a procession including the King and his sons, Prince William and Prince Harry, via Parliament Square to the West Gate of Westminster Abbey. Then at 11 o'clock, the Queen's funeral will begin. And at the end of that service, 2-minute silence will be observed across the country. Then the procession heads from the Abbey, up the Mall, past Buckingham Palace, and along Constitution Hill to Hyde Park Corner and Wellington Arch, where the coffin will be transferred to the State Hearse for the drive to Windsor. Up the long walk to Windsor Castle, and then to St George's Chapel for another service at 4 o'clock this afternoon. There's then a private ceremony where the Queen's coffin will be laid to rest alongside that of Prince Philip.
Well, let's go live now to the location where this journey will end. Charlie is in Windsor for us this morning. Morning, Charlie.
Good morning to you, Sally. As you said, this very much the final part of the journey to the Queen's final resting place. You can probably see behind me here the outline of Windsor Castle itself. Just getting light here, and they are expecting some 150,000 people to line this historic route here, and it will be an occasion and a spectacle that has not been seen for so long. Let's speak to Helena Wilkinson, who's with us this morning. Morning to you, Helena.
Morning, Charlie.
Just give us a sense of what will happen here from around 3:10 this afternoon.
Yes, so we are going to see the State Hearse slowly come along the long walk here, the historic long walk. It's a place that the Queen loved to be in. She learnt to ride horses here, and it'll make its way up to the castle just behind you and enter into the grounds to St George's Chapel. There will be a committal service which will begin at 4 o'clock this afternoon, and it'll be a smaller, more personal service compared to the funeral in London. Members of the royal family, of course, but also royal household staff, and for them it will be a very difficult day. They've worked with the Queen for years. During the service there will be traditions that will symbolise the end of the Queen's reign. One of those will be the crown jeweller, who will remove the crown and the orb and sceptre from the coffin, and that will symbolise the separation of the Queen from her crown. We will also hear later in the service, as the Queen is lowered into the royal vault, the Sovereign's piper will play before a blessing and then singing of God Save the Queen. And we know from the palace that that was something that the Queen personally requested. That'll end the service, the committal service, at 4:45, and then there will be a private service at 7:30 this evening. No cameras will be there. That'll be just for members of the royal family, when the Queen will be buried inside a smaller chapel within St George's Chapel next to her late husband, the Duke of Edinburgh.
Yes, and the royal family will meet here at Windsor Castle as the hearse progresses up the long walk.
Yes, that's right. So as the hearse comes along the long walk where we're standing here, it'll be lined with hundreds and hundreds of military personnel and tens of thousands of people as well. Members of the royal family, the King and other members, they will be in the quadrangle within the grounds of Windsor Castle, and that is where they will be waiting for the state hearse to arrive.
Helen, thank you very much. If we turn this way, we're going to talk to one or two of the people who have been waiting here. We have 3 generations here. First of all, Kathy, who's come all the way from Australia.
Yes. How are you?
Tell us a little bit about your journey here and why you wanted to be here today on the day of the Queen's funeral.
I left Australia on Tuesday and got here Wednesday night, and I went to the vigil on Thursday night and spent 10 hours in the queue. I've always loved the Queen and I just had to be here. I've always said that I had a slush fund to come to see be here for the funeral. I came for Meghan and Harry's wedding, and so I just have to be here because she's just been an amazing woman for everybody in the world.
Now we have generations of one family here. Very good morning to you. Tell us your names.
It's Debbie.
Debbie.
Maureen.
And Maureen. And with you, your daughter?
Maisie.
Tracy.
Maisie.
So, Maisie, I'm sorry, Maisie. Now, Maisie has just woken up just a few moments ago, and I think maybe we can see where Maisie's been sleeping tonight. Tell us why it was so important to be here to see this final journey.
To bring her home, to bring her back to Windsor on her final journey, and to say goodbye. Yeah.
Just
Maureen?
to say goodbye, yeah.
What memories do you have over the years?
Well, she's been on the throne for 70 years, and I'm 70 this year, so that's all I've ever known is the Queen. And we've always used to come to Windsor. Buckingham Palace we went to a few weeks ago, so yeah.
And tell us a little bit about the overnight, because you've literally slept here through the night.
Yeah, so we was here about 9:30, 10 o'clock last night, and yeah, I've got a couple of hours in. She slept all night.
It's a big yawn there.
Just wake it up.
Tell us, how's it been for you so far, and what are you expecting to see today? What's Mum told?
She wants to see the hearse with the coffin, don't you?
Yeah.
Well, it's going to be a remarkable thing, and there's 3 generations here all together. You have a fantastic location you'll see. Thank you very much. Let's just... Yes, absolutely. Thank you very much. So let's just move down the line. We have Susie and Laura here. Very good morning to you as well. Tell us a little bit about why you chose to come today.
So I'm local, so I'm very proud to live in the borough, but I wasn't to get to London this week because of work, so I feel important that I'm here to see the Queen come home to Windsor Castle, and yeah, I couldn't have missed it. I just want to know that I want to see her go back into the castle.
Well, we can tell it as you're speaking, the emotions already, and you know, 3:10, we understand the procession will start past where you are now. It feels very personal for a lot of people.
I think it does, and I actually think when we see the service and the music starts and all the people who've contributed to what's going to happen today, but also to know that actually she planned it, and you know, I am local, and they released the route the other day where so many more people are going to get the opportunity to see her, and I just it's really important to be here, and actually it's about being with all these other people that we're meeting today.
Laura, you've got your family has quite a personal connection, don't they? Tell us what that is.
My father, who is no longer with us, he guarded the Queen in the 1970s at the castle, so that was quite an honour, and we lived in Windsor for most of our lives. I moved away to Ilfracombe, and my mother's quite poorly, and unfortunately she couldn't come, so I'm doing this for my mother, sorry, and my late father,
and I just wanted to say goodbye. Sorry. I'm sorry.
No, you don't need to apologise. I think people understand. I know you spoke to me before and you have pictures of your late father.
I do. Yeah, I haven't got them with me, unfortunately, because I just hold the memories.
Because this place would have been so important to him.
Very much so, yeah. He would love to have been here. And my mum would love to have been here. If I could have got her here in a wheelchair, I would have done, but she's too poorly. So, yeah, I'm here for them and me. Because I've got huge memories of being here in all the jubilees and everything, and it was just a marvellous time. And I've never met the Queen personally, but I've seen her many times, and she's an inspiration to me. Yeah, wish I could have been like her and not do this.
Well, we really appreciate you talking to us this morning. Stay warm.
Oh, I will.
Because we've got a few hours to go. Thank you very much. John, Sally, you probably get a sense of the atmosphere here. They are expecting, as I say, some 150,000 people to line this route. Windsor Castle just emerging from the darkness this morning. And back to you now.
Charlie, thank you very much. At 6:44, you can just see the light rising across Windsor now.
Isn't that spectacular?
Over Buckingham Palace, looking down the Mall. Beautiful sky over London this morning.
And many thousands more people will wait there along the Mall this morning. Some have been camping out several days and nights already. And here at Westminster Abbey, members of the public not able to get as close. There's a big security sweep going on right now to lock down the Abbey ahead of that funeral service, which begins on the dot of 11 o'clock this morning. We heard from some veterans, didn't we, a little bit earlier, who are waiting at the cenotaph to watch the procession later. And around 6,000 current serving members of the armed forces will be involved in the procession, both in London and in Windsor today. And many of them have been taking part in rehearsals overnight.
Our defence correspondent Jonathan Beale is at Wellington Barracks for us this morning. Jonathan, I know you've been there several days now, and preparations well underway for the day that is so important to get absolutely right.
Yeah, Sally, I mean, the parade ground looks pretty empty behind me, but I can tell you it is a hive of activity, putting on their ceremonial uniforms, getting ready for this massive occasion for military personnel. As you say, thousands involved in both the funeral and also the procession that takes place after that funeral. And the focus will really be that state gun carriage that will be pulled by members of the Navy. 142, joined now by 2 of those who will be pulling the carriage. I think one of you in the front and one of you behind. Jessica Rose King, you are in the front pulling that carriage, and then Joseph McConaughey Turner, you are behind. First of all, just tell me, you know, you haven't, this isn't something you normally do, it's not your job, but you have been practicing. It's a heavy carriage, it's full of symbolism because it was first used for Queen Victoria. Just tell us what you've been doing over the past week.
Well, probably over the past 9 days or so, we've carried out numerous hours of training, focused on obviously certain drills in regards to manoeuvring the gun carriage because it is quite heavy at 2.5 ton. So this sort of training has been very much special.
And Joseph, you all volunteered for this?
Yeah, I volunteered because, I mean, it's an incredible thing to be here, to be part of. It's such an honour to be here anyway. Honestly, it's amazing.
Just tell us, for you, it's perhaps more significant than for lots of other people because you have some ties to this. Just tell us a bit about that.
So my grandfather happened to actually be part of the gun carriage crew that pulled King George VI. So unfortunately I didn't get to meet him because he passed before I was born, but I think more so that makes it even more special because now I have that connection, and it's just an honour to be here anyway, but also to kind of walk in the same footsteps that he did is amazing.
Now, it was just done by male ratings. It is being done now with women as well. I mean, you know, given that the Queen was the first member of the royal family to serve in the armed forces, Jessica, you're a woman now pulling that gun carriage along with 142 ratings. I mean, just, you know, just for you, how important is this, do you think, significant?
The significance is enormous. I probably couldn't actually describe it in words to you. I feel incredibly fortunate to be one of the 14 females that are now pulling that gun carriage with the height restrictions gone, and to be honest, it's going to be one final duty to Her Majesty the Queen that I will take very much pride in doing.
Jessica and Joseph, thank you very much for speaking to us. As we say, they will be pulling that gun carriage, 2.5 ton gun carriage that will carry the coffin of the Queen to Westminster Abbey from the Palace of Westminster, and then also after for that procession that will take place up the Mall to Wellington Arch, which will then see the coffin put onto a hearse and taken to Windsor Castle. Now back to you.
Jonathan, thank you very much indeed. That's Jonathan Beale live at Wellington Barracks for us this morning.
It is a beautiful morning here in central London. The Abbey, Buckingham Palace, lit up by the sunrise in the last few moments. It is still, it is calm. It's going to be a difficult day for lots of people across the UK and around the world. But this makes it slightly more bearable, doesn't it? The fact that it's not pouring with rain, it's not dark skies, it's looking beautiful, London, today.
Yeah, it looks gorgeous, just coming up to 10 to 7 this morning. It also looked glorious yesterday evening, didn't it? We've seen some beautiful images over the last several days.
This was amazing, wasn't it? This is last night, just as the sun was setting in central London. This gorgeous rainbow just arched across Westminster Abbey there in the foreground and right over the Palace of Westminster, where the Queen was still lying in state. Remarkable picture.
Now, as we have been telling you, thousands of people are expected to gather through central London today, lining the procession route the Queen's coffin will be taking.
Yeah, Charlotte Gallagher is at the Mall for us this morning, talking to some of those people who are waiting. Good morning, Charlotte. I know some of them have been there all night and all day yesterday.
Yes, John, people turned up from days previously. In fact, I saw someone who got here on Wednesday. She wanted to be part of this so much. And the mood here today, very still, very silent. It feels different than other days. People really taking in what's going to happen today. And you talked about the sunrise, and when it happened here, Buckingham Palace almost looked this magical kind of pink colour. It really, really was special. Let's talk to some of the people here today. We've got this lovely family, Nicola, Louise and Michael, and Linda, who they met in the queue. How are you feeling?
Excited, sad obviously, but also very excited. This is a monumental occasion and we wanted to be a part of it and part of the history of our country.
Because she did so much, didn't she, the Queen? All of us will have different memories, times we saw her perhaps in real life or on the television, coming out onto the balcony behind us and smiling and waving.
Yeah, I mean, she was just such a big part of our heritage and our lifestyle, and it's all we've ever known, and we just wanted to pay our respects to her for the great job she's done for our country.
And you got here yesterday afternoon, but you were determined to be part of history, be part of this, and say goodbye.
Yeah, we came up around, we arrived around 4 p.m. yesterday evening, and then Linda arrived shortly after. I think we felt as a family that we had to come and pay our respects and as our flag says, say thank you, you know, and I think that means a lot.
And Dad, Michael, you wanted to come as well for your wife. Your wife's at home, but she's watching the day on television.
Hopefully she's watching it, and yes, but it's going to be a very emotional day, and there's going to be a little tear in my eye when she goes past.
Linda, how are you feeling?
Emotional, excited, and just really glad to be here.
You came down from the Midlands yesterday, didn't you? And
yes, it was a last-minute decision to come. Yeah.
What did the Queen mean to you?
Just everything, really. She was just a steadfast. You just feel safe when she was here. It was just a lovely, lovely lady.
and my mum loved her.
You know, lots of people have been telling me how much the Queen reminded them of their mum, of their
She
grandma.
actually did, yeah. She did actually remind me of my mum. She got the same smile.
That generation that lived through so much and saw so much.
Yeah, it was lovely.
And it's lovely for you as well. You've made friends in the queue.
Oh yes, I came alone, and then I said, "Can I come and sit by you?" And they adopted me for the night.
It's been a pleasure.
Yeah,
It really has been a pleasure.
Yeah, and that's been really lovely.
Everybody's just been really friendly and they want to enjoy the occasion. Yes, it's sad and it's emotional, but you want to meet people, you want to talk to people, and that's the enjoyment of it.
You also want to celebrate the Queen's
Yes,
life.
absolutely.
Because what a life she had.
I mean, on the throne for 70 years, probably we won't see anything like that again, you know, and we want to celebrate her and what she achieved. So that's why we're here.
And Michael, what are your favourite memories of the Queen?
I can remember when I was a little boy, I was at her coronation.
Oh, were you?
Yes, and 70 years I'm here and her passing away. 7 decades, fantastic achievement.
And you never would have thought when you were there as a child that she would have been on that throne for so long.
Absolutely not, but we're very privileged to have had her.
We are
Very
indeed.
privileged.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thousands and thousands more people coming down here. I'm sure I saw people arriving with their chairs from 4, 5 o'clock this morning. They want to be part of this day, say thank you to the Queen and say goodbye.
Charlotte from the Mall, thank you very much indeed. Look at that, doesn't it look beautiful this morning?
Stunning, absolutely stunning. London looks gorgeous ahead of this day. And wasn't it lovely to see some smiles there in the crowd? People celebrating a great life, well lived, as well as mourning that loss today.
I know a very, very solemn day ahead, but as you say, the atmosphere in the crowds that have gathered over the last few days has been incredible. I know you've been in the queue, haven't you, and meeting people there. It's all been part of the experience.
And every single person, I think, just got a sense of it there with Charlotte. Every person has their own very personal reason and a different reason for coming. A family connection, a memory of the coronation. Just every single person has a story and a reason for being here. And for you watching this morning, a reason for joining us over the TV as well.
And at 5 minutes to 7, I can tell you it is a beautiful morning here in London. Skies are simply glorious. This is the live shot where we are this morning at Westminster Abbey. Of course, the focus of much of today's events.
Westminster Abbey, where Queen Elizabeth was married as a young woman, where she was then in 1953, and today where her family and dignitaries and leaders from around the world will gather to say farewell to her ahead of that second service then this afternoon at Windsor Castle.
Yes, Windsor, where the journey ends. We will be live in Windsor in the next half hour here on the programme, but for now, for viewers in the UK, it's time to get the news, the travel and the weather where you are.
Good morning from BBC London. I'm Thomas McGill. More than 10,000 police officers from every force across the UK will be deployed in London later for the funeral of Queen Elizabeth II. With hundreds of world leaders, dignitaries and royalty attending the funeral, as well as an estimated 1 million spectators, it's one of the biggest operations in the capital for decades. Around 2,300 officers will line the route of the Queen's final journey from Westminster Abbey to Windsor Castle in what the Met has described as the final and most complex phase of the operation following the Queen's death.
It is a hugely complex and challenging day for policing. We're expecting a huge number of crowds. And my ask of those who are coming to London is follow the guidance and the advice on the government's website. But we are here. Officers will be engaging and talking to you. I'd ask everybody to keep vigilant, to stay vigilant. And if you see or hear anything that's out of the ordinary, please speak to one of the many officers who will be on duty.
Well, today's events will also mean the capital's transport network could face its busiest day ever, with bosses warning it could be overwhelmed if too many people start to head home once the procession leaves Westminster. With more on that, here's our transport correspondent, Tom Edwards.
Central London is expecting unprecedented numbers today. There will be lots and lots of road closures. Also, the tube is going to run an hour later, although St James's Park, Hyde Park Corner and Westminster are not going to be open. Also, Green Park is going to be exit only. What TfL are worried about is there will be a huge rush of people after the funeral and they'll all rush to the tubes and that will cause problems. They're asking people to stagger their journeys, but it is a big day for Transport for London.
Well, as Tom mentioned, their roads will be very busy and many closed in central London for much of the day. In West London, the A4 and A30 are likely to be closed too. Transport bosses are advising owners of cars parked on those streets to move them before 10 o'clock this morning, as crowds are expected as the Queen's coffin makes its final journey to Windsor. Well, let's take a look at the tube and see how it's running at this time of the morning. And there's a good service on all lines at the moment, a little part suspension on the Elizabeth line. And the weather, Elizabeth Rizzini has that.
Hello there, good morning. With more cloud around last night, then it is a milder start to the day than we saw over the weekend. Some of our temperatures in double figures. Now for Her Majesty's State funeral today, then it should stay dry or mostly dry, but there will be a lot more cloud around than we saw over the weekend, and there may just be a few spits and spots of drizzle just from the thickness of the cloud, really nothing more than that towards the end of the day in central London, so perhaps in Windsor too. Top temperatures of 17 or 18 degrees Celsius for most of us, some brighter spells peeping through the cloud at times. Now, as we head through this evening and overnight, then there'll always be a lot of cloud around. Again, it should stay mild. Temperatures, for the most part, will stay in double figures. For the rest of the week, then we are expecting it to stay mostly dry at first. Temperatures will start to come up 19 degrees on Tuesday, maybe the low 20s by Wednesday and Thursday, but cooler, more unsettled towards the end of the week.
Well, I'll be back in half an hour, but you can keep up to date with what's happening in London on BBC Radio London. Our website also has lots of information about where you can watch today's events if you're not in central London, and more on those road closures. That's bbc.co.uk/London. But for now, let's cross back to Sally and John in Westminster.
Good morning. Welcome to Breakfast with John Kay and Sally Nugent. It is Monday, it's the 19th of September. We're at Westminster Abbey on an historic day, a day the likes of which we haven't seen for more than 70 years.
Queen Elizabeth II, the United Kingdom's longest reigning monarch, will be laid to rest. And earlier this morning, the final mourners paid their respects as she lay in state in Westminster Hall, just a short distance from here. At precisely 10:44 this morning, her coffin will then be taken on a gun carriage towed by 142 Royal Navy sailors and make its way here to Westminster Abbey.
The state funeral service will start here at exactly 11 o'clock. Afterwards, thousands will line the route of a procession along Whitehall, onto the Mall and past Buckingham Palace before making the journey in the state hearse to Windsor, where the Queen will be buried alongside her husband, Prince Philip. Our royal correspondent, Daniela Ralph, looks ahead now to a momentous day.
This is a previously unseen photo of the Queen, taken at Windsor in May and released by Buckingham Palace for today. She is wearing aquamarine clip brooches given to her on her 18th birthday by her father. Today, the country, over which she reigned for 7 decades, says its final goodbye. A week of vigils and insights into a family's private grief. We have watched a new king and queen consort meeting the crowds who came out to greet them. Seen a new Prince and Princess of Wales take on new titles and hear people's memories of the Queen. And shared the sadness of the younger members of the royal family as they paid tribute to their beloved grandmother. And two of the Queen's great-grandchildren will walk behind her coffin today in Westminster Abbey. 9-year-old Prince George and 7-year-old Princess Charlotte will form part of the funeral procession. They will walk behind their parents and in front of their aunt and uncle, the Duke and Duchess of Sussex. It will be a moment of extraordinary solemnity for these two young royal children. The funeral service in Westminster Abbey will include Psalm 23. The Lord's My Shepherd, sung in the Abbey at the wedding of the Queen and Prince Philip. Prayers will to the Queen's long life and reign and her devotion to duty. The service ends with the last post, a 2-minute silence and the national anthem, before the Queen's piper plays the traditional lament, Dearie Sleep.
I think we need to recollect this is a state funeral. So this really is something that is intended to be seen. It's very visual. It's also intended to be heard. I think one of the things we are trying to do is to take all that emotion, all that interest, all that care that we can see in the queue for the lying in state, that we can see in the parks where people are laying flowers, and feel that we have managed in the Abbey to provide a focus for that. We've put it into words, we've given the grief somewhere to go.
The guest list will see a congregation of prime ministers and presidents, of kings and queens, many of whom met King Charles at Buckingham Palace last night. They will attend the funeral alongside many charity workers and campaigners also invited.
I didn't expect out of the 2,000 people that were going to be this chap from Glasgow coming down to be part of it as a recipient of an MBE. It's quite an honour.
Few of us will have experienced anything like what we'll see at Westminster Abbey. The pomp, the grandeur, the scale will be memorable. But when the funeral procession moves from here to Windsor, events become smaller, more intimate and eventually. The committal service will be in St Windsor, where the Queen worshipped so often. The Dean of Windsor will describe her calm and dignified presence in a rapping and frequently troubled world. Then this evening, in a private service for the family only, the Queen will be buried a husband. It will be a deeply personal ceremony. In a statement on this momentous day for the royal family, King Charles said, "As we all prepare to say our last farewell, I wanted simply to take this opportunity to say thank you to all those countless people who have been such a support and comfort to my family and myself in this time of grief." Daniela Ralph, BBC News, Westminster Abbey.
It is a day the likes of which most of us have simply never seen.
Indeed. Well, we're joined now by our BBC Royal correspondent Sarah Campbell. Good morning, Sarah. The last 11 days we've seen such powerful moments, haven't we, all over the UK, but today is when this chapter in our history ends.
Yeah, and it has been a real journey, I think, over the last 11 days, from those first images of the coffin leaving through the gates of Balmoral, that sort of beautiful, tranquil, peaceful, private place, of course, the place that she died on Thursday, the 8th of September, and then the journey through the Scottish Glens to the Scottish capital, the laying at rest there, and then the flight down to RAF Northolt, the drive through the rain, people standing on the roads, getting out of their cars to watch as that state hearse went by, the final night in Buckingham Palace, and then being brought to Westminster Hall, where hundreds, thousands of people have travelled the lengths and breadths of the country and beyond to come and just spend a few moments with her. And then today that final journey begins. First, the short journey from Westminster Hall to here, Westminster Abbey, a place that has been the backdrop to so many key events in her life, key engagements. Of course, she was married here in 1947, she's crowned here in 1953, and today her funeral service will be held here.
Sarah, thank you very much indeed. That's Sarah Campbell, our royal correspondent.
Around 2,000 people will be paying their final respects to the Queen, actually inside Westminster Abbey for the funeral service a bit later this morning.
Now, among the heads of state and dignitaries in attendance, a number of people recognised by the Queen in her birthday honours list have also been invited. John Maguire is at Westminster Hall for us with some of those guests. Morning, John.
Yeah, morning to you, Sally and John. The people that have been invited, as you say, feel, I think, excited, privileged to be attending today's funeral. Perhaps it's not the royal event they might have chosen, but it's one I know that they very much have been telling us they feel honoured to represent their organisations. Joined by two of them now, by Barbara Crellin and by Natalie Kairos. Good morning to the two of you. The service will take place later on this morning. Perhaps tell us firstly, Natalie, your story in as much as you received the MBE, you both received the MBE, and why you're invited along today.
Yeah, so back in 2016 I was the victim of a multiple stabbing and I shouldn't have been here. And I think that changed my life around and made me realise I wanted to do something positive. So I actually work with young people talking about the reality of knife crime, what it's like to be a stab victim, to try and make them realise the implications of carrying a knife. And I work with vulnerable young people as well, helping them overcome trauma and lead their lives in a positive way and try and give them the best chance of the best life they can have.
So what does it mean for your work to be recognised, firstly by the MBE and then of course with your invitation today?
Yeah, do you know what, I thought I couldn't be made speechless anymore after the MBE, to be honest, and to then get that phone call from the Cabinet Office to say we'd like to invite you to the state funeral of Her Majesty the Queen. I think I was kind of totally speechless, which anyone knows me, that's very rare. So it's just an incredible honour. I think it reflects Her Majesty because she wanted always to be in touch with her people, and even on her final moments she's made sure that her people are here represented. It's not just heads of state, it's not just royalty, and I think that's really special. It really reflects our Queen, who will be really, really massively missed.
Yeah, I think you'll be an important part of today, and everybody will celebrate the fact that you've been invited along. Barbara, tell us your background.
My background is I'm a retired head teacher, and when I retired, there was a young guy I taught when he was about 6 or 7, was setting up a local community response group. So I joined him to help him with the admin, really, and suddenly I found myself responding. So I've been doing that for 10 years, making a difference, trying to make a difference in people's lives. I'm also involved in several charities locally, and very heavily involved in sport, getting children involved particularly, but I'm also heavily involved in my local rugby club, which is Oakham, and I've been president of Leicestershire Rugby Union for 3 years. So I just like to be making a difference. After he said, getting the MBE was a moment. Getting that phone call a week on Saturday was totally, in fact I thought, why are they ringing on a Saturday lunchtime when the Queen's just died to arrange the investiture? Because that's what I thought it was with the Cabinet Office.
Right, okay.
And then when they said that, speechless wasn't the word. It wasn't the word. I just cried and cried. Found my husband, and he thought somebody had hurt me or I was injured. And it was just unbelievable. I just felt so humbled. Silly, I said, oh, I'm in Spain, but I've obviously cancelled that and I'm here today.
Okay.
So I'm just so humbled, so privileged and so honoured to be here.
It will be a moving, a poignant and emotive service today. Have you allowed any time to think what this morning, this afternoon might be like?
I think it's going to be very emotional. It's quite a poignant day for me anyway, because it's 37 years today since I lost my mother. Right. So it's a doubly emotional day because it doesn't make any difference. You know, 37 years, 7 years, 3 years, it doesn't make any difference. I just don't know how I'm going to cope. I don't cope easily with funerals and things anyway. But as I say, it's just a moment in my life that I will never, ever forget.
Okay. Natalie, what are your thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, just to echo that, it is a really moving. I will cry as well, don't worry. That'll be both of us.
You won't be alone.
And I remember I did say that to the Cabinet Office when they called, and this gentleman I could hear go, oh. And I went, don't worry, I'll do it very dignified and very quietly. But it's like losing a grandmother, which I know a lot of people have said, and it is like losing a family member. She's always been there, and it is going to be very, very emotional. very emotional moment for both of us.
Well, I can see you offering each other mutual support already, and I know that there will be many other people at the service later on that will be prepared to do that, and you'll be able to offer support back to them. So thank you very much indeed.
Thank you very much.
Great pleasure to talk to you on BBC Breakfast this morning.
Thank you.
So there we are, John and Sally. We've heard it, I know, time and time again over the last few days, but it bears repetition, doesn't it? People coming for their own personal reasons, but primarily, whatever it might be, they're here because they want to pay those final respects, to say farewell to Her Majesty the Queen on her final journey. And we're just hours away from that now. So many people have told us over the last few days, haven't they, that they've, in their thoughts, have been their mothers and their grandmothers, sometimes their great-grandmothers. Well, the Queen has been that to so many of us, hasn't she? So today will be, I think, a fitting farewell. Back to you two.
John Maguire, thank you so much. And isn't it lovely to see those two ladies that are actually looking after each other? I think lots of people will be doing that today.
And coming here for their own families, for their friends, for their work colleagues that are representing their entire communities here at Westminster Abbey. It's a good thing that the weather looks like it's going to be favourable today. It's been a bit miserable at times over the last few days, and it is autumn here in the UK, but the wind has dropped. It's quite a still and peaceful morning. The Union flag on top of the Abbey just hanging loosely there as the sun rises and dawn breaks in central London.
Well, following the funeral service here at the Abbey, the Queen's coffin is going to be drawn in a walking procession from the Abbey to Wellington Arch before embarking on its final journey, which of course is all the way to Windsor.
And during the procession, Her Majesty's coffin will file past the Cenotaph in Whitehall, a place where we often would see her laying a wreath at Remembrance Sunday. And our correspondent Nick Beake is there because, Nick, we're expecting a lot of crowds there today, including many former soldiers and members of the armed forces. Good morning.
Good morning once again, John. Absolutely. I mean, look at the scenes here. Hundreds of people are on Whitehall this morning. You can see the number of police, more than 10,000 police officers. This spontaneous applause reflects the mood, really. Every now and then they're playing classical music as well. So although later on today it would be a moment of great solemnity, at the moment people are chatting. And let me just introduce you to a few people who've been gathering here, because to reflect the composition of the crowd, we've got people from the United States, from Australia, Ascot, not too far away, also Mexico. Leah, if I talk to you first of all, you're from Australia.
Correct.
When you think about the moment the Queen's coffin will pass by later today, what do you think will be going through your mind?
I mean, I already feel completely emotional. I mean, after, 10 hours of, we got our wristbands, we were lying, went and saw her lying in state. It's going to be an emotional day.
You made the time to see the lying in state?
Yeah, we did. Got there 2:30 yesterday and then got in about 11:30 last night. Went home for an hour and back here. So, yeah, it's amazing.
And Catherine from Canada, from Montreal,
Yeah.
if I just talk to you, you came for just a few days because you wanted to be here.
Yeah, I arrived yesterday morning, went straight into the queue, and then after I got here, so I'm taking back the plane tomorrow morning.
Yeah.
So.
And the impact the Queen had on the Commonwealth and the wider world, from your point of view, what will you be thinking as you see her for the last time?
Well, I think all she did for, she gave 70 years of her life, so it was not a big deal to come and wait for 10 hours. Yeah.
Jennifer, you're from Ascot, so the Queen, in a way, was a neighbour of yours when she was certainly in Windsor.
That's how we feel. She's resided in Windsor now for so long, with COVID coming over. And we like to see her, not always out in the town, but obviously if there's any big event, with Ascot being a small place, Windsor being a small place, they actually fill it so quickly, and there's a fantastic atmosphere there. And I know when she goes back there today to be at the final resting place, that there'll be absolutely hundreds and thousands of people over there.
Yeah.
We've seen some extraordinary moments over the past 10 days or so, but for a lot of people this feels like finality, really.
Yeah. Yeah. I agree.
Yeah, very much so. This is the last day now.
Yeah.
and I think it's starting to sink in.
Yeah,
I mean,
it will take some time.
it's
still.
going to take some
Yeah.
time, you know, to not see her, you know, on the news so much and what's going on and everything. You know, she was the one who held everybody solid, and this is our final farewell.
Yeah.
Clearly there's been so much coverage on the television, you've been able to see lots of events. Why here though? Why have you been waiting for hours overnight in the cold?
It's not the same watching it on the television. You don't get that feeling of what people are thinking. And I mean, today already the atmosphere is building up.
Yeah.
And it really, it gives you part of your help, you know, helping her onto her next journey.
Very nice way to put
Something
it.
to remember. We've all met each other just today as
Yeah.
well. Like, no,
Yeah,
yeah,
we're all
yesterday.
friends together now.
Yeah, exactly.
You're certainly friends together. Thank you very much for talking to us this
Thank
morning.
you.
Thank you. So, just a few people in the hundreds strong crowd now, and more people are arriving here every moment.
Nick, thank you very much indeed. Now, across the UK, communities are coming together to mark the Queen's funeral and, of course, pay their respects to the late monarch.
And Jane McCubbin is at the Royal British Legion Club in Staffordshire for us this morning, where people are gathering. Good morning to you, Jane. How are people marking this day?
Good morning to you. Good morning, everybody. Yeah, I mean, take a look around. We're in the Royal British Legion in Alrobos. We've got babies, 7-month-old Blue here, the youngest person here. We've got cubs and scouts and beavers and families, mums, dads, grandparents, great-grandparents like Marlene and Maureen there. We've got servicemen and women as well. The whole community has come together today because they want to share this moment, not on their own at home, but together as one community. And time will stand still at 11 o'clock when the funeral comes on. And this community has come together on many occasions in the past, every single Jubilee. So this is going to be very special for everybody here today. I want to introduce now Reverend John Allen. Good morning to you.
Good morning, Jane.
That sense of being together is so important for you, isn't it?
It is, as human beings, as a community, and we're here today joining the country out of deep love and respect and admiration for a Queen who served all of us her whole life. And now it's our turn to say thank you to God and thank you to her and her family.
A message went out, didn't it, around the community saying if you know of any elderly neighbours who are on their own, bring them down today.
And I think many people have, along with our young folks. There's folks here from every part of the community, every organisation, and every strand of age, and that's wonderful. What a tribute.
It is. And the tone, do you think it will be one of solemnity or celebration?
I think it's got to be both, because although there's a deep sadness in all of our lives that we don't have Queen Elizabeth as part of our daily life anymore and as our sovereign, on the other hand, she's touched us so deeply with her love, her infectious smile, her faith in God, and she lived those values, and that's part of what we are now.
Thank you. Come and meet some of the servicemen. Paul and Brian, for you, I've spoken to so many people this week who've said, she was our boss, she was our effer, and it feels personal, doesn't it?
It does, yeah. Yeah, it really does. For me, she was the Colonel-in-Chief of my regiment, the Queen's Royal Lancers. She was well respected, you know, we thought the world of her.
When I spoke to you earlier, you did have tears in your eyes. You were.
Yeah, it's quite an emotional day for everybody within the regiment, I think.
Yeah, you feel the same, don't you?
I do, yes.
Yeah.
First time I paraded for the Queen was in Silver Jubilee, Wembley Pageant and on Horse Guards Parade.
You were a 17-year-old.
I was 17 years old, yeah. My very first parade in the Regimental Corps of Drums of Staffordshire Regiment.
So you're all together today and you can see everybody here. Such an outpouring of respect here that the place really is full. They've been up since 5 a.m, would you believe it, making cakes and getting refreshments ready because this is a community that really wants to be together. Let me introduce Amy now. You can see everybody resplendent in their uniforms this morning. Let me introduce Amy, who's here with the guides.
Yes, I'm representing Orius Girl Guiding. Obviously, out of respect for the Queen, it's the last chance today for us to be able to take our promise, as she's been our patron since 1951. So it's just quite an emotional day for us all, especially since you've been in Girl Guiding since 4 years old. It is really, really hard to think that our promise is changing.
Your promise is changing because from tomorrow on,
it will no longer be the Queen, it will be the King. And we will serve the King as we have the Queen.
Can you give us those words?
I promise that I will do my best to be true to myself and develop my beliefs, to serve my Queen and my community, and to help other people to keep the guide law.
And those words mean a lot.
They do mean a lot, especially as she's just been so supportive and everything throughout the Girl Guiding Association, which is really, really good, and especially as we're helping young girls.
Thank you so much for your time, Amy. Thank you so much. This will become the most watched moment in television history, and there are people up and down the country and all over the world, very many millions of people who will watch a TV screen because they can't be there in person and take this moment in. It's going to be one moment that everybody up and down the country and around the world will remember for the rest of their lives. Back to you.
Absolutely, Jane. Thank you very much indeed, and to all the people there. It's going to be such a difficult day for so many people, isn't it? But wherever you're watching this morning, whether you're with other people, whether you're watching it alone, BBC Breakfast and the BBC generally here to guide you through the coverage of the next few hours.
Isn't it brilliant to see everybody looking after each other and being kind?
In the crowds as well. Noticed that
Yeah.
I was walking through the Royal Parks last night, and people, strangers who'd come alone,
Yeah.
but who were making friends and just chatting and supporting one another. Yeah, lovely.
Now, for more than 40 years, the Royal Yacht Britannia served the royal family, travelling more than 1 million nautical miles around the globe for state visits, official receptions, honeymoons and holidays.
It was decommissioned in 1997, but the Queen described it always as somewhere that she loved, where she could truly relax, she said.
Now, our Scotland correspondent Lorna Gordon joins us now aboard Britannia. Lorna, what is the atmosphere like there this morning?
Good morning from the Royal Yacht Britannia. It's sombre here, it's subdued, it is reflective. You see behind me the ship's bell. That's the only place where the name of Britannia is marked. And we have one of the former members of staff, it's known as a yachty, with us now. Jeff Hughes, you were the chief cook.
I was one of the chief cooks on it,
Britannia.
yeah.
What was it like when the Queen was on board?
It was brilliant because it was a home from home for the Queen. It was a place where she could relax and enjoy herself without the pressure of the media or the public here. And she was very relaxed all the time on here.
You got a sense of how fond she was when you saw how visibly emotional she was when the ship was decommissioned. She looked as if she was holding back her tears.
Yeah, it was another sad day. It was, I must say, Her Majesty the Queen and all of us had tears in our eyes that day. That was a really sad day for the decommissioning, because the yacht has done so much for the British, and especially with the Queen on board.
Yes, it's interesting. We've seen so much over the last few days, this mixture of a family grieving in private and also ceremony, and in a very different way.
Yeah.
You saw the family relaxing, but also this was a place of ceremony, of occasion, of, you know, a state place as well.
Yeah, well, I must say, they're all yachtsmen. We were a family. Although we were all Royal Navy, we were still a family, and the Royal Family made us feel a family. The Queen was brilliant. She would come on board in a tour, and if she was on for any length of time, she would actually come and meet all the members of the crew. It would be official walk round, and she would actually meet everybody, and they made you relaxed and easy to talk to. The very first time I met them, I was a bit apprehensive, but once they started talking to you, it was easy, and the conversation would go, you know, they'd ask you questions, you answered, and it was good.
Did she have a favourite part of the ship?
Well, the sun lounge here was their favourite part of the ship, and you can imagine sitting in there and you're at sea somewhere, sunny or stormy morning, and looking out the back and the view you have, So no wonder it's a favourite place, but that was one of my favourite places.
And of course the royal family played games on the deck here as well.
Yeah, this was their part of the ship. When they were on board, any work that was done aft of but midships was done before 9 o'clock in the morning. And there was no word of command given, everything was done in silence because everybody knew their job. And then after 9 o'clock, this part of the ship was the royal part. They could relax, play their games and do whatever. But also, when we used to have our own part of the ship on the forecastle, if we were playing deck hockey, volleyball, the royal family and the Queen, they would come on the Royal Bridge and they'd watch us. So you had both ends of the spectrum there, you know, so it was good.
And of your many meetings with the Queen, which ones stand out?
Oh, there's quite a few, but I think one of the best is when we stirred in the Christmas pudding. That was brilliant because it was the senior naval officer on board. It was tradition would stir the Christmas ceremonial stirring of the Christmas pudding, and the actual day when you seen the photograph that we were doing it, as we were pouring the alcohol and rum in, the Duke says, "Make sure it all goes in, Chief." And then the Queen just burst out laughing, which you see on the photograph, and it's brilliant, you know. And we used to do ship's concerts for them as well, and to see the Queen and the rest of the royal family sitting down there, relaxed, with no pressure, and actually laughing when the tears coming down their faces.
And you had a private audience as well,
yes,
didn't you?
I was lucky enough just before the last trip I done on the Royal Yacht with Her Majesty the Queen. I had a private audience about 10 minutes with herself and Prince Philip, and she asked me about my time on the yacht, what I intended to try and do when I was going outside, what my family was like, and it was brilliant, it really was.
Well, Jeff, thank you very much for that. And to play us out, we have piper Stephen Dewar. He's going to play one of the Queen's favourite piping songs. It's Flowers of the Forest.
Seen live from Her Majesty's yacht, Britannia, this morning.
Wonderful sounds, some wonderful stories there. Now, for viewers in the UK, it's time to get the news, the travel and the weather where you are this morning.
Good morning from BBC London. I'm Thomas McGill. More than 10,000 police officers from every force across the UK will be deployed in London later for the funeral of Queen Elizabeth II. An estimated 1 million spectators are expected in London for the event. Around 2,300 officers will line the route of the Queen's final journey from Westminster Abbey to Windsor Castle in what the Met have described as the final and most complex phase of the operation following the Queen's death. Well, today's events will also mean the capital's transport network could face its busiest day ever if bosses warn that it could be overwhelmed if too many people start to head home once the procession leaves Westminster. With more on that, here's our transport correspondent Tom Edwards.
Central London is expecting unprecedented numbers today. There will be lots and lots of road closures. Also, the tube is going to run an hour later, although St James's Park, Hyde Park Corner and Westminster are not going to be open. Also, Green Park is going to be exit only. What TfL are worried about is there will be a huge rush of people after the funeral and they'll all rush to the tubes and that will cause problems. They're asking people to stagger their journeys, but it is a big day for Transport for London.
Well, let's see how the tube is looking at this time of this morning, and there's a part suspension on the Elizabeth line, but other than that there's a good service on all other lines. Let's take a look now at the weather, and it'll be a largely dry day with a small chance of some scattered showers in West London and Windsor, with the top temperature of 18 degrees. That's it from me this morning. You can keep up to date with what's happening on BBC Radio London, and we'll have a special programme at 5:50 this evening. But for now, it's back to Sally and John at Westminster Abbey.
Good morning. You're watching Breakfast on BBC News with John Kay and Sally Nugent.
Hello, we're live in Westminster ahead of the funeral of Queen Elizabeth II, the UK's longest reigning monarch. And that service takes place here at Westminster Abbey at 11 o'clock this morning.
The crowds are gathering across central London, lining the procession route the Queen's coffin will take before she makes her final journey to Windsor this afternoon.
And it's there that she'll be laid to rest beside her husband, the late Duke of Edinburgh.
Well, let's take a look now at how the events of today will unfold. At 10:44, the Queen's coffin will be moved from Westminster Hall to Westminster Abbey, a short distance away, where the funeral service will be held. The Royal Navy's state gun carriage will bear the coffin, drawn by 142 sailors. Senior members of the royal family, including the King and his sons Prince William and Prince Harry, will walk just behind in the procession. At 11 o'clock, the Queen's funeral will begin in Westminster Abbey. 2,000 guests are expected to attend. Towards the end of the funeral service, the last post, a short bugle call, will be played, followed by a 2-minute national silence. After the funeral ceremony, the Queen's coffin will be taken in a procession to Wellington Arch at Hyde Park Corner. The procession will be led by members of the Royal Canadian Mounted Police, and the route will be lined by members of the armed forces. The King will lead members of the royal family walking in the procession. The coffin will then be taken by state hearse to Windsor. At 4 p.m, there'll be a committal service in St George's Chapel in Windsor Castle with a small congregation, including the royal family. This service will also be televised. Well, here at the Abbey this morning, we're joined by the broadcaster and author Giles Brandreth, who knew the Queen, of course, was a very good friend of her late husband, the Duke of Edinburgh. Good morning. So the day is upon us.
The day is upon us, and it's such a privilege to be here at Westminster Abbey, the scene of so much of our royal history, from the coronation of William the Conqueror onwards, and the scene, too, of so much of the Queen's own life. Her parents were married here back in 1923, when famously the Queen's mother, when she left her bouquet spontaneously on the tomb of the unknown warrior. And then, of course, in 1947, this is where the Queen married Lieutenant Philip Mountbatten, the Duke of Edinburgh. And I came across last night the letter that George VI, the Queen's father, sent to her the day after the wedding. She was 21 years of age, and her father meant the world to her, as we're reminded of today in that photograph that's just been issued of her wearing that brooch, that picture of her father. And this is George VI writing to Princess Elizabeth the day after her wedding. "I was so proud of you and thrilled at having you so close to me on our long walk in Westminster Abbey. But when I handed your hand to the Archbishop, I felt that I had lost something very precious. You were so calm and composed during the service and said your words with such conviction that I knew everything was all right." And thinking about today, we feel that we have lost something very precious, and yet somehow everything is going to be all right.
What lovely words.
Well,
this morning to hear those. Yeah.
Her relationship with her father was central to her life, and he died in 1952, only in his 50s. And, you know, people of my generation, we don't really remember him. And yet the Queen always remembered him. On the anniversary of his death, which was the anniversary of his accession, she usually did something involving going to a cancer hospital of some kind. She remembered him always. And given her faith, given the strands, the threads that were her life, service, duty, faith and family, they all come together today, faith and family. So she is to be reunited with her father, with her mother, with her sister, and with her husband. Today begins here, but it ends privately in the chapel that she had built in 1962 in memory of her father, the King George VI Chapel at Windsor. And there she will be laid to rest alongside her parents and alongside her husband, the Duke of Edinburgh.
And Giles, standing here, as we are right in front of the Abbey, surrounded by hundreds of people, broadcasters from around the world, dozens of photographers, it's busy, isn't it? It's like the business end of this is happening all around us, but what you've done there is you've reminded us that this is essentially, at the heart of it, a family day.
What is fascinating about the Queen's life is it was both a public life and a private life, and the two come together. And members of the royal family accept that. They know that duty and service are part of those strands. They're part of the thread of royalty. That's what it's always been. The history of this place is public events. This is a public funeral, but it will end with a private service after the committal, where the children lay their mother, the grandchildren their grandmother to rest. But she is going, in her belief, to a better place. And that, for her, after 96, we are, of course, mourning the loss of a very special person in all our lives, but we're also honouring 96 years of extraordinary achievement that is recognised across the world. Leaders from across the world have come here. United States of America, the flags have been flown at half-mast as long as they have been in this country. This is a global event for a reason. And the reason is partly our heritage and our history, but partly too the person that we are honouring and celebrating today as we say goodbye.
And that family you were talking about, we're reporting this morning that two of the great-grandchildren, Prince George and his little sister, Princess Charlotte, they will follow the coffin into the Abbey here. Did that surprise you when you heard that?
Not really, because the Queen put everything in order before she died. You know, her final duties only 10 days ago, welcoming a new Prime Minister, her 15th, giving one of her staff an honour that day, and then seeing her horse win the 320 at Goodwood. Yes! What a way to go. And then 2 days later, she's gone after 96 years. But her life was being the Queen from the age of 21 onwards. So, this is what she knew. From the moment she got married here, age 21, she becomes Queen age 25. This was her story, and the continuity is everything. And she said all this, in a sense, in a train, when, the Platinum Jubilee, telling us that it was her wish that Camilla would be known as the Queen Consort. Everything set in place and in order. And the accession of King Charles III, which has gone seamlessly, the new Prince of Wales, it feels natural. It's a strange way that we organise things in this country, but this Abbey began under the reign of King Edgar, King of the East Angles. And here we are, more than 1,000 years later, and somehow this continuity has, in its strange way, served the country well.
It will see us all out. Giles, it's lovely to see you. Thank you very much indeed.
It's 20 to 8 this morning, and Giles was just talking there about how today starts with this very public state funeral service here, but will end more privately for the family at Windsor. And Charlie is in Windsor for us this morning. Hi, Charlie.
Good morning to you, John. So, as you were hearing a moment ago, Windsor, where we are this morning, very much the final journey to the Queen's final resting place. You can see the castle behind me down the long walk, and I think probably we can take the camera from high above where we are this morning that will give you a sense of what's happening here since we arrived 4 o'clock this morning. Many people already in situ, they'd camped out overnight. Let me give you a sense of what will be happening through the day. 3:10, we think the procession will begin here. They will proceed past us here all the way up to the castle itself. Members of the royal family will be there awaiting the hearse as it arrives, and then the committal service will take place. We think around 800 people. These are including people from all over the Commonwealth, world leaders as well as members of the royal household. And then later, of course, at around 7:30 this evening, the very private part of the ceremony where the Queen will be laid to rest alongside her beloved husband, Prince Philip. Now, Windsor Park has been for many, many years a very special place for the Queen. Let's show you a little bit of that story. It's a road the Queen has travelled many times before, so often accompanied by her late husband, Prince Philip. The 3-mile avenue runs through Windsor Great Park, whose grounds offered welcome freedom for the young royal family to play. Where once Her Majesty had learned to ride with her sister. A place for pomp and ceremony, as well as public gatherings. The Long Walk has welcomed everyone, from presidents to Boy Scouts. A feature designed for processions, it's been a scene of joy. From milestone birthdays for the monarch to historic Jubilee celebrations. But it's seen sadness too. Last year, crowds lined the route for the funeral cortege of the Duke of Edinburgh, the Queen's husband of 73 years. And today, mourners will once again gather on the Long Walk as Her Majesty makes her final journey to be buried alongside the man she called her strength and stay. So interesting hearing people's stories as to why they wanted to be here today. Let's chat to a few people who've been here. David, good morning to you.
Good morning.
What's your reason for being here today?
A moment of history, I think. When the Queen died, I think you get a personal grief coming through from your own experiences, I think. And last night, seeing the BBC's coverage, we decided to spur of the moment to come down.
And your thoughts, you were telling me, very much linked to your own family, your great-grandfather, and stories.
Yes. He as a young boy, remembered the Queen Victoria dying in the funeral, and what a big thing it was. I think he was about 8 at the time, and it's passed that on to me. I was living with him as a kid, so I think it's him going through the First World War as well, and his stories he used to tell. He was my hero, I suppose.
And so you're very much here for him as well?
Many years later, yes. I think that touched me, yeah.
A lot of people are saying that. Thank you so much. Good morning. What's your name?
Christine.
Christine, tell us why you wanted to be here.
I'm a staunch royalist. My mother was born near Sandringham. I had a great uncle that worked at Sandringham. And I've followed all the royals, mainly the Queen. And this is my 4th day of, coming along to all the things that were...
And what will be your emotions today? You're in a very special place here, and this very much the final journey.
Yes, I wanted to be here for the final journey. I wanted to say goodbye. I went to the laying in state, but I just felt I wanted to see her go through those gates and say goodbye to her, because she has been the main one that I wanted to follow. And I've been to her 25th, her 50th, her 60th, her 70th. And I just wanted to say goodbye.
There are lots of mixed emotions here, aren't there? Because there's lots of celebration. Now, good morning to you.
Hello.
Your name is?
Joanna.
Joanna, you have some extraordinary stories. Would you share a little bit? This is to do with your father and his role in the military.
Yes. My father was commander of the Red Devils. He was in the parachute regiment. He started off as an Olympic gymnast and then went on to be commander of the Red Devils, and he used to fly the plane as well because he learnt to be a pilot. He had a lot to do with the royal family. He was very friendly with King Charles.
And you were saying that he, at one point, or many times,
Yes.
parachuted into Buckingham Palace.
Yes, yes, on the green, on the front. And often the Queen would invite him in for tea. So, very proud. My father got his MBE at Buckingham Palace. I went along and was introduced to the Queen there. And I also was invited to the garden party, which I attended. with
Tell
the
us a
Queen,
little bit
yeah.
about your emotions today, because clearly, given
Yeah.
the connection, the family
Yeah.
connection,
Yeah.
what will be your thoughts as the procession comes past just after 3 o'clock this afternoon?
Very proud to have her as our Queen. Everything that she's given to the country and everything she's given to the people, and I think she'll be sadly missed. But hopefully my father will look after her when she's there, and and she will be looked after, and she'll be with her Prince Philip. So I think that's the most important thing.
One of the things that's been so lovely is how people have made friends along the way. People are chatting, aren't they? What's your name?
Karen.
Karen, what's your story? Why would you be here today?
I just could not. The Queen's been here for 70 years, and it's just a pivotal moment in the life of the country. I don't think we'll ever be the same now that she's gone. So it's just, it's just, you just can't not be here, I don't think.
Thank you all so much for talking to us today. We are expecting some 150,000 people to line the route here today. It will be a remarkable occasion on the long walk. I just leave you with this last thought. We are told that the Queen's marble slab, it will be simply engraved with Elizabeth II, 1926 to 2022. And you back to John and Sally.
Charlie, thank you so much. Charlie in Windsor for BBC Breakfast this morning. I was really struck by that lady who said, I just couldn't not be here today. So many people have just felt compelled, haven't they, over the last few days to make the journey to London and to Windsor.
And you do sense, certainly coming through London this morning, you sense the crowds are building. Thousands of people expected to gather in the city today, lining the procession route the Queen's coffin is going to be taking.
And Charlotte Gallagher is on the Mall for us this morning, where many of those people are. And Charlotte, what's the mood like there, close to Buckingham Palace this morning?
It's really special, John. It's lovely, actually. Everyone chatting to each other, talking about their memories of the Queen. People have been camped here since Wednesday, some of them we've spoken to. They just were determined to be a part of history and say goodbye to the Queen. And what's been really humbling, I've seen, is veterans that have queued up to see her lying in state, been on walking sticks, some of them, and they spent 14, 15 hours queuing to see their Commander-in-Chief. Let's speak to a couple of veterans that have come down here today. Jeff and Basil.
Hello.
Jeff, firstly, why did you want to be here?
Obviously, paying respects to the Queen. I've served in the Blues and Royals in the Household Cavalry.
Please refrain from
it's our way of
waving
saying
large flags on
goodbye
poles,
to the boss.
as these will
Known
restrict
affectionately
the
as the
view
boss.
of others. Thank you for your
So
assistance.
I came here Friday night and been here ever since.
And what's it been like being here since Friday night? It's been a long wait for you.
It's good atmosphere. I had the tent and the camp bed and all the food and gas stoves and all that. So it's been a good atmosphere. So I've made a lot of friends down here.
Well, if anyone's going to be prepared, it's a former soldier. That's what you'd expect.
Yeah.
Basil, you were in the Blues and Royals as well.
Yeah, I was, yeah.
And you met the Queen, didn't you?
Yeah,
Can you tell me about that?
and the Queen Mother as well. So I used to work for the Queen Mother as well. So I was one of the house sergeants, or one of the house orderlies over at Clarence House. So this is my second royal funeral.
And what was that like, working for the royal family, meeting them up close?
Well, I mean, they're like, just like everybody else. I mean, you do your duties and that's it. I mean, what can you say really? They're just, you just do your job and that's it. The same as being in the army. I mean, I did 33 years, so she was my boss really.
And really special to you. You've been here since Friday as well.
No, I came last night.
Yeah.
Me and Jeff have been known each other since 1971 when we were in Cyprus. So we've known each other 52 years nearly.
And is it nice being with such a good friend for this moment?
Oh yeah, definitely. Yeah, I mean, just to pay respects. You know, I've done done the army and the Clarence House as well. So.
And Jeff, what do you think it's going to be like when, as you called her, the boss goes past?
Very sad, actually. All we've ever known is the Queen, and now we've suddenly got a king. It's quite a strange feeling, actually. It's been very upsetting, and I've been watching most of the footage on the television. I've been up in laying flowers with my sisters. My sister had done the line in state the other night, so we feel that our family have all done a bit for Her Majesty. Yeah.
Brilliant.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
That was Jeff and Basil talking to us about why they wanted to come down here today. And I'm just going to share something with you that a police officer told me actually earlier. This is her 15th day in a row, and she said she would do anything for the Queen. She joined the army when she was 16 years old, and now she's a police officer, and she said she would have given anything to be here. It hasn't felt like work to her, it's felt like her duty.
Oh, Charlotte, thank you very much indeed. Charlotte Gallagher outside Buckingham Palace. All those uniforms tell a story as well, don't they? So Scouts uniforms, military uniforms. I even saw somebody in their jockey's outfit a little bit earlier, all of them tied to the life of Her Majesty the Queen.
Sarah's still with us, and as we reflect now, Sarah, on everything that we've seen so far this morning, let's look a little bit ahead to the ceremony itself, because we've heard more details about the service, haven't we?
Yes, indeed. So the service is due to start at 11 o'clock. Those doors there are due to open at 8. So all those world leaders, dignitaries, VIPs are going to make their way in. And we should say that many members of the public have been invited, those who've won Victoria Crosses, George Crosses, and those that have really given themselves to the communities, given themselves to service, which of course was so important to the Queen. So they are going to make up the congregation as well. The royal family, of course, are going to play a key part. They will process behind the children. We've seen the grandchildren do that. Today we will also see great-grandchildren. So Prince George, only 9, and Princess Charlotte, just 7, will be in the procession behind the coffin. Of course, they are now 2nd and 3rd in line to the throne, that this is their life, their future life of public service. Lord Sentamu, just to give you an idea of what it's going to feel like, this service, the former Archbishop of York said yesterday, the Queen does not and did not want a long, boring service. Instead, you're going to be lifted to glory as you hear it. So we're going to hear "The Lord is my shepherd." It will be sung as it was at the Queen's wedding here back in 1947. And at the end, there will be the last post, just near the end of the service, will be sounded by the state trumpeters of the Household Cavalry, and then that 2-minute silence will be observed here. Another chance, as it was last night, for people to stop and reflect and think of Her Majesty. That will bring the service to a close, and then things will move, of course, to Windsor and her final resting place.
And let's talk about Windsor, Sarah, because this is a day in 2 parts, isn't it? What will happen there at Windsor Castle later?
Well, I think first of all the procession will be important because it will allow, again, thousands of people to watch as first through the streets of London, and then when it transfers into the State Hearse, which we know the Queen had a hand in designing so that it was full of glass so that people could see her as much as possible as she went past. And as you say, it will travel to St George's Chapel, first for a committal service at 4 o'clock, which will be, it's a smaller congregation, around 800 or so. These will be more personal connections, people who've worked with her in the Queen's households across the country, and there will be personal moments in that. And then finally, this evening, there will be the private burial, away from the cameras, a moment for the family themselves to say goodbye. And as we've been hearing, she will be laid to rest finally in the George VI Memorial Chapel, alongside her husband, late husband, Prince Philip, and with her family, so with her parents and with her younger sister, Margaret.
Sarah, thank you so much for your company this morning. Thank you very much indeed. And of course, coverage of the Queen's funeral continues throughout the morning here on the BBC and on the BBC News website too, where there are full guides to every part of today, including the service and the processions.
Thank you so much for joining BBC Breakfast from Westminster Abbey this morning. It has been a real privilege, hasn't it, to be here as this day begins. And let's end this morning's programme looking at some images of Her Majesty throughout her 70-year reign.
I declare before you all that my whole life, whether it be long or short, shall be devoted to your service and to the service of our great imperial family.
Still to endure, better days will return. We will be with our friends again. We will be with our families again. We will meet again.
This is BBC One on Monday, the 19th of September. Now, the funeral of Her Majesty, the Queen.
For the first time in over 2.5 centuries, Westminster Abbey is the setting for a state funeral after the death of the longest reigning monarch in British history. Today in London and in Windsor, we close one of the most significant chapters in the remarkable story of the monarchy. On this 10th day of national mourning, following the death of Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II, the doors of Westminster Abbey are about to be unlocked to admit the large congregation for today's state funeral. It will be a day of grief, of course, and a day of gratitude as well. And the events here in London and in Windsor will be on a truly majestic scale. The past 10 days have seen a mass public display of respect and admiration for the late Queen and the lifelong service that she gave throughout Britain, the Commonwealth, and beyond, as hundreds of thousands have made the pilgrimage to Westminster to pay their respects. All eyes on the Abbey and the doors open, ready for the congregation to arrive. And this state funeral will be attended by 2,000 guests, including heads of state, prime ministers, members of foreign royal families. The last monarch whose funeral was held at the Abbey, by the way, was George II, back in 1760. So this really is a day of history, as Britain says farewell to the monarch who broke all the records. Now, across the square at Westminster Hall, the Queen's lying in state formally ended a short while ago at 6:30 this morning. And the past 4 days, as we've seen, have seen queues stretching 5 miles along the south bank of the River Thames. But the opportunity to witness the scene in person, as I say, has now ended. And the next time we see the coffin, draped in the Royal Standard, it will be brought from the Palace of Westminster on the state gun carriage to Westminster Abbey for the service, which begins at 11 o'clock. And then following the service, the Queen's coffin will be drawn by more than 100 naval ratings in a long, majestic procession from the Abbey to Wellington Arch at London's Hyde Park Corner. And there are more than 3,000 military personnel taking part in the procession. It's nearly 4,500 if you include all of those taking place at Windsor. And at Wellington Arch, the coffin will be transferred to the State Hearse for its final journey to the Queen's main home, which is Windsor Castle, where a procession will make its way up that glorious long walk and then into the castle precincts and down to St George's Chapel, where the Queen will be buried alongside her late husband, the Duke of Edinburgh. So, truly, there is a momentous day ahead, a day packed with glorious ceremony, glorious music, solemn worship, of course, at the Abbey, an experience that we will never forget. The state funeral of the longest reigning monarch in British history, a global event with many world leaders in attendance, and yet a very British event, an opportunity to say a last farewell to a much-loved sovereign. Now, the main ceremonial elements start just before the funeral service itself, as the Queen's coffin is taken from Westminster Hall to the Abbey on the state gun carriage of the Royal Navy. By the way, it's the carriage used for the funeral procession of the Queen's father, George VI, back in 1952. Senior members of the royal family, led by the King, will follow the gun carriage on foot. Now, the first procession, let's talk about that. It's the shorter of the two. It'll be led by the massed pipes and drums of the Scottish and Irish regiments, the Brigade of Gurkhas, the Royal Air Force. It will be a spectacular sight and sound. It will cross Parliament Square on its way to the Abbey, where the coffin will then be received by the Dean of Westminster and the Archbishop of Canterbury for the service. The second procession is much bigger. It's 1¼ miles long. It'll set off from the Abbey after the service at 12:15. It will involve thousands of military and civilian personnel, several military bands, members of the royal family and royal households. They will cross Parliament Square, go along Whitehall, past the Cenotaph there, past Downing Street, then turning left under the Horse Guards Arch, onto the expansive Horse Guards Parade, the scene of so many jubilant birthday parades for the Queen. And then the long procession will slowly make its way down along the Mall towards Buckingham Palace, past St James's Palace, past Clarence House, past Green Park on the right-hand side, around the memorial to Queen Victoria, past Buckingham Palace one final time, and then along Constitution Hill, heading for Hyde Park Corner, where there will be thousands of troops assembled at Wellington Arch. They'll be there by 1 o'clock, and the coffin will then be taken by hearse to Windsor. Now, here on BBC One, we have unrivaled coverage of the day's events, with some very special guests joining us along the way. If you'd like unaccompanied coverage, well, you can have that as well. You can use the service on the red button. So at this point in the morning, let's see how things are looking over at the Abbey, with just under 3 hours to the start of the service, and my colleague Fergal Keane is there.
The story of the monarchy, its most sublime hours and its most sorrowful, is embedded in the stone, wood and glass of this great building. Today it hosts the most significant state funeral of the modern age in Britain. A huge moment, not just in Britain, but for the many who will be watching across the world. It will be a funeral in which we will still feel the influence of the Queen, for she was deeply involved in planning the detail of this service. Members of the congregation began arriving in the Abbey a few moments ago, here to mourn the death and honour the life of a monarch who'd always seemed to represent the best of their nation, the best of themselves. The tradition of royal funerals at the Abbey began with Edward the Confessor, buried here in 1066 on the site of the Abbey church he built. The first Queen Elizabeth, who died in 1603, is buried in the vault of the Abbey. And here too the grave of Richard II, calling to mind words that seem apt today of William Shakespeare from the play Richard II. Let us sit upon the ground and tell sad stories of the death of kings. But we remember too that for Her Majesty this was also a place of joy, the place where her own marriage took place and her coronation, and from where she uttered these essential words: "I have in sincerity pledged myself to your service, as so many of you are pledged to mine." Reflecting that bond between monarch and people, some 2,000 will attend the funeral from all walks of life. In line with that message of service, it will be a gathering together not simply of the powerful and the renowned, but of those distinguished by their gift of service. Members of the armed forces who risked their lives in war, dedicated community workers and members of the emergency services. All part of the fabric of community, woven from the selfless choices of individuals, and here to bid farewell to their Queen.
Such a glorious setting. We'll be joining Fergal again in a short while. This morning's events here in London consist of that state funeral service and, as I said, the procession of thousands of personnel to accompany the Queen's coffin. And then the focus moves to Windsor and to the castle. David Dimbleby is there.
The castle at Windsor has a sombre air today. The skies are overcast. And it's here that the cortege will reform. Here, the Queen's home, the place she came to weekend after weekend, the place where she spent the years of the war, where she learnt to ride, where she put on pantomimes, a place, despite its grim appearance, that was actually her home. The cortege will reform here in a slightly different form, not quite as long as the procession in London, but with all the key elements there. The bands playing, the pipes and drums, the heralds, the pursuivants in their glorious tabards, members of the royal family, the royal household, the Queen's coffin borne on a state hearse with pallbearers and the escort party of the Grenadier Guards. And it will come up this long walk where people are already gathering, the people who've been here over the weekend laying flowers, which you can see on the left there on the way up to the castle entrance, the William IV gate, who are gathering, going through security, and by the time the procession arrives here, they'll be here in their thousands, I've no doubt. And through that gate the hearse goes, and beyond in the courtyard the King and members of the royal family who've travelled down from London will meet the hearse and accompany it down through the Norman Gate into the entrance of the chapel of St. George. This beautiful chapel, the coffin will be borne up through the west door and into the chapel itself. And there a service will take place which will have a different congregation, rather more intimate again. Godchildren will be there, people who've worked for the Queen. But there is at the centre of it one very special moment, the final moment before the burial, when the Queen's instruments of state, the crown, the orb, and the sceptre which travel on her coffin will be placed on these 3 cushions on the high altar, removed from her coffin, given back after the 70 years of her reign, and then she herself will be laid to rest beside her husband, the Duke of Edinburgh, and it has to be said 10 other British monarchs.
When the Queen's death was announced from Balmoral on September the 8th, a few days after Her Majesty had given that audience to the new Prime Minister, Liz Truss, there was a great sense of uncertainty, of things being in flux, the loss of the nation's rock or anchor, as one member of the public put it in the queue in recent days. The truth is, of course, that the Queen represented continuity and certainty to millions of people, certainly across Britain, but throughout the Commonwealth as well. And the past 10 days have underlined that, as well as the big supply of goodwill that clearly exists towards the new king. This is BBC News from London. Buckingham Palace has announced the death of Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II.
Queen Elizabeth was a life well lived, a promise with destiny kept, and she is mourned most deeply in her passing. That promise of lifelong service I renew to you all today.
Three cheers for His Majesty the King. Hip, hip.
She set an example of selfless duty, which, with God's help and your counsels, I am resolved faithfully to follow.
Yes, there's been a lot of sadness, but there's been a lot of gratitude too, it has to be said. Also people wanting to celebrate. One member of the public who I bumped into just said, what a reign, which I think summed it all up really. Focus on Buckingham Palace. It will be very poignant later today when that big procession passes the palace and the Queen's coffin on the gun carriage as Her Majesty passes her main London residence for the last time on the way to Windsor. That will be a little later on as we get into the procession after the service at Westminster Abbey. With me, two very special guests to start the day, and I'm really pleased to have them here, as I'm sure you will be. We have Felicity Kendal, the distinguished actor, and we have the former athlete and man who was really the brains behind the London Olympics and lots of other things too, Lord Coe, Sebastian Coe. Thank you very much for joining us.
Thank you.
Lovely to have your company. Felicity, I'll start by asking you, before we talk about personal knowledge of the royal family, just for a sense of the last 10 days, the impression it's made on you.
The last 10 days, well, today is very special, isn't it? It's a kind of day of thanksgiving and saying goodbye. So today is particularly painful, I suppose, in a way. But the last few days, I've noticed that it has been an extraordinary combination of people from every walk, from every age, every race, every creed, every kind of family. And really, there's this collective need to go and pay respects to this most extraordinary of women, and to just say thank you for the lessons, for the dignity, for the service that she promised as a young girl, and she has fulfilled. And it is a lesson to us all that we should take really to our hearts.
It's a very good point to make right at the start of the day. And I'm just wondering what your insight is really into the fact that, given that we live in a world which is very polarized and divided, and we suddenly have an episode where we have people coming together who may, in other circumstances, not be on the same side, all of them wanting to come together to show sympathy and to show gratitude.
Yes, and one of the things that is most, I think, stunning is that in this world where selfies and I am here, and yes, I put my mark on this and it's all about me being involved, there is this pilgrimage that has been going through, paying respects, and there is not a mobile in sight. It is absolutely in the moment. It is there for her, with her, recognizing her, and that moment will be over in a moment. It's gone, and I think the combination of real grief and that it's over, is the fact that today she is gone.
Yes.
And for 10 days people have been saying, yes, we will do this, yes, remember her. And now that is going to come to an end in one sense. You can no longer pay respects. And her family are having to grieve in public, and I hope they get some comfort from this universal outpouring.
Seb, of course, it's not just a matter of some concern, interest, and a desire to be grateful in Britain. Because, as you know, given some of your recent work abroad, it's something that's also affected others.
I think for me that has been the most instructive and insightful, because you talked about a world divided. I was actually in Zurich, our last athletics meeting of the year, the big one-day meeting, and I was in a row of athletics family from China, Italy, Spain, Canada, Australia. And a Kenyan delegation. The Kenyan delegation were in tears when this was announced at 7 o'clock. The stadium in the middle of Switzerland became a very somber place. And everybody sat there absorbing the news at the same time. And I sensed, of course, this would be an extraordinary event in the United Kingdom, but it was that moment in Switzerland that gave the clue to just what this impact was going to have globally. I was then in Sao Paulo a few days later for the South American Athletics Championships. Every flag in Sao Paulo at half-mast. And federations having a minute's silence before their South American Track and Field Championships. I then went to the west coast of the States, every flag at half-mast, and the same wall-to-wall coverage on every television station. So my absorption of all this has been overseas, and it just makes you realise what an extraordinary and global event in a so-called divided world, because the world has come together around this in a way that I think we shouldn't be surprised, but it's wonderful to see. It's wonderful to see all the same.
Do you mind if we pause for a second? We'll come back and we'll continue the conversation, because the opportunity to visit Westminster Hall, as I said, the lying in state, ended this morning, nearly 2 hours ago, by which time some people had been queuing up for 24 hours, despite the rather sharp fall in temperature overnight. Lots of people, of course, are crowding along the route itself. Parliament Square looking fairly quiet at this point, but trust me, it'll be very full later on, with a Tri-Service Guard of Honour dominating Parliament Square itself. And just wait for that first procession and the sound of the pipes and drums. Honestly, you will be blown away by it. So let's join Sophie, who's in Parliament Square.
Yes, well, we have watched hundreds of thousands of people pour through these gates as they left Westminster Hall over the past few days. The gates are now closed and Parliament Square is empty. No public are being allowed in here today, but instead you can see thousands of people along the streets here, right down Whitehall as far as the eye can see. One woman's been camped out since Friday afternoon, others just here since last night. No one has had any sleep, like the two people I have with me now, Sarah and Mark, who were, if not the last people, very much the last people in the queue last night. What was that like?
Amazing. I think it's the best thing I've ever done in my life. Even having my children, Lily and Luca, I think this tops that. It was just amazing. I'm so pleased we did it.
It was a very last-minute decision, wasn't it?
Absolutely last minute. Looked at the time. We've got childcare, so we just jumped on the train and came up here.
And you joined the queue at 9:30 last night?
Yeah. We basically didn't come. I'm a childminder and I couldn't find anyone to look after my own children. So I asked my mum. My mum came over last night to stay with us so we could watch the funeral today. And it just came over us and we said, we've got to go. And my mum's like, just go. So thank you, Mum. Thank you, Sylvie.
What was it like inside when you went through? Because you were almost the last.
You can hear a pin drop. It looked like a photograph. The guards.
The guards. It was surreal. It was beautiful. It really was.
Amazing. It just peaceful. Regal. It was the best thing I've ever done. It was amazing.
I was watching the live feed and I did see you come through and you shed a tear, didn't you?
Yes, I did. I mean, I am a naturally emotional person anyway, but the wave of emotion and love and just the moment is this. I mean, this is a history.
Nothing you've ever seen before.
I mean, look at where we are now. I mean, look. I mean, we are Mr. and Mrs. Barlow standing in this square, and
you're here. A moment. You were very much a moment of history. Well, thank you very much, and I'm very glad you got through.
Thank
Yes,
you.
so are we.
Thank
Thank
you.
you.
Thank you.
Well, it's so nice, isn't it, to see people, you know, albeit on the day of a state funeral, enjoying the experience and appreciating the fact that they are here. And I think we all sense that. Felicity and Seb are still with me. We were also wanting to touch on really the kind of quirky sense of humour that the Queen had sometimes, if I can put it that way. I'm going to start this time with Seb, if I may, and because you're obviously so associated with 2012, and I remember having to do a bit of commentary over that, the gag on the helicopter, and I still get people asking me whether that actually happened. Did the Queen jump out of a helicopter? And you know, I'm sure you're asked much more than I am, Seb.
There isn't a day that goes by without somebody somewhere in the world asking me about this, and a whole heap of people still believe that she did actually jump from the helicopter. No, genuine. No, really? No. But no, it was an extraordinary moment. It was Danny Boyle who was our director. It was the only day throughout the 7-year period of the Games when I did genuinely feel the globe wobbling as he came in and said, we've done some market research, and it shows that the Queen and James Bond, in that order, are the iconic, they're the global, iconic global figures. And wouldn't it be, I was buying right up to that moment until he said, wouldn't it be a great idea if we could get them to jump out of a helicopter together? And in fairness, of course, it was Danny that actually got it across the line, the great Republican, who actually turned down a knighthood for his efforts in delivering the opening ceremony, sat with Her Majesty, and there are lots of things that are said about it, but it was Danny that persuaded her. My first role was actually to take the Princess Royal through the creative thoughts, and I remember sort of with these rather hammed up drawings and showing whether the helicopter, and the only question I got at the end of it is, what kind of helicopter? And I realised, of course, she knew everything about helicopters. I said, well, you wouldn't get a Chinook under Tower Bridge.
Oh, that's wonderful.
You might get a Sea King, and it would need to be a twin engine. And I suddenly, of all the questions I thought I'd get, and that's actually how it started, but she entered into the spirit of it.
It was a stroke of genius, really.
Well,
really.
I think it is, I will say it from this distance, but I think it's still, will always be the iconic moment in an opening ceremony.
That and Paddington.
Yes.
Yes, yeah.
And the ability to keep the secret, because we filmed the Olympic sequence back in February. And with the exception of one newspaper that managed to run the story, but on April Fool's Day, and so our communications team said, have you looked at the date? And they sort of left the idea. And then, clearly with the Paddington story, there were very, very few people knew that was what was going to happen.
It's remarkable, really. I was just going to touch on the fact that you knew Princess Margaret, the Queen's sister, very well, because, as I understand it, you did actually do a reading at her funeral, which was a great honour for you, but reflected your relationship with them. And I'm just wondering how far back your memories go. There's a lovely image there, look, which is of Princess Margaret and Lloyd Webber, and there you are on the left-hand side. We're going to be chatting to that gentleman in the middle in a short while.
Yes.
What are your mememories of that? Did they go back as far maybe as the coronation, or where do your memories go back to?
Well, my memories of the beginning, I suppose, that I remember is watching the coronation black and white when I was a little girl of 6, and we had to close the curtains, and we watched it, a collective family together with dogs and things. And I remember, I can still remember that the overwhelming thing was that she was so beautiful. The Queen was so young, and she was so beautiful. And then there was this moment that I think is well recorded when she comes onto the balcony with Prince Charles and Princess Anne, and they're very little girls. She has these beautiful gold bangles, and she's standing there, Queen, and Prince Charles, as a little boy, is playing with her gold bangles. And to this day, it's the most beautiful moment, because that was the beginning of almost a century. And now we have the continuity of King Charles, and it's a very special memory, that. And then I later got to know Princess Margaret, and what struck me when I was privileged enough to see them slightly more privately, not just publicly, was this bond between the family. They are funny and close, and there is a difference between the work, because the work has to be in a certain way, and then there's this naughtiness, and this incredible love between them all, and that is something I was very privileged to see.
I'm sure those are themes which will be underlined in the service today.
I hope so.
Yes, indeed. Can I thank you both? It's lovely to have your company.
Thank you.
As we start the day's coverage on such a historic day. So, Felicity and Seb, thank you very much indeed.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you. Well, now then, the grand ceremony and the pageantry, which lies at the heart of this state funeral today, depends in huge measure, as you'd expect, on the armed forces. Now, there are thousands of military personnel taking part in the funeral processions. Most of them are set to form up at Wellington Barracks, which is very close to Buckingham Palace, it's just across the way. And my colleague JJ Chalmers, who's a veteran himself, is there this morning.
Thank you, Hugh. Today is an operation which has been decades in planning. Tens, if not hundreds of thousands of armed forces personnel have prepared for this day throughout history. This will be one of the largest military processions ever assembled in our country's history. All 3 military services, as well as the civilian services and troops from across the Commonwealth, combining to lay Her Majesty to rest. Bearer parties and guards of honour will form up on this parade ground behind me, but there will also be teams in barracks across the country who you will not see, but who have contributed to making this historic day. As well as sombre emotions, there will be a great pride felt across the country. That pride will be particularly felt by our nation's 2.4 million armed forces veterans. The Queen herself was a veteran of the greatest generation, but she was a veteran who continued serving well beyond her time in the military. A lesson that she taught us all. So, many will be looking to those on parade today to say goodbye to the Queen, to say goodbye to the old Colonel in Chief, to say goodbye to their old boss on their behalf. But goodbyes will not be said with words, they will be said with the combined spirit of those on parade. They will be said with those on parade's conduct and their actions. But I am a veteran who has a voice today, so these are my words of goodbye. Thank you, Your Majesty, for your service. Your duty is done. Stand easy.
We'll be back with JJ in a short while, so that's all happening at Wellington Barracks, and we will see the various elements of the processions forming up, the Guards of Honour and the pipes and drums, and as JJ was saying, everyone's going to be in a place to step off, ready for the first procession to take place. Well, there's a while to go yet, but all the preparations will be well in advance, within half an hour to 40 minutes. I'm delighted to say that my next guest we've already caught a glimpse of, though on an image that we showed with Felicity Kendall as she was chatting to Princess Margaret, and it is the iconic, if I can call Andrew, iconic composer, the Oscar winner, the Olivier winner. What more can I say about him? Lord Lloyd Webber, Andrew Lloyd Webber, thank you so much for coming in.
Well, it's an absolute privilege to be here today.
What does today mean, Andrew?
Well, it is really a day where we all have to, I think, reflect on one of the most remarkable women that anybody will ever see. I think, you know, she represented stability at a time when there's been so much change, and I think that the outpouring that we've seen in the last week. I mean, I've been in New York actually last week, and I mean, it's extraordinary, you know, how even there. It has deeply, deeply touched people, and all I can say is that I feel very, very, very lucky and privileged to have actually met what has to be probably the most remarkable woman of the past, 50 years, 70 years. What more can one say?
It's a big thing to say, and all of our viewers will understand well. There are lovely images, by the way, of quite a few of your meetings, and I'm sure there were lots of occasions when you were able to share views on performances and all the rest of it, because, as we know, she loved theatre, she loved music theatre. When was your first meeting with the Queen?
Well, I suppose my first meeting would have been probably just at sort of various openings, and I mean, but I got to know her rather better when some years ago, well, it would be for her 60th birthday, Prince Edward asked me if I would write a musical which was performed at Windsor, which I wrote with Tim Rice. And that led, of course, to Edward coming and working in my company. And over the years then, I've got to know her a little bit sort of off-duty.
Yes. And how did you find that?
Well, she was always, I mean, she was always the Queen, but I mean, but it was quite wonderful to have the occasional chat with her. Sometimes the odd disagreement, even.
Wow. Okay. Yeah.
But I mean, one of the things I was quite amused about was that she didn't share my love of Victorian architecture.
But did she not?
No.
That's interesting.
Well, not particularly of a building by an architect called William Burgess, but we won't go there now.
All right. Yeah.
No, she came to my home when we wanted to play her informally the song that I wrote with Gary Barlow, which was called Sing.
Yes.
And we put together a choir of racing people, because, of course, the Queen's love of racing, we all know. So I won't say it was the best choir that I've ever had, but we put that together and sang the song for her. And she was wonderfully generous about it. And we performed one or two other songs too, because I knew she had a great love of Rodgers and Hammerstein from her childhood days. So we did People Will Say We're in Love, and actually we did Miss Otis Regrets, which went very well, sung by the wonderful Jessie Buckley.
Wonderful, wonderful. There aren't many people, Andrew, who come on the programme and say that they'd entertained Her Majesty at their own home. So that in itself is quite a claim, isn't it, really? And quite a privilege.
It was a great honour, I mean, but it was a lovely evening.
Good. Can we take a little pause?
Sure.
And we'll be back in a moment. Thank you very much. As we know, for days, central London has been filling up with people very eager to experience some of the really special atmosphere that surrounds this period. It is a period of national mourning, and yet there's lots of elements within it which are to do with celebrating and giving thanks. It's not exclusively about mourning, as we've been reflecting in some of our conversations. Today, well, as you'd expect, for one of the biggest military processions ever seen in London, thousands lining the streets again today. Many are the same people, I suspect, who were out very bravely on a rainy evening last week to see the Queen's body being brought back to London from Edinburgh. And then lots of them, of course, were in the sunshine next day when the Queen's coffin was taken in procession to Westminster Hall. And we can see they're already packed onto the sides of the Mall there, and that will just grow in the couple of hours ahead of us. All over London, flags flying at half-mast, and all over Britain. You may be close to a big screen or a cinema or a public venue where they're showing today's events. So just have a look for one of those, because it might be a very nice experience to watch today's events in the company of lots of other people. So that's happening in lots of places across the UK. Let's have a look at the Palace of Westminster, having had a friendly wave from some of the crowd. Now, this is where the ceremonial events will begin after 10:30 this morning. But those taking part, they number more than 500. That's just for the initial section, by the way. They will be in place from 9:45. And many of the organisations and patronages linked to the Queen will be represented today, certainly among the 2,000 people in that congregation. So in the heart of Parliament Square, let's join Sophie once again.
Well, this is the Great North Door at Westminster Abbey, and you can see the guests arriving there, taking their places ahead of the service later this morning. I'm joined here by Dr. Leanne Armitage, who is a newly qualified doctor, qualified 2 years ago, and the recipient of the Queen's Young Leader Award in 20. Just explain what it means to you to be here today.
Today feels very powerful. I'm here because of the Queen's Young Leaders Award, and the Queen had a real profound impact on my life because of the Queen's Young Leaders Award. So it just feels really special to really just reflect on the impact that she had on my life through that award and the work that I've been doing with my charity.
And what was the award about? Why were you singled out for that?
Yeah, so the award was there to celebrate young people across the Commonwealth who were contributing to their community through the work that they had been doing. And I co-founded a charity called the Armitage Foundation, which is a charity that exists to increase diversity across UK medical schools. So it was in recognition of that.
And describe the atmosphere here today, what it's like being here in Parliament Square as the guest centre.
It feels so surreal. It's really difficult to put it into words. I think for many of us, the Queen was such a constant figure, and so to come to terms with the reality that she's no longer here, it's just, I guess it's all settling in for us as we accept that.
And you met the Queen when she awarded you back in 2018. What was that like?
Again, it's so difficult to put into words. I think what I often say to everybody is, for me, that moment encapsulated everything that I stand for, which is no matter what background that you come from, no matter what obstacles or barriers you face in life, you can go on to achieve your dreams and you can go on to achieve great things.
How much has that award helped you, though, in the work that you're doing now? You qualified 2 years ago. You're working in intensive care now, aren't you?
I am, yeah. The Queen's Young Leaders Award really amplified the work of my charity. It's opened doors for me in terms of helping us to collaborate with different people, different organisations to continue the work that we do. And also, it's also amplified the message that I go across when I go out and do speeches, to empower and inspire people to be their best.
Yes, it is extraordinary out here in Parliament Square now, though, isn't it, right now?
Yeah.
Very empty, but these huge crowds out there waiting to see the procession, and that will be quite a moment, won't it?
Yeah, absolutely.
Well, Dr. Leanne Armitage, thank you very much for joining us this morning.
Thank you.
Indeed, thanks, Sophie, and thanks to your guest as well. Andrew Lloyd Webber is still with me, Lord Lloyd Webber. And we've also been joined now by the double Olympic gold medalist, Dame Kelly Holmes. Kelly, thanks for coming in. It's nice to see you as well.
This is amazing.
It's an astonishing view, isn't it, really? What are your thoughts on today and what it means to people and what it means to you?
It's one of those times where it just feels so final. We've had sort of this 10 days mourning, and we now get to this point. And of course, we say goodbye for good. And I feel quite overwhelmed with that thought, to be honest. I've served with for my country. For 10 years, you swear allegiance to the Queen, an oath. And so for me, that's always been a lifelong oath. And whilst the shock and emotions have been there and we get to the final point, I always feel now that it's almost like she needs to rest in peace. I think she served her country and our people, that she said. We've now experienced that morning and, you know, that kind of memory. I got to do the queue at the line. It's just a big day. I feel so overwhelmed with it.
It is quite overwhelming, isn't it? Look at the congregation there, just starting to fill the Abbey. You're right, Kelly, it is overwhelming in many ways. How did you find the experience of the queue?
Do you know what? It was a remarkable day. I met so many people who were all there for the same reasons, all different ages. A gentleman called John Collinson, and I did say to him, I would mention him on television, he was 90 years old and he'd served for the country, and he walked 7.5 hours out of my 11 hours to do this because he felt compelled, like I did, to be in that queue. I had to do it. I was actually in Liverpool the night before and I'd got in at 2 a.m. in the morning, dare I say, and I changed all my plans for the weekend because there was something inside me that felt that she served for 70 years and the least I can do, and I didn't mind if I stood there for 24 hours, I would have done it. It was almost like my goodbye to something that for me she's been really important in my life.
That's a very nice thing to say, and I think that it'll be resonating with lots of people who watch. It was, as you say, it was your opportunity to say goodbye. I love the notion that, you know, you joined the armed forces when you were very young. The Queen was 18, I think, when she was a driver with the ATS. I think you were a driver at one point. Is that right?
Exactly. I joined just before I was 18.
Wow.
I was a driver mechanic as well. The Queen was 18 and was a driver mechanic. And so there's always been these little affinities, obviously, with her and her service. I'd served for nearly 10 years. I'm now Honorary Colonel with the Royal Armoured Corps. So again, I'm very connected. And one thing that I really appreciate from this is all of the forces, the armed forces, and the work they're doing behind the scenes to prepare for today. This has been obviously in the years in the making. They're very good at ceremonial duties. We are the best in the world, but what is going into this is incredible, and I think we're going to see this more than we've ever seen it before, everybody to come in together for such a great send-off.
Well, that's a lovely sentiment. And Andrew, as we look at these images of the Abbey, clearly we're looking forward to a service where there will be carefully chosen music in line with the Queen's wishes, because she had a view on how this service should develop, and that's understandable. And I'm just wondering, from your point of view, and given everything that you've achieved over the years, what has the Queen done in terms of promoting culture, in terms of promoting the arts? How important has she been in this sphere?
Well, she's been extremely important, and of course her support, particularly for music and theatre, which I know about, has been very, very valuable for all of us. And of course, it's incredibly moving for me to see those images we've just seen of the Abbey, because the Abbey, I have huge personal associations with the Abbey. You know, my Requiem Mass was performed there, and that building represents so much to me. It's kind of, it's one of the great places for music, and I know this service today will be something very remarkable.
People often don't understand that the plans for a day like today have been decades in the making. Yes. They've evolved. Sometimes they change quite a lot in terms of circumstances forcing change on the arrangements. But it's worth underlining that the Queen will have approved all the elements of the service and the way the service runs. And that's something people should bear in mind when they follow the service.
Yes, indeed, indeed. And of course, the choir at Westminster Abbey is second to none, you know, so it'll be an extraordinary but obviously incredibly moving day. It's difficult to put into words.
It's difficult to put into words as well for lots of the military, Kelly, because we've spoken to quite a few of them in recent days who've been rehearsing at all hours of the night, actually, for the processions. And all of them really feel that it's a day where they want to perform at 150%. They want it to be immaculate. They want it to be perfect. They want it to be a day that they can look back on with great pride. So it's, you know, as we see some more of guests arriving now, and lots of these, by the way, parts of the patronages, and a few politicians as well. Look, there's new Foreign Secretary James Cleverly, who's just at the back there. But lots of the others in the congregation now are part of the charities and patronages that the Queen supported over many years. And of course, she supported nothing more than the armed services because she had such a strong bond with them. So their part today in making all of this a really impressive event is essential. That's an understatement.
Absolutely. So up until, of course, she was the Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces. That does not change now because everybody serving is now serving for the King. So, of course, they want to do him proud as well. So it is an honour of your service and your duty for the Crown. And it will be so important that everything is absolutely to the T. And you'll see it. It will be astonishing for everybody who is watching the procession, everybody watching the television.
Well, can I just say to both of you, thank you very much.
Thank you.
It's very nice to see you both, Kelly and Andrew. And we'll remember this day for a long time to come, I feel. Yes.
We will.
Thank you so much. Thank you very much. As I hinted there, preparations for today in different guises have been going on literally for decades. The plans have been adjusted over the years. That's with the Queen's approval. But once the plans for this state funeral were finalised, well, the preparations then went into overdrive. And as Kelly was underlining, the armed forces are right at the heart of that, with their great attention to detail. So let's join JJ once again.
I'm with the Chief of the Defence Staff, Admiral Sir Tony Radakin. Now, sir, there's a poise across Wellington Barracks here, and indeed across London, particularly from our armed forces personnel. But that poise, it doesn't happen by accident, does it? It's a show of the immense level of preparation that has gone into today.
It absolutely is, and there's a frisson in the air. I've just met some of the soldiers, sailors, aviators that will be on parade later this morning. There's that passion, there's pride, there's a little excitement, there's a little apprehension, but I also think it's people that are very confident of what they need to do, and it's to fulfill their duty to Her Majesty the Queen, a final duty, and also to fulfill their duty to the new King, King Charles III, and ensure that we pay our respects to a grieving royal family, and we also represent the nation on their behalf for all of us that are here today.
You somewhat alluded to the fact that this is indeed a tri-service moment, and that's hugely important and significant, isn't it, sir?
It absolutely is. It's over 10,000 people in total, so about 6,000 that are on parade as part of the procession, the funeral, either here in London or at Windsor. But then there are 4,000 others who have been involved in the planning, who are helping with the marshalling, the security, the logistics, and then we're part of an even bigger team. So the police and the great job that they've been doing, some of the contractors, and then other Whitehall departments and our own civil servants. A massive effort. And then you add in the international contingent. So we've got our friends from the Commonwealth here. And again, it's very, very special that they're going to be part of this funeral. They're going to be part of the procession because that's what Her Majesty represented. The whole of the Commonwealth, the whole of the United Kingdom. And this obviously is a very global event.
For those on parade today who many ultimately fall under your command, can you describe the pride you have for them?
Yes, it's enormous pride. It's to the point of being very humbling, if I'm honest. These positions, I think, for those of us at the top of the armed forces, it's not something that you ever imagined or expect. And then you're thrown into these roles and you're surrounded by amazing, brilliant men and women who are committed, who are selfless, who get on with their job. They want to do it to the best that they possibly can. And we're fortunate to be a part of that ethos, that spirit. And then you touched on it earlier, the practices have been going on, the rehearsals in the middle of the night. the drill sergeants, you'll probably remember them fondly, JJ, the regimental sergeant major, and they've been working all hours to put us through our paces so that we can be the best that we can be for Her Majesty the Queen and His Majesty the King.
Well, thank you very much for your time and for the incredible effort that has gone into today. Go well, sir.
Thank you.
Good to hear from the man who heads all the armed forces, Admiral Tony Radakin, talking to JJ Chalmers. And the great expanse of Westminster Abbey, a place of worship for, well, over 1,000 years, which is something for us to reflect on today when we follow the state funeral for the Queen, and to think as well that there's not been a state funeral for a monarch in Westminster Abbey since the funeral for George II back in 1760. Because when we follow the events back in 1952 for the funeral of George VI, the Queen's father, there was indeed a procession in central London, but it went from Westminster Hall up to Paddington Station and to Windsor. There was no service at the Abbey. So the Queen very much wanted the service at Westminster Abbey today. This is her wish, and I'm sure that everyone would agree that it's a very fitting setting for the state funeral for Her Majesty. The Queen's last visit to the Abbey was in March of this year for a memorial service for the Duke of Edinburgh. And of course, this place, this House of Kings as it's known, has been the backdrop for some of the biggest events in the Queen's life, both sad and happy.
The Abbey and the Queen, a place and a monarch with a lifelong bond. A special connection, born of the Abbey being a royal peculiar, that is, under the direct jurisdiction of the sovereign, but more about affection than jurisdiction. From her earliest days, the Queen was among family here. It was here that she married Prince Philip. The royal wedding, a splash of colour to brighten up the grey days of post-war Britain. More royal weddings followed, for two of her children, Princess Anne, Prince Andrew. And for her grandson, William, heir to the throne, just as she had been until her father's death. Her coronation took place, of course, in her abbey.
The moment of the Queen's crowning is come.
The Abbey, soaring, dramatic, and yet intimate. A meeting place, a place to celebrate, give thanks, remember, to be sad. Westminster Abbey, so often the stage for so much royal drama. A fitting place to say goodbye to our longest reigning monarch.
Here in the Abbey, the congregation have been continuing to take their seats ahead of the service, which will begin in around 2 hours' time. And here we can see members of the armed forces, past and current. Many of the latter will be taking part in the procession directly following the service. And it's time to remember that thousands of members of the combined services have taken part in the events leading up to today's funeral. As we wait for the service to begin, it's a suitable moment to reflect on the central place of faith in the life of Queen Elizabeth. The sovereign holds the titles Defender of the Faith and Supreme Governor of the Church of England, titles that date back to the reign of King Henry VIII and the beginning of the English Reformation. And she expressed it best herself in her Christmas message of 2014. Christ's example, she said, has taught me to seek to respect and value all people of whatever faith or none. This was the expression of a tolerant vision of faith which profoundly influenced her actions as monarch. not least in the role she played promoting peace and reconciliation in Northern Ireland and between the United Kingdom and the Republic of Ireland. There was the example she set in Enniskillen on the 25th anniversary of the bombing of that town by the IRA, when Queen Elizabeth walked from the Anglican Church to the Roman Catholic Church, in what was later described by the parish priest, Canon Michael O'Reilly, as an expression of unity by a gracious Queen, a lovely lady. And we can see in the congregation now the former Archbishop of Canterbury, Lord Carey. And today we can expect to see representatives from a wide spectrum of faiths in attendance. Shortly before the service there will be a procession of religious representatives, including from the Sikh, Hindu, Buddhist, Jewish and Muslim communities, as well as representatives from the churches of Wales, Scotland, Northern Ireland and England. In less than half an hour the tenor bell will begin to toll here, and will toll every minute for 96 minutes, reflecting the years of Queen Elizabeth's life. The poet of the first Elizabethan age, John Donne, also a cleric of the Anglican Church, reflected that the tolling of the bell signified the loss felt by the entire community when one of its members dies. He wrote, "Therefore never send to know for whom the bell tolls. It tolls for thee."
We are at Westminster Abbey on the day of the state funeral for Her Majesty the Queen. The time is approaching 9 o'clock, and if you're just joining us, let me just explain a little about what you can expect as the morning unfolds from now on. At 10:44, we expect the first procession to step off from Westminster Hall to Westminster Abbey, and then the state funeral service will begin at 11 o'clock, conducted by the Dean of Westminster with the Archbishop of Canterbury assisting, and that will end with a nationwide 2-minute silence. That will be at midday. And then at 12:15, the big funeral procession from Westminster Abbey, the larger of the two, will make its way to Wellington Arch, with thousands of members of the armed forces accompanying the Queen's coffin on that gun carriage to Wellington Arch. The procession will arrive there at Hyde Park Corner at 1 o'clock, and the coffin then will be transferred to the state hearse. A few minutes later, the state hearse will then leave London. The Queen will leave London for the last time, heading for home, heading for Windsor. The service at Windsor in St George's Chapel will be taking place after the funeral procession, and the King and the royal family will be joining that procession at about 20 to 4. It'll make its way to St George's Chapel, and the service of committal will begin at 4 o'clock. So there you have a fairly detailed run through of the timings, and because all of this is in the hands of the Garrison Sergeant Major and the Earl Marshal, these timings will be pretty good. They'll be pretty precise. So when they say 10:44, they mean 10:44. Or at least we can all judge when it happens. Joining me now are two, I'm going to call them veteran observers of the scene, because they are veterans in the sense of being experienced. We have a former head of communications for Buckingham Palace and Clarence House, Sally Osman, and the former politician, the broadcaster and author, Giles Brandreth. Good morning to you both.
Morning, Hugh.
Nice to have you with us on a day like this. And Giles, we've spoken quite a few times in the past 10 days. We've now arrived at the day of the state funeral. What does today mean for people?
Well, today, in a sense, brings together the 4 golden threads of the Queen's life: service, duty, faith and family. Because this will be a ceremonial day, and the Queen was very much enamoured of ceremony. She believed in the power of ceremony, the value of ritual, doing things as they've been done before. Duty, there will be, as it were, her armed services performing a final duty for her. Faith was central to her life, and to be here at this incredible abbey, which really is our royal story, 1,000 years, from the reign of King Edgar onwards. Every English sovereign has been crowned in this abbey bar 2 who weren't crowned. And 18 royal weddings here, from Henry I to the present Prince of Wales. Her parents were married here. She was married here. And I was reading a lovely letter that her father, George VI, who mattered so much to her, sent to her after her wedding, when he spoke of how he felt a very real loss, a moment of loss, when he handed her over to the Archbishop at her wedding.
Yeah.
And yet he knew, because she was so calm, that everything would be all right. And that's how I feel today. We are feeling a sense of loss, but everything will be all right.
And as you speak, Charles, and say that everything will be all right, we're just being reminded there on Horse Guards Parade of some of the meticulous attention to detail in the household division, certainly, and of course elsewhere in the armed services. These are people there just on the Mall. And there we have, look, the expanse of Horse Guards, where the procession will pass in a short while, a little later on. People crowded there. And a big contrast, of course, to that Saturday in early June, when we have tens of thousands of people in the park and then in the stands around the birthday parade itself. And we look down to the Guards Memorial there, which is just on the flank of St James's Park. So it's a lovely, lovely part of London, and one, of course, which is strongly associated with the Queen because of that parade and because of the ceremonial route from the palace over to the Houses of Parliament for the state opening of Parliament. All of these lovely Commonwealth flags on the approach road, just to underline again all the contribution that the Queen has made in terms of the Commonwealth. And Sally, from your point of view, there are so many aspects of the Queen's work that you can talk about, but given that we're seeing the Commonwealth flags here, that dominated a lot of her business, didn't it?
Absolutely, it really did. She genuinely loved the Commonwealth and loved seeing it grow and thrive. It went through some issues, but I mean, essentially it thrived under her stewardship in many respects. And she was there came a time when she couldn't travel to the Commonwealth anymore. The last big trip she did was to Malta for the Commonwealth Heads of Government meeting there. The next time, 2018, they came here to her. And also the Commonwealth came to her here in London in many other guises as well, through the Queen's Young Leaders, which was a brilliant initiative for the Diamond Jubilee, for the Queen's Commonwealth Canopy, which stretched right across the Commonwealth, now continues in the guise of the Queen's Green Canopy, and various other initiatives. So it was very, very dear to her heart.
When you said to the Queen, you had 15 Prime Ministers, she would interrupt and say, oh no, many more than that, and then would challenge you to name the Prime Minister of Ghana, which she could.
Yes. Oh, she certainly could, absolutely. Both of you just here with me, just looking at these crowds here. Lots of them are smiling. And, we are talking about the day of a state funeral. But lots of people are applauding and smiling.
Because we're honouring 96 years. It's an extraordinary achievement to live so long and to go out in full harness. The Tuesday before she died, she welcomed her 15th Prime Minister and then watched the 320 from Goodwood, which her horse Love Affairs won, a 2-year-old filly. She hadn't won a race for a while. I mean, what a way to go. And then 40 years. So we are honouring her memory, but we are also celebrating an extraordinary life.
And as we saw that image with the Prime Minister, the latest Prime Minister, Liz Truss, Sally, Queen was smiling. She looked frail, but she was smiling, and she was clearly, as we now know, very unwell. How typical was that she was insisting on performing that duty?
Well, duty to the very end, almost. I mean, it really is a kind of characteristic of her personality, her life, her commitment, everything. It was a wonderful, and I was so heartened that actually that was one of the, well, it was the last official picture of her, that she was smiling, that megawatt smile that used to light up a room and make everybody, no matter who she met, feel happy and feel as though they'd had that very personal moment with the Queen of the world.
There was a twinkle so often in her eye. She was a very amusing person. One of the things that we didn't see because she was so driven by duty, we didn't see in public as much as we might have done her sense of fun. We did, of course, with the lovely James Bond sketch and then with Paddington. But I remember having a conversation with her about the war years and about Windsor. And I expected her to talk about her service in the ATS and the war and her father's leadership and Winston Churchill. I said, what was your best memory of Windsor? She said, oh, I think the pantomimes. And she appeared in 3 or 4 pantomimes playing the principal boy and loved doing that.
And she was delighted recently because she found out a story about where the crown jewels had been hidden during the war. And it was for a documentary that we were making. And a letter was uncovered by the archive at Windsor, a letter from George VI to Queen Mary. And the key jewels in the imperial state crown that we have seen atop the coffin were prized out and stored in a Bath Oliver tin down in one of the passages underneath. It's actually called a sally port that led out underneath this castle, and it was hidden there along with other various precious things.
Well, it's just a lovely anecdote again, which brings the day into a different kind of place, really, that it is a day when we can share stories like that, and it is a day when we can, obviously, during the service, have a solemn moment to reflect in that 2-minute silence. It's lovely to have you both with us. Thank you very much, Giles and Sally. Thank you so much. Well, so many of today's military participants, they're young, they're relatively inexperienced, so it really is a test of their mettle. It's a big, big day for them. So let's see what they have to say. Let's join JJ, who's been speaking to some of them.
Yes, it certainly is, Hugh, and the final preparations are happening here at Wellington Barracks. I can even hear the pipes and drums tuning up in the flanks. Today, of course, is a day for the Tri-Service, and I'm joined by the Tri-Service here on the Parade Square at Wellington Barracks. Let's start with the Army, shall we? Captain Tom Windsor-Clive. You have a big responsibility today, sir. You said to me yesterday, this will all just happen. It just goes, but it doesn't just happen. It doesn't just go. There's a huge amount of preparation that goes into today.
I think we've been very lucky that we've spent months and years planning for this, and the last 10 days has been hectic. It's been a lot of early morning rehearsals, a lot of polishing from everyone, from the guys on the gate to the road sweepers. And I know that people here have been getting up at 10:30 at night to do the early morning rehearsals, to go through the night while London's sleeping, to make sure today is as best as it can be, pay the best respects for Her Majesty the Queen, so that we can give her the best send-off.
Very briefly, sir, you have a great family history within your regiment, and it continues today, doesn't it?
I'm very lucky that the Windsor-Clive has been in the Coldstream Guards since 1860, and I know this is a 4th funeral that we've been at, going back to Victoria, and it is a privilege to be able to give the Queen the best send-off that the Army can.
Fantastic. Over to the senior service, the Royal Navy, leading Air Engineering Technician Molly Ellis. You have quite a responsibility today. What role will you be playing?
I'm going to be carrying the state gun carriage. I'm one of the first women to ever carry the gun carriage. It's a privilege.
What does that mean to you? I mean, to get that opportunity to honour Her Majesty the Queen like that?
I'm honoured. We're going to be some of the first women in history to do this, and you know, you only get to be the first once. It's an amazing experience.
Fantastic. And to the RAF, Flight Sergeant Penny Jordan, you've had a 20-year career. I mean, how does this day stack up to those 20 years?
I would say without a doubt it's probably the biggest highlight. To be able to be here and perform my last duty for Her late Majesty, and also the first duty for the new King, is, like you say, it's the first and the last, and I don't think anyone will actually be able to comprehend how it feels right now and how everybody downstairs is actually feeling right now. It's pretty special.
Wonderful. Thank you so much for taking the time on what is a very nervous day, and go well, all of you. You make us very proud.
Thank you.
Absolutely, JJ, and just imagine being at that age and really taking part in the biggest event that's happened, not just in London, but in the UK for decades and decades. It's a big responsibility, of course, but it's a great privilege as well. And Sally and Giles are still with me. A couple of things I wanted to raise at this point. Sally, first of all, lots of the things that viewers have asked in recent weeks are to do with, you know, what the Queen did when she was not dealing with affairs of state, what she did when she was, for want of a better phrase, off duty. And given that you were in a position where you could see some of that, what would you say to viewers?
Well, I think she was a countrywoman at heart. and probably would have been a countrywoman had she not become queen.
Yeah.
I mean, aside from loving spending time with her grandchildren and great-grandchildren, I mean, the things she loved that we know so much about, her horses, but it wasn't just her horses, it was her racing horses. I mean, I was privileged to go to the Royal Stud quite a few times at Sandringham, and to see the cameras they've set up so she could actually see foals being born and discuss kind of with the manager how this one might perform. Other loves that she had, like the pigeon loft at Sandringham, was amazing as well. And the dog kennel, the gun dog kennel at Kennels at Sandringham, which she was instrumental in building up, became one of the world's finest. And she was a very, very good gun dog handler and quite often won competitions. People didn't quite know that it was the Queen, but she was so proud when she won. So there are all those, you know, those aspects that ran deep, as well as caring for the countryside itself. You know, she was a countrywoman at heart. And of course, she loved other things like stamp collecting, which she obviously got from her grandfather. Apparently, she loved doing jigsaws as well. I never quite saw that. But
and playing Scrabble.
And playing Scrabble.
When she was young, she was a wonderful dancer, according to her husband. And she could sing. She sang songs at the piano with Princess Margaret, and actually I heard her singing a bit of George Formby's When I'm Cleaning Windows,
Wow.
and doing an impression of her playing the banjolele.
It's such a nice image. It's a lovely image. As we look, the gentleman and the a very imposing gentleman making his way, and we're just about to see him. This is the Garrison Sergeant Major, Andrew Stokes, known as Vern, who was in this studio last night talking to us. He is the man who is in charge of all the precision and arrangements for this ceremonial today. Just imagine the weight on his shoulders. He's a very modest chap, but he's a very, very meticulous worker. Look at that, isn't that magnificent? He's admiring the fact that all these plans are coming to fruition today, as they should.
He looks remarkably relaxed, doesn't he?
He looks very relaxed. I think it's because he knows, really, Giles, that people are just, they're on their mettle today in a way that they rarely are. The armed forces are always clearly sharp and immaculate. Today's different. Yes?
They are sharper and even more immaculate because they know how much it mattered to the sovereign getting the uniform right.
I think she'd be so proud looking down on her family, how they've responded, on everybody who's making this work so beautifully, and on her people for the way that they have responded too.
Well, as we look at the Garrison Sergeant Major just heading down the Mall with all the Union flags there, it's got to be one of the best images we've had of this past 10 days. I'm bound to ask you at this point the patriotism that is involved in that image, Charles. The distinguished historian Peter Hennessy was saying over the weekend that, in his view, the Queen's death really does represent the end, the final full stop on the post-war period. Now, that to lots of people might seem to be a rather strange thing to say, given that we are so far after the end of the Second World War. But do you go along with that?
I go along with it completely. People of my parents' generation, they respected King George VI, the Queen's father, so much because he was the person, with Winston Churchill, who led the country through the Second World War. And the Queen was the last, really almost, person to have worn uniform, military uniform, during the Second World War in the ATS. Her husband, the Duke of Edinburgh, mentioned in dispatches in 1941, served in the Royal Navy. That generation has gone, and it is over now. And now we move on. A new generation, people, the new king, born after the war, a baby boomer, born in 1948. You know, he will be 74 come November. So the torch has passed on, and I think what will have pleased Her Majesty is the way the transition has happened seamlessly. One era ended. She welcomed a new Prime Minister who was born, I think, in 1975. Whereas Winston Churchill, her first Prime Minister and her father's great friend and ally, and her first Prime Minister was born in 1874. So this is...
What a span of history.
This is a turning point in our history.
And I think the Queen being one of the greatest exemplars ever of soft power, I mean, I think she always had that sense of stewardship of the institution of monarchy. And I think the King also has that sense that they build it for each era, and they adjust and they change. And as we know, he's always been a forward thinker, and hopefully he will still be a forward thinker.
Thank you both very much again, Giles. We are looking really in terms of the images now. We're on the Mall with the Garrison Sergeant Major, not too far away from Parliament Square, not too far away from Horse Guards Parade, and of course not too far away from Westminster Abbey, where the events of the morning will be taking place a little later on at that state funeral service. A real sense of build-up at the Abbey. There's your perspective of Westminster, with Westminster Abbey there just on the right-hand side, and the great Victoria Tower of the Houses of Parliament, and then the Elizabeth Tower, which then, of course, on the left, with Westminster Bridge, and then the modern block of St Thomas's Hospital just across the river there. But in the Abbey itself, more of the congregation have been arriving, so we can join Fergal once again.
And as the congregation continues to gather, we're reminded that the Queen was a truly global figure, recognised everywhere. Today, 500 heads of state and foreign dignitaries are expected to attend, and they'll be starting to arrive shortly. It is a rare occasion to see so many prominent public figures from around the world in one place. It's said to be one of the biggest gatherings of royalty and politicians hosted in the UK for decades. Members of royal families from across Europe will attend, many of them blood relatives of the Queen. And in the past days, there's been a plethora of tributes for Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth. She was a queen loved and respected around the world. The US President Joe Biden and the First Lady Jill Biden said, "Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II was more than a monarch. She defined an era." Italy's Prime Minister Mario Draghi said she guaranteed stability in times of crisis and has been able to keep the value of tradition alive in a society in constant and profound evolution. President Macron of France, recalling Her Majesty's 6 state visits, more than any other foreign head of state, to the Élysée Palace, said she was one with her nation, above the fluctuations and upheavals of politics. She represented a sense of eternity. And of course, there have been tributes from leaders across the Commonwealth, of which the Queen served as head for the entirety of her reign. There are 54 Commonwealth nations. 14 of them are what is known as Commonwealth realms. They have the monarch as their head of state. Narendra Modi, India's Prime Minister, said she'd be remembered as a stalwart of our times who'd personified dignity and decency in public life. Nana Akufo-Addo, the President of Ghana, the first African country to gain independence from colonial rule, said the Queen had brought elegant style and sheer joy to her duties and had kept the Commonwealth sturdy and true. This was particularly true during the tumult surrounding the isolation of apartheid South Africa in the 1980s, a time when African leaders like Kenneth Kaunda of Zambia spoke of the Queen's calming presence during the Commonwealth Heads of Government summits. Queen Elizabeth was said to rise above politics, though perhaps it's more accurate to say she expressed its most noble purpose, to bring together and reconcile out of division and discord. Between Britain and Ireland in the Commonwealth, she became a symbol of cooperation, of reconciliation. The Abbey is also home to the annual Commonwealth Day service, and it was the Queen herself who decided the service should be held there so that it could be properly organised as a faith occasion. And so the first Commonwealth Observance Day at Westminster Abbey was held 50 years ago in 1972. But the Queen's dedication to the Commonwealth began many years earlier.
On my 21st birthday, I welcome the opportunity to speak to all the peoples of the British Commonwealth and Empire, wherever they live, whatever race they come from, and whatever language they speak. I declare before you all that my whole life, whether it be long or short, shall be devoted to your service. God help me to make good my vow, and God bless all of you who are willing to share in it.
This has been a tour with a new style, meet the people informality. When the crowds realised that the royal family were going to get out of their cars and walk along the streets and come up and talk to them, they loved it.
Tēnā koutou. Tēnā koutou te ao koratu. Hello. We want the Queen.
Bunches and bunches of flowers appeared from people in the crowd.
I think the fact that she is the Queen of Australia, not just of England.
Ni hananas true. Long is stop one time you pala.
At this point in time, especially with the new government structure, it's fantastic that she could come through.
When I meet the young leaders of this century, I remember my own lifelong commitment made in South Africa in 1947 at the age of 21. This week, I am reminded of the extraordinary journey we have been on and how much good has been achieved.
Some lovely images there, and a reminder, of course, of how the Commonwealth has evolved and the way in which lots of the royal tours of the Commonwealth have indeed changed over the years. We're looking here at the approach to Hyde Park Corner and Wellington Arch. This is where the great procession will arrive after that state funeral service. These very elegant pillars with the flames are the Commonwealth Memorial gates. They're the pillars to the gates, which were inaugurated by the Queen, I think, back in 2002. And they're in memory of the 5 million, mostly men, from different parts of the British Empire as it then was, who fought alongside Britain in the First and Second World Wars. And they stand there as a permanent reminder of the immense sacrifice and contribution of people from all parts of the Commonwealth now, but Empire as it was, to those two big conflicts in the 20th century. The flames burn constantly, and as you drive past late at night, they cast a really big glow where the traffic is thundering by on Hyde Park Corner. But we'll see those gates again in a short while when the procession makes its way. We can hear Big Ben, which is suddenly tolling. Now, there's a reason for that. That is because Big Ben, which has been out of action for lots of the time over the past few years, is working again today, and that is because there will be 1 minute tolling of Big Ben for every year of the Queen's long life, 96. So well over an hour and a half of tolling of the bell at Big Ben. So if you hear the bell tolling, it's because of that. And of course, that'll be a bit of a powerful backdrop to lots of the events that will happen in Parliament Square in the next hour or so, as the first procession forms up, ready for the transfer of the coffin over to Westminster Abbey. So we're getting closer to the time now where we'll see parts of the ceremony taking place. With me, the historian and broadcaster David Olusoga, and the journalist and author, certainly respected commentator, writer for the Daily Mail, Robert Hardman. Good to have you both with us. And I'm thinking, David, really, when we see those Commonwealth gates, which have been there now for 20 years, I sometimes feel that they're not given the prominence that they probably deserve when you look at the kind of royal landmarks and other landmarks, military landmarks in London. But it's good for us to be highlighting what is actually quite a big aspect of the way people assess the Queen's reign, how she managed the change from this world of empire to a commonwealth of equal nations as it's set out. What's your assessment of the way that that happened?
Well, I think if you read books about the history of the Commonwealth, what you find is both historians but also Commonwealth leaders, they almost always end up with the same metaphor. They describe the Queen as glue, the glue that holds this thing together. Because if you think about the Commonwealth, its commonalities are not obvious. Not all of the nations in the Commonwealth were former British colonies, and even those that were, they have very different histories. Ireland's in the Caribbean under English, then British rule from the 1600s, African nations under the British Empire for less than a century. There's no commonality of language. There's hundreds of languages spoken in the Commonwealth. What they've had in common is this figure for 70 years. And that metaphor of glue, it is the one everyone ends up with.
Constancy, that's what we're talking about, Robert. And that applies to the Commonwealth just as much as it does to public life here in Britain.
It certainly does, Hugh. And I often think with the Commonwealth, and we saw those wonderful scenes just now on that video, and I think there's a perception that perhaps, the Queen had a lovely time travelling around the Commonwealth and visiting all these lovely places, and that it was all very serene and elegant. And what I think that overlooked is the fact she wasn't just a symbol. She was a player. She was absolutely crucial, particularly in those early days of the Commonwealth, when it was coming into what we call the modern Commonwealth, when it wasn't just the old white dominions, when African nations were starting to assert, get their identity, get independence. And she was absolutely crucial in helping the organisation establish its identity, giving it a royal palace just down the road from here, Marlborough House, giving it an annual service in the church over there, Westminster Abbey. It needed focal points, it needed a sort of stature and recognition. And she was very important in that. And there were often times when the Commonwealth was very split on all sorts of things. And you speak to former Secretary Generals like Sonny Ramphal, Emeka Anyukwu, they will tell you that if it wasn't for the Queen, the Commonwealth would no longer exist.
How do you assess Her Majesty Stuart? I mean, how politically savvy was she in the way that she managed this process?
Well, it's a strange phrase to use for someone who occupied a hereditary position. But when it comes to the Commonwealth, the Queen was a professional. She was, in a way, a career woman. This was something that she dedicated enormous amounts of energy, time and intellect to. And another thing that you'll come across if you talk to people who really understand the Commonwealth is that nobody, literally nobody, understood it as well as the late Queen.
I mean, that understanding, as you say, Robert, really is at the heart of the way that she knew how to adjust, how to tack now and again, and how really to deal with individuals, leaders who were themselves under huge pressure, and to understand the pressures that they were under and unable maybe to deliver some of the compromises that were needed. It needed a lot of political sensitivity in that way.
And it needed a human touch. And I think it was very important that she was sort of the same age as a lot of these founding fathers of these Commonwealth nations. They very much felt she was a contemporary, an ally. They might have their run-ins with the British government. They had many, and for very good reasons. I mean, many of them had actually been in prison at the hands of the British government in the days when they were fighting for independence. They could see that in the Queen they had this completely different figure who wouldn't get involved in policy, but who would respect them as an equal, and very firm friendships were forged. And whenever they gathered, she was a friend.
Can we pause for a second? Because what we're going to do is continue the conversation, but just to explain to viewers at home, now that we're approaching the point where we'll see some of the processions forming up, as we say, we want to just obviously keep tabs on all of that, and that's happening in different centres. More than 3,000 participants will be taking part in the main procession. Fewer in the first procession, but trust me, no less impressive for that, because when those pipes and drums start to play and they make their way from Westminster Hall to Westminster Abbey, that's the first procession we'll see. It's the smaller of the two. It will be hugely impressive and hugely moving. So as we look ahead to those preparations, let's join JJ once again.
Well, as you were saying, Hugh, the Commonwealth was of great importance to Her Majesty the Queen. And for those that serve within the various services within the Commonwealth, the Queen was of great importance to them. I'm joined by some Commonwealth service personnel that have travelled from across the Commonwealth to be here today. We'll start with yourself, Gunnar Regan Powell. You've travelled from New Zealand. When did you get here, and how long did it take you to get here?
Yeah, we left home on Friday. Took us a big long 29 hours to get here. Yeah, definitely took a while adjusting with the jet lag and all that, but we're here, it's the main thing.
And you've been very busy since landing?
Yep. Yeah, a whole lot of walking around, keeping my arms straight.
Really?
Yeah. Yep.
And an opportunity as well to meet the Prince of Wales, the new Prince of Wales. What did he say to you?
Well, one thing he did say to me was that he was he said it to me really firmly, that the Queen, she looked down on the smallest, most minute things. And he asked me how my drill was. Told him it was a bit rusty, but I'll make sure it's good now.
Well, I'm sure you've had an opportunity to polish it up this week. Sergeant Major Scott Williamson and Derby here. Scott, sorry, microphone. Well, you are one of the civilian services that will be on parade today. I mean, first of all, Derby here. You haven't brought him along with you, have you?
No, we haven't. In fact, he used to live with us in Ottawa, in Canada. But he is one of 8 horses that we've gifted to Her Majesty since 1969, 4 of which are still alive today, living a great life at the Windsor Castle at the Royal Mews. And 4 of them are going to be on parade today, ridden by members of the Royal Canadian Mounted Police.
You had a personal connection to Her Majesty the Queen, is that right, sir?
I did. You know, as members of the force, we have a great connection and a great relationship with Her Majesty. So for all members of the force, we're certainly grieving the loss of Her Majesty. But I think for me, I've had an opportunity to have 2 personal audiences with Her Majesty, which also makes this just that much more personal.
Wow. Well, go well, all 3 of you, I should say, and thank you very much for travelling all this way and being a part of this historic day.
Thank you, it's our pleasure.
So the scene just a few metres away from where JJ was talking to the Mounties there. And let's take a look at this, because we have more than 140 naval ratings. They are young members of the Royal Navy. Some of them have been serving for literally just a few months. And my word, they have an enormous duty today, because they are there to draw the big, heavy gun carriage bearing the Queen's coffin with the crown and the orb and sceptre. And they'll draw that coffin from Westminster Hall over to Westminster Abbey, and then after the service, accompanied there by the band of His Majesty's Royal Marines, they'll be making their way to Wellington Arch eventually after the service. Notice I said His Majesty's Royal Marines. It does take a lot of focusing, because we're so used to saying the band of Her Majesty's Royal Marines, but now His Majesty's. And the naval ratings here now just entering Whitehall, and they will next be seen down in Palace Yard at the Palace of Westminster, ready for the coffin to emerge and ready for that gun carriage to be drawn across Parliament Square. At Westminster Abbey, they are mostly now in place, congregation of around 2,000 people, So let's join Fergal once again.
The general congregation is indeed now fully seated, and we await the arrival of heads of state and overseas government representatives. They'll join over 2,000 people who've been invited today. Some of them are specially invited members of Her Majesty's patronages and representatives from the emergency services and public servants. Almost 200 key workers and volunteers named in the Queen's Birthday Honours List in June have been invited to attend. Many of these people recognised for their extraordinary contributions and responses to the COVID-19 pandemic. The Queen awarded the George Cross, Britain's highest award for civilian gallantry, to the entire NHS in the wake of the pandemic. And it reminds us that the Queen's own life was one of constant service, from the great occasions of state and foreign visits, to the smaller but no less essential journeys she made across the United Kingdom throughout her reign, week after week, year after year. And there the tomb, the stone to the unknown soldier, where the Queen laid lilies on the 100th anniversary of the armistice in 2018, and she stood there with the German President, Frank-Walter Steinmeier. He will also be in attendance today. During her reign, Queen Elizabeth supported over 600 organisations. Over 400 of these were inherited from her father, King George VI, reflecting the continuity of royal service. That tradition continued in recent years when she began distributing some of her patronages to other members of the royal family. Even into her old age, dedication to public and free service was unwavering. And as we watch the arrival of overseas heads of state and political leaders, we're reminded that the Queen was also the most travelled monarch in history. During her reign, she travelled over 1 million miles to over 115 countries before she completed her last tour, a trip to Malta with Prince Philip in 2015, an island where they'd lived as a young married couple. Her first overseas trip as monarch was when she arrived in Kenya on the 1st of February 1950 as Princess Elizabeth. 6 days later, she flew home as Queen after the death of her father. Kenya's new President, William Ruto, is attending his first international trip as president. Not only was the Queen well-travelled, she also welcomed many heads of state and important global figures to her home. During her reign, she received over 100 official state visits. And now representatives of foreign government, of the Commonwealth, filing towards their seats. And now we see representatives of foreign governments, the Prime Minister of Egypt among the group of people now filing through the doors. What is so striking is this respectful silence. And all of this, all that we watch now, reminds us that throughout the decades of an ever-changing world and ever-changing politics, the Queen was the true constant. We hear now the music of the organ being played by the sub-organist of Westminster Abbey, Paul Holder. A figure of unity in her time, but also sending a message into the future to all of the leaders of foreign countries and all those from the Commonwealth, of the need, the essential gesture of reconciliation which she embodied.
The scene at Wellington Barracks, where the elements of the procession are now forming up, including the naval ratings, who are ready to draw the gun carriage, and they will be in a short while. And of course, we've seen as well the pipes and drums. 200 members of the massed pipes and drums will be leaving Wellington Barracks for that short journey to Palace Yard, Westminster. They'll be playing some tunes along the way, traditional ones, often favourites of Her Majesty. All of this music and all the elements of the day's events, of course, have been formally approved over many years. And lots of the tunes would have been played for the Queen and guests at Windsor and at Holyrood House and Balmoral. Often you'd see the pipers there entertaining after dinner. So they're just getting ready to step off. And the drum majors, very smart in their traditional uniforms. So they're standing by to make their way up to Parliament Square itself. And they will be leading the procession from Westminster Hall to Westminster Abbey. It's a procession that will also include members of the royal family led by the King, and then more than 140 of the naval ratings will be drawing the carriage. Very strong representation of the Scottish and Irish regiments in the mass pipes and drums, but not exclusively, of course. But they look magnificent and smart, don't they, all of them? And the sound they make will be intense and powerful. The Queen, of course, was a great lover of the bagpipes, as indeed was the Queen Mother for her, and one of the great features of the Queen Mother's funeral back in 2002, 20 years ago, was the massed pipes and drums. And just in the background there, you can see the Tri-Service Guard of Honour, made up of the Army, Navy and Air Force. They are making their way in, ready to be providing a guard of honour in Parliament Square, facing the gates to Palace Yard, again ready for that first procession to take place. So the great area here of Wellington Barracks and the parade ground, where you'll also see lots of drill taking place during the year. This is where they're setting off. So the pipes and drums ready to join Birdcage Walk and travelling up to the right-hand side and making their way smartly up to Parliament Square. Followed by the ratings, and a real sense now that the ceremonial events of this day of the state funeral are getting underway. These young ratings, who are, as we say, in their first months, lots of them in the Navy, have been given the task of playing such a central role, not just before the service, but in that great procession after the service. A day that they will remember, no doubt, for the rest of their lives, and certainly the rest of their careers in the Royal Navy itself. Remarkable to think, when we look at the naval ratings and the role that they have today, which is to draw the gun carriage, you think that was a noble tradition going back hundreds of years. It's not. One of those great quirks of these events, you go back to the funeral of Queen Victoria in 1901 at Windsor, the gun carriage was drawn by horses from the Royal Mews. The horses misbehaved at that funeral event, and the result was that one of those attending suggested to the king that the naval ratings who were at hand should take over and take the carriage, and that's what happened. And it was such a success that since then it's been a feature of funerals of sovereigns. So just in case you start imagining that this is a tradition we've been enjoying for hundreds of years, it's not. It's barely a century old, but it's been kept because, as we'll see later on, it is a magnificent sight, as indeed is the sight of the pipes and drums. And Robert Hardman, see them in this number, and to hear the sound that they will produce, the intensity and power of it, will really impress people. People watching, not just across the UK, but across the world. It's a sound like no other.
It is, Hugh, and no one knew and loved the pipes as well as Her Majesty, Her late Majesty. Every day outside Buckingham Palace, her piper would everyone set their clocks by the Queen's piper performing at 9 a.m. every morning beneath her window. And she loved it, and that would happen wherever she was. And at 9:15, he'd stop, so everyone could check their watches again. But at state banquets, wherever she was, at the end of dinner, the pipers would be asked in and would pipe around the table. It's a sound that is as familiar to her as any other, and it's so good to see so many of them here today.
And it's a great love, I suppose, that she shared with her mother, who, of course, as a Scotswoman, you might expect, but really was a great devotee of the sound of the pipes.
Well, exactly. I mean, it's often said that the Queen is the most Scottish monarch that we've actually had since James I and VI, thanks to her mother, who, of course, was Scottish, and through whom the Queen was descended in two different directions to Robert the Bruce. I mean, you know, Scotland, and as we've seen during the last 10 days, the magnificent sights from the little backwaters Aberdeenshire, down through the Glens, down all the way through Scotland to the Royal Mile. Scotland has played a magnificent part in all this, and I think it's absolutely fitting that here at the end, the pipes are here, the Royal Company of Archers are here. There will be a very strong Scottish dimension we all see today.
Well, they've started playing traditional tunes, ones that the Queen loved, and let's enjoy some of them, shall we? So the young ratings proudly making their way to Parliament Square because they have a great duty ahead of them. Robert and David are still with me. And David, it's appropriate as well as we see all of those young sailors just to reflect on the role of the Navy in the history of Empire and Commonwealth, and of course the fact that the Queen, with her father and husband, had such strong links with the Navy. So it's the service, I suppose, that you know, you can find so many powerful connections with in terms of the Queen's reign.
You can. I mean, the Commonwealth, the former empire, is made possible by the Royal Navy. The Royal Navy's culture flows through the royal family in a way that I think is unique to the other services, not to dismiss the Army or the Air Force, of course. But I think what we're seeing here is what I think royal funerals have always been. They're a mixture, an accretion of very old traditions and invented traditions, and they are military events. They long have been. And Queen Victoria in particular put this in place, the army at the centre, but they're also the public events, and it's very telling that this is here in the centre of London and not in Windsor.
Looking very smart and clearly having prepared in detail. And here we have the next section of the forming up, if you like, the band of His Majesty's Royal Marines, who will be leading the Tri-Service Guard of Honour up to Parliament Square for this procession. There we have Nijmegen Company Grenadier Guards with their King's Colour. They, of course, are familiar features on the day of the birthday parade and other big events. But the Grenadier Guards, of course, the Queen was the Colonel of the Grenadier Guards for quite a few decades. She was made Colonel at the age of 16 by her father. It was our first big military appointment. Along with Nijmegen Company, we have the Royal Air Force, and they are proudly carrying the King's colour for the Royal Air Force today for this tri-service Guard of Honour in Parliament Square. And there we have, of course, at the front, the Royal Navy with the King's colour of the surface tiller. So tri-service, 3 services, the Army, the Navy and the Air Force, led by the band of Royal Marines. All of the colours draped, as you can see, because it's been 10 days of national mourning. You'll see lots of the colours and standards and other insignia draped in black for the formal period of national mourning, which clearly will include today as the day of the state funeral. So they're leaving Wellington Barracks. Just in the background there we saw the more modern building of the Guards Chapel, which is to one side of the Wellington Barracks themselves. And now we have the Royal Marines leading the way along Birdcage Walk. That is St James's Park that we can see just in the background. And then the Royal Air Force with the King's colour for the Royal Air Force. So this tri-service guard will be in position in Parliament Square, and they'll be facing Parliament itself, facing Palace Yard, the gates to New Palace Yard, because that is where they'll be in a position to wait for the procession to leave Westminster Hall in a short while. The service at the Abbey will start in an hour's time. But before then, we have other elements of these processions forming up, and it's not just at this part of Westminster itself, not just in this section of St James's Park, but elsewhere too, because that procession, which will happen after the service, is 1¼ miles long, and that will be forming up during the service itself. That's the biggest military procession that we've seen in London for decades and decades, probably since the funeral of George VI back in 1952. And that will be formed up on the Mall and coming all the way back to Parliament Square. So you can imagine the extent of that. So as we see the heart of Parliament Square there, as the pipers and the drummers make their way, let's join Sophie once again.
Well, Parliament Square really is starting to fill up now. The police, military taking their places here, and the huge crowds as well lining Whitehall as far as the eye can see. I'm joined by 2 people from the Royal Variety Charity who are very, very keen to be here today. Peter Hinton and Angelica Lundekesi. Just explain here for you right now.
Oh, it's quite profound, so up until now, it had been quite quiet, and now the bands are moving around, and there was just the crowds, the thousands of crowds just here suddenly erupted into spontaneous applause as the band went past.
It is an extraordinary atmosphere. It's surreal. I know exactly where I'm standing in terms of London, but I feel like I'm in a totally different place. It's very surreal. Why was it so important for you both to be here from the Royal Variety Charity? The Queen was patron, wasn't she, for her entire reign?
She was indeed, yes. So the Royal Variety Charity put on the annual Royal Variety performance each year. That's our big fundraiser. And for the last 70 years, Her late Majesty has been our patron. She attended 39 performances between 1945 and 2012. And she saw, you know, from Laurel and Hardy all the way through to Lady Gaga.
And the money raised from the Royal Variety, that helps fund the home, the care home that you both work in, and that is for people who've worked in the entertainment industry, in front of the camera, behind it. What has the past week been like for them? It's been challenging. Many have met the Queen several times in their career, and many are living with dementia, so it's been a case of breaking the news to them over and over again, and then going through the raw emotions with them, whether it's crying or telling you the story of when they met the Queen. So it's been challenging, but beautiful at the same time, because they just share their stories and bring
out where they did, where they were, and yeah, it's lovely.
And you're holding the flowers that you brought from them. What are you going to do with them now?
So they wanted me to put it by the Queen. So this is from our garden. The residents picked it up and put it together, and they wanted me to leave it by our Queen. So I leave as close as I'm allowed to get to.
Well, thank you both very much for joining us this morning.
Thank you for having us. Thank you. Good luck with the marathon.
Well, as we've been there with Sophie, some world leaders have started to gather at Westminster Abbey. They've been arriving, so let's join Fergal again.
And waiting at the Great West door, the Archbishop of Canterbury, Justin Welby, the Archbishop of York, Stephen Cottrell, the Dean of Westminster, David Hall, along with the High Steward and High Bailiff of Westminster. And the Archbishop of Canterbury and the Archbishop of York both visited the queue for the Queen's lying in state to meet with people queuing and to offer their thanks and to join them in prayer, a sign of their dedication and respect for the Queen. The Archbishop of York said he'd sung the first verse of Praise My Soul, the King of Heaven, with 3 women who were part of the queue. It was wonderful, he said. And this is a gathering unlike any seen in the modern history of the United Kingdom. But amidst the seating of the world leaders and members of the Commonwealth, it's important to remember this is, above all, a religious service of profound importance to the Queen's faith. A funeral in which the great themes of her life will be reflected: service, duty, constancy, fidelity to that faith. On the organ we're listening to Peter Holder, sub-organist of the Abbey. And now more representatives of foreign governments and of territories where the Queen, through the Commonwealth, was head of state. The music today will include pieces specially commissioned for the service, as well as hymns sung at both the Queen's coronation and at her wedding service at Westminster Abbey. To mark her 90th birthday, the Queen listed her 10 favourite pieces of music. One of the hymns was "The Lord's My Shepherd," which will feature in the service today. And now we see more representatives of foreign governments, among them the President of Tanzania, the first woman president of that country, a member of the Commonwealth. Also the President of Singapore. There is, of course, much rank, much high presence, but this is an equalizing occasion. Now, approaching the gate are the ladies of the Queen's household. Among them, Lady Susan Hussey, who was close to the Queen, godmother to Prince William, and during the pandemic was the only person who was part of what was called HMS Bubble. And she attended the funeral of Prince Philip, alone with the Queen. President Macron of France, who said he had come to, as he put it, partage, to share the pain of the people of Britain. The Queen's fondness for France was evident in the fact that she spoke French, having learnt it as a child. And now the President of the United States, Joseph Biden, and his wife, Jill Biden. The Queen last met the Bidens in June last year when she invited them for afternoon tea at Windsor. The Queen first met a serving US President, Harry S. Truman, as Princess Elizabeth in 1951. She met 13 of the last 14 US leaders during her reign, all except for Lyndon B. Johnson. And now we see the beginning of the procession, which will include holders of the Victoria Cross, the George Cross, and the Orders of Chivalry. And they're entering in procession from under the croft via the west cloister door. And leading the procession there, Captain David Lilly, whom I met in Iraq in 2003 during the conflict there. Seven Victoria Cross and 10 George Cross medal recipients have been invited to the service, including 1 from New Zealand and 4 from Australia. Johnson Bahari, who was decorated for his bravery during the Iraq War. A procession of the brave.
And outside in Parliament Square, we can see that the Tri-Service Guard of Honour is now in place, facing New Palace Yard, facing the Elizabeth Tower. and ready for that procession to begin. The route from the Hall along Broad Sanctuary to Westminster Abbey, lined by personnel from the Royal Navy and the Royal Marines. And of course, we've been focusing in recent days on Westminster Hall. There it is, the most ancient part of the Palace of Westminster, dating from around 1097. And during its long history, it's been all kinds of things. It's been a courthouse, it's been a market, it's been a dining room. Well, it's still there. It's a vast space, great sense of history. It's oak, hammer beam roof, and of course it is the perfect setting, grand setting for a monarch's lying in state. Now the massed pipes and drums, well, they've also reached Parliament Square. They're ready to lead off the procession. The drum majors doing their work immaculately as usual. And just across from them there, facing Parliament, the Guard of Honour involving the Army and Navy and Air Force, and the Royal Marines Band also there to accompany the Tri-Service Guard of Honour. The bearer party, that's the party that will be in charge of transferring the coffin from the catafalque to the gun carriage. Well, that's provided appropriately by the Queen's Company 1st Battalion Grenadier Guards, and they will soon be in place in Westminster Hall itself. That's the Guard of Honour that we're seeing there, but the bearer party is soon to be inside. And of course, very appropriate that when we see the Queen's Company, we just think about the fact that its strong bond with Her Majesty is underlined today, because of course the company commander of the Queen's Company was Her Majesty the Queen. So it's a special day for the regiment, no question about that, and an even more special day for the Queen's Company. Now, if you'd like more information about the procession order, you can find a specially made graphic on the BBC News Online part of the website, which details the formation and those taking part. There it is, bbc.co.uk/news, who is in the main procession. And just for me to say this to you, to all of you watching, because this is, I think it's quite an important thing for me to share at this point. These processions are very solemn events. We're talking about a state funeral. So the reason we're giving you all of that information online, especially to do with individuals, is because we don't really think it's appropriate to talk over lots of these processions. And I hope that you understand why we're saying that. So if people want to see individuals named who are taking part, well, then it's available for you online. But when we cover these processions live on BBC One here, we are doing so with minimal commentary, because we feel that is the most respectful way of covering what is a state funeral today. So that's the plan, and I hope that that message is one that you are receiving positively. And with that in mind, let me introduce my next guest, because Paddy Harverson is the former Communications Secretary to, well, the King and Queen Consort now, and indeed the Prince of Wales and the Princess of Wales now, but in a different capacity, a previous capacity. Thank you for coming in, Paddy.
My pleasure.
It's nice to have you with us. What does today mean for you?
A lot, personally. I mean, having worked for the King and the Queen Consort for 10 years, and for Princes William and Harry, to see all of this play out. We actually, as part of his team, were the first to work on the accession on these 10 days. Back in sort of, I think about 2005-06, we dusted off the old plan. So to see it play out so beautifully, so elegantly, so in such a dignified manner. And then the King himself, honestly, I can't say how, and it sounds a bit odd to say I'm proud of him, but he's just been magnificent. And I particularly loved his message today saying thank you to the people, because in a way he's had to lead his family in mourning, but also the nation in mourning. And I think in a weird way, the nation has sort of put its arm around him and hugged him close. And I think he's really, that's helped him get through this.
The big moment maybe was when he made that first televised address just after the Queen's death. And his eloquence and his readiness really to show how moved he was, I think affected lots of people, and they were impressed with that, and they were impressed with the way in which he was authentic and honest with people.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not normally an emotional man, but I cried. I found it a wonderful combination of the personal and the constitutional. He talked as the son of his mother, and also as now the father of the nation, but also very specifically talked about what, how he would take on the role of king, how he would strive to live up to his mother's example. He also appointed his eldest son as Prince of Wales, so it was full of sort of constitutional importance, but also very personal, and I think all week we've seen that.
I think we can see Mark Drakeford, the First Minister of Wales, and other political leaders entering the Abbey there. And just underlining again, Paddy, at this point, First Minister of Scotland, Nicola Sturgeon, also coming in. Just to underline the fact that this is a state funeral today, which involves all parts of the UK. Of course, it's taking place in London. But not just all parts of the UK. We've just seen President Macron and President Biden and other world leaders too. It's a British event. In many ways, it's typically British, but it's a global event too.
It is, and of course the King knows all these leaders, having met them many times. There was a lovely touch there where the President of the United States sort of was waiting, had to wait for the sort of the heroes to go ahead of him, and I thought that said a lot. But it's been great to see so many come to London to pay their respects to the Queen, and of course to the new King and his wife, the Queen Consort. So a truly...
When people assess the legacy of this just momentous reign of 70 years, and it'll take a long time to assess it properly, because it's far too early still to take a considered view of all of it. Will it be dominated by thoughts of the Commonwealth and the fact that we live in a far more diverse Britain than we used to, and the fact that the Queen has presided over unprecedented change in society? Or will it be dominated by thoughts about how the family try to modernise itself? I mean, where do you think the focus will be?
I think it's that sort of magical combination, really, of how the monarchy must represent continuity through, in this case, 70 years through, and the Queen must embody that continuity and yet also adapt. And I think the royal family's been very good over the years at very subtly changing, and it's never been at the forefront of change, but always at the right moment, adapting to it. And I think the new King, in a way, personifies that. You know, he took on many great Prince of Wales. He was ahead of his time. He kept, in a way, the monarchy relevant as Prince of Wales, and I know his son William will be doing the same.
Well, the King did release a statement within the past 12 hours or so, where he thanked people for their support. And there was a note of real sincerity in the thanks, almost as if he'd been slightly taken aback by the extent of people's support and sympathy. Do you think that's fair?
I think that is right, yes. But watching him sort of out and about, you know, around the Four Nations and meeting and greeting people, you could see how touched he's been. And I think it's just been an enormous source of strength to him and the family.
Paddy, thank you so much. Thanks for joining us. It's good to see you. There we can see the Prime Minister until recently, Boris Johnson, arriving with his wife, and one of the former Prime Ministers again behind Mr. Johnson. We have Theresa May and Philip May. So we have a real collection of people that the Queen will have got to know rather well, including David Cameron and his wife, who are just arriving now to be greeted by the Dean and others. Let's join Fergal again.
Well, as we watch the arrival of former Prime Ministers, we should tell you that the leaders of the nations of the United Kingdom have also begun to arrive. The First Minister of Scotland, Nicola Sturgeon, who last week, at a special sitting of the Scottish Parliament, said that for more than 70 years, Queen Elizabeth has been the great constant in our national life. She's inspired us, on occasion comforted us, and always personified values we hold dear. We can see the leader of the opposition, Keir Starmer. And Keir Starmer, and sitting near him, Ian Blackford, the SNP leader in the House of Commons. Michelle O'Neill of Sinn Féin, now Deputy First Minister of Northern Ireland, sitting almost directly behind Ian Blackford. And now Tony Blair and his wife Cherie arriving, and behind them John Major and his wife Norma. Mark Drakeford, the First Minister of Wales. At her wedding in 1847, the bride's wedding ring was made from Welsh gold, and Her Majesty later remarked on the significance of the ring, saying, "I carry a small reminder of this country wherever I go." And this unique procession of former Prime Ministers now moving towards their seats. And as we look at this assembly of Prime Ministers, former Prime Ministers, foreign heads of state, we're reminded yet again of Queen Elizabeth's place in reconciling, particularly in Northern Ireland, where her presence, her influence helped the bringing about of a negotiated peace. We are reminded too, of course, that she worked with 15 Prime Ministers, the first of them Winston Churchill, to whom she wrote a handwritten letter on his retirement, and for whom she accepted an invitation to dinner at Downing Street, a very rare thing. And finally, now, the last Prime Minister of Queen Elizabeth's reign, Liz Truss, with her husband Hugh O'Leary. Miss Truss met the Queen at Balmoral just 2 days before her death, when, for the last time in her reign, she appointed a Prime Minister.
So as the Prime Minister is greeted there by the Dean of Westminster and by the Archbishop of Canterbury, she'll be joining, of course, her predecessors, including Tony Blair and Gordon Brown and John Major, Boris Johnson, Theresa May, and they're all seated in the same section of the Abbey. Now, let's take a look at Buckingham Palace, because we expect the next phase in this series of events to be happening here. We expect to be seeing quite a few cars leaving Buckingham Palace from the grand entrance, carrying members of the royal family to Westminster Hall. So they're not going to the Abbey immediately, they're going to Westminster Hall to see the coffin being transferred formally, and that they will take their place then in the procession to the Abbey. So senior members of the royal family, and Robert Hardman, still with me. Katie Nicholl, the royal biographer, has joined me as well. Katie, thank you for joining us too. We'll obviously be back at Buckingham Palace as soon as we see some of the vehicles leaving. But Katie, given that we know that these members of the royal family are part of the procession, they are senior members and they will be there with the King, of course, who will be leading that royal contingent.
Very much so. I mean, you're seeing everything that is about the Constitution, what we would expect of a state funeral, but we're also seeing a big emphasis on the family. As I think it's important to point out, we have done since the beginning. Yeah. The Queen's children have been by her side ever since her death. You know, and actually earlier on, the Royal Princess Anne spoke about what an honour and a privilege it had been to make that final journey back from Scotland to England, and, you know, this final journey now.
Well, the scenes are quite magnificent. We've seen the Mall, which is decked in Union flags for the procession itself, and of course, when you see the view here, Robert, and some of the cars on their way already from Buckingham Palace. Here we are. It's a view like no other, and it's one that we're used to on days like the birthday parade or for Jubilees. This is obviously a very different day. What's in common, of course, is the spectacle and how impressive it is.
Yes, every few minutes we see these extraordinary images that are just stand out, will define this day of all days. And I think it's important to remember that today we're actually going to see 3 royal processions. I mean, for the King, for his siblings, for the senior members of the family, there has never been, I can't recall a day when we'll have seen them processing from Westminster Hall to the Abbey, all the way through London, and then again at Windsor. But that is the nature of that word, unprecedented. But so much about today is unprecedented. The idea that we have this extraordinary event unfolding here at Westminster Abbey and the service of committal at St George's Chapel. In the past, as you mentioned earlier, that's where royal funerals tended, well, have all been since George II. There's the Prime Minister of Canada, Justin Trudeau, just underlining the fact that all the realm prime ministers are here, everybody's here. I mean, this is a reminder, I think, of a word that we should remember when we're talking about Her late Majesty, stateswoman. I mean, the whole world is here on a scale we've never seen before. I mean, at her own coronation, at the funeral of George VI, obviously in the days before jet travel, it was harder for people to get here, but we have an extraordinary collection.
Jacinda Ardern there from New Zealand. We've also caught a glimpse of the Prime Minister of New Zealand as well, in the same group as Mr Trudeau, and just underlining the point you were making there, Robert, really. And of course, Jacinda Ardern, who made her own contribution in terms of the tributes we've heard. Lots of tributes, Katie, really, and they've followed similar themes, I think it's fair to say. 1 or 2 personal elements in terms of leaders who've had dealings with the Queen maybe over several years, but most of these tributes are to do with leadership. They're to do with constancy. They're to do with the fact that someone who is so familiar and such a source of reassurance to people is no longer here. And in some cases, an expression of confidence about transition. In other cases, people rather concerned about a transition and what that might mean. But on the whole, the tributes have been remarkably warm. They've been remarkably sympathetic towards the royal family. They've been notable, really, as well, for the fact that people have been eager around the world to say something meaningful at this time.
Oh, absolutely, and very personal as well. You know, we've heard very personal tributes, whether that's, you know, wonderful stories from being with the Queen at Balmoral, to advice that the Queen gave to certain world leaders, past and present. And I think as Robert was saying, the very fact that so many of them are gathered here in Westminster Abbey is a great testimony to the Queen's convening power and her role as a soft-powered diplomat. She was brilliant at that.
This is Clarence House, and the King is making his way to Westminster Hall. The Royal Standard flying on the State car. And the King, as we understand it, travelling with the Prince of Wales, the newly created Prince of Wales, of course, William, and his other son, Harry, who's Duke of Sussex. And again, you'll have to say, Robert, we are in a position where we're looking at a family which has made a big effort to come together, where there have been frictions.
There have, as there are in any family, but what we've seen in the last 10 days, as Katie was saying earlier, was that there is this absolute rigorous determination to come together for this. I mean, let's not forget it's 25 years ago to this very month that the now King, then Prince of Wales, and his two boys had to embark on that extraordinary procession behind Diana, Princess of Wales. I mean, you know, today will be bringing back all sorts of memories, but for everybody, the obvious central message is that this is all about Her Majesty. Nothing else matters.
No. So the King's making his way with his two sons to Westminster Hall initially. King will be part of that formal procession. He will be processing on foot behind the gun carriage drawn by those 140 naval ratings. And they will be processing towards the Abbey, ready for the service to begin at 11 o'clock. They're making good progress, and they're down towards Horse Guards Parade. And what we'll see is, of course, the King's car making its way across the parade ground and through the famous archway of Horse Guards onto Whitehall, and then they'll have Parliament directly ahead of them. Big Ben still sounding once a minute. 96 tolls of the bell for every year of the Queen's long life. And that is the backdrop. And of course, before long, when that procession gets underway, we'll have the sound of Big Ben combined with the pipes and drums and the other military bands who are there too, including the band of His Majesty's Royal Marines in Parliament Square. And turning onto Whitehall itself. Some cheers from some of the crowds who've gathered. Some of them have been there since very early this morning, because lots of people realise that one of the most intense and emotional sections of the procession will be when the Queen's coffin passes the cenotaph, the centre of Whitehall, where Her Majesty led the nation's remembrance for decades, until in recent years she was too frail to do so. And the Prince of Wales, as he then was, stood in and led the remembrance on her behalf. So the King, rapidly approaching Parliament Square, past the statue of Winston Churchill there, just on the right-hand side, and in through the gates into New Palace Yard. And there you have a great vista of this part of Westminster. And the ancient structure of Westminster Hall directly in front of the car. We'll be pulling up to the north door of Westminster Hall. They'll go into the hall, and they will then be witnesses to the moving of the Queen's coffin from the catafalque, which is in there, where the lying in state has been happening, to the state gun carriage of the Royal Navy, which will be drawn up in front of these doors once the royal party is inside. Duke of Sussex there, and Peter Phillips, the Princess Royal's son, the Lord Great Chamberlain, who's in charge of the royal sections of the Palace of Westminster, the Speaker of the House of Commons greeting them, Lindsay Hoyle, and the Speaker of the Lords, the Lord Speaker, Lord McFall. Back at Westminster Abbey, more guests arriving, representing the armed forces, representing charities, organisations, patronages of Her Majesty. They've all been invited for a specific reason, because they represent either great achievements in the Queen's reign, or just really representing the Queen's own interests. And we're seeing now some of the other members of the royal family, yes?
Prince and Princess Michael of Kent, we just seen their children, and the Gloucesters and their children. And I think one of the things that really struck me after that procession that Robert was talking about as they were going into the lying in state was just how many extended members of the Queen's family were there. And that was so wonderful to see. I think it might have been about 64 of them. And you know, again, that testimony to family, as well as duty and all the other things that we've been speaking about. And of course, talking of family, there you see two of the youngest members of the royal family, Prince George and Princess Charlotte.
It's the first time I think we've seen them really taking a part since the death of the Queen. I mean, and what an extraordinary day for them to embark on their first royal procession, as we're going to see at Westminster Abbey. But I think everyone was very keen that they should play a central role today.
We saw the Queen Consort, didn't we? And we saw the Duchess of Sussex as well, I think, in one of the other cars. Some of the grandchildren arriving.
Yes, there's Lady Louise Mountbatten-Windsor and James VII, the Earl of Countess of Wessex's son there. They, of course, played a key part in the vigil at Westminster Hall on Saturday night, very movingly. It's been a feature of these events that the younger generation, as it were, the grandchildren have played a part. That never happened with previous royal funerals, as Princess Beatrice.
Well, the Queen, of course, had a very close relationship with all of her grandchildren. She adored them, and she enjoyed having those wonderful summers with her grandchildren and her great-grandchildren too.
Here we are in the Abbey. Congregation now more or less all in place now that the members of the royal family have joined, but not all of them, of course, because the King and senior members of the royal family are across the road in Westminster Hall. They're at the Palace of Westminster, and they're the great sight of the naval ratings with the carriage. Just there in the background, you can see the great wheels of the state carriage, the gun carriage, which since 1901 has been kept for the specific purpose of bearing the monarch's coffin. And the naval ratings will be in charge of taking that heavy carriage with the Queen's coffin, initially to Westminster Abbey, and then from there to Wellington Arch, ready for the rest of the journey by road to Windsor. But the ratings here, as we mentioned earlier, lots of them just been in the armed services, just been in the Navy for a few months. And what a remarkable day for them, and what a remarkable duty for them to be shouldering. The gentlemen-at-arms are just approaching, one of the historic monarch's bodyguards, and the Royal Company of Archers, much in evidence in Edinburgh last week, because they are the King's bodyguard in Scotland, and the Yeomen of the Guard, who are another form of royal bodyguard, formed in 1485 by Henry Tudor. The gentlemen-at-arms, slightly younger institution from 1509. So the Queen Consort is arriving at Westminster Abbey. I'm talking to David Hoyle, the Dean of Westminster, being shown in and welcomed. And they'll be making their way all the way down the nave. George and Charlotte, the Prince and Princess, looking immaculate.
Yes, I mean, I think we've come to expect nothing less of these two lovely royal children. And I'm just thinking back to the service of Thanksgiving for the Duke of Edinburgh, and they were there too.
So right now in Westminster Hall, the coffin is being moved by the bearer party from the Queen's Company, 1st Battalion Grenadier Guards. to the door of Westminster Hall, ready for it to be transferred to the gun carriage.
the Queen is borne to the Abbey, where she was married and crowned in 1953, where she attended royal weddings and funerals. All, as with her own funeral today, part of the recurring seasons of death and renewal.
Borough Party, stand still. Borough Party, slow march.
In grief and also in profound thanksgiving, we come to this house of God, to a place of prayer, to a church where remembrance and hope are sacred duties. Here, where Queen Elizabeth was married and crowned, we gather from across the nation, from the Commonwealth, and from the nations of the world, to mourn our loss, to remember her long life of selfless service, and in sure confidence to commit her to the mercy of God, our Maker and Redeemer. With gratitude, we remember her unswerving commitment to a high calling over so many years as Queen and head of the Commonwealth. With admiration, we recall her lifelong sense of duty and dedication to her people. With thanksgiving, we praise God for her constant example of Christian faith and devotion. With affection, we recall her love for her family and her commitment to the causes she held dear. Now, in silence, let us in our hearts and minds recall our many reasons for thanksgiving. Pray for all members of her family and commend Queen Elizabeth to the care and keeping of Almighty God. O merciful God, the Father of our Lord Jesus Christ, who is the resurrection and the life, in whom whosoever believeth shall live, though he die, and whosoever liveth and believeth in him shall not die eternally, who has taught us by his holy apostle St. Paul not to be sorry as men without hope for them that sleep in him. We meekly beseech thee, O Father, to raise us from the death of sin unto the life of righteousness, that when we shall depart this life, we may rest in him, as our hope is this our sister doth, and that at the general resurrection in the last day, we may be found acceptable in thy sight, and receive that blessing which thy well-beloved Son shall then pronounce to all that love and fear thee, saying, Come, ye blessed children of my Father, receive the kingdom prepared for you from the beginning of the world. Grant this, we beseech thee, O merciful Father, through Jesus Christ, our mediator and Redeemer.
Now is Christ risen from the dead and become the first fruits of them that sleep. For since by man came death, by man came also the resurrection of the dead. For as in Adam all die, even so in Christ shall all be made alive. But every man in his own order. Christ, the first fruits. Afterward, they that are Christ's at his coming. Then cometh the end, when he shall have delivered up the kingdom to God, even the Father, when he shall have put down all rule and all authority and power. For he must reign till he hath put all enemies under his feet. The last enemy that shall be destroyed is death. For this corruptible must put on incorruption, and this mortal must put on immortality. So when this corruptible shall have put on incorruption, and this mortal shall have put on immortality, then shall be brought to pass the saying that is written, death is swallowed up in victory. O death, where is thy sting? O grave, where is thy victory? The sting of death is sin, and the strength of sin is the law. But thanks be to God, which giveth us the victory through our Lord Jesus Christ. Therefore, my beloved brethren, be ye steadfast, unmovable, always abounding in the work of the Lord. For as much as ye know that your labor is not in vain in the Lord. Thanks be to God.
Soul
Let not your heart be troubled. Ye believe in God, believe also in me. In my Father's house are many mansions. If it were not so, I would have told you. I go to prepare a place for you. And if I go and prepare a place for you, I will come again and receive you unto myself, that where I am, there ye may be also. And whither I go ye know, and the way ye know. Thomas saith unto him, Lord, we know not whither thou goest, and how can we know the way? Jesus saith unto him, I am the way, the truth, and the life. No man cometh unto the Father, but by me. If ye had known me, ye should have known my Father also, and from henceforth ye know him and have seen him. Philip saith unto him, Lord, show us the Father, and it sufficeth us. Jesus saith unto him, Have I been so long time with you, and yet hast thou not known me, Philip? He that hath me hath seen the Father. Thanks be to God.
Come, Holy Spirit,
and fill our hearts with the balm of your healing love. Amen. The pattern for many leaders is to be exalted in life and forgotten after death. The pattern for all who serve God, famous or obscure, respected or ignored, is that death is the door to glory. Her late Majesty famously declared on a 21st birthday broadcast that her whole life would be dedicated to serving the nation and Commonwealth. Rarely has such a promise been so well kept. Few leaders receive the outpouring of love that we have seen. Jesus, who in our reading does not tell his disciples how to follow, but who to follow, said, "I am the way, the truth, and the life." Her late Majesty's example was not set through her position or her ambition, but through whom she followed. I know His Majesty shares the same faith and hope in Jesus Christ as his mother, the same sense of service and duty. In 1953, the Queen began her coronation with silent prayer, just there, at the high altar. Her allegiance to God was given before any person gave allegiance to her. Her service to so many people in this nation, the Commonwealth and the world, had its foundation in her following Christ, God Himself, who said that He came not to be served, but to serve, and to give His life as a ransom for many. People of loving service are rare in any walk of life. Leaders of loving service are still rarer. But in all cases, those who serve will be loved and remembered when those who cling to power and privileges are long forgotten. The grief of this day, felt not only by the late Queen's family, but all round the nation, the Commonwealth and the world, arises from her abundant life and loving service, now gone from us. She was joyful, present to so many, touching a multitude of lives. And we pray today especially for all her family, grieving as every family at a funeral, including so many families round the world who have themselves lost someone recently. But in this family's case, doing so in the brightest spotlight. May God heal their sorrow. May the gap left in their lives be marked with memories of joy and life. Her late Majesty's broadcast during COVID lockdown ended with, "We will meet again." Words of hope from a song of Vera Lynn. Christian hope means certain expectation of something not yet seen. Christ rose from the dead and offers life to all, abundant life now and life with God in eternity. As the Christmas carol says, where meek souls will receive him, still the dear Christ enters in. We will all face the merciful judgment of God. We can all share the Queen's hope, which in life and death inspired her servant leadership. Service in life, hope in death. All who follow the Queen's example and inspiration of trust and faith in God can with her say, we will meet again.
In confidence and trust, let us pray to the Father. Let us give thanks to God for Queen Elizabeth's long life and reign, recalling with gratitude her gifts of wisdom, diligence, and service. O God, from whom cometh everything that is upright and true, accept our thanks for the gifts of heart and mind that thou didst bestow upon thy daughter Elizabeth, and which she showed forth among us in her words and deeds. And grant that we may have grace to live our lives in accordance with thy will, to seek the good of others, and to remain faithful servants unto our lives' end. Through Jesus Christ our Lord. Amen.
Confident in God's love and compassion, let us pray for all those whose hearts are heavy with grief and sorrow. Almighty God, Father of all mercies and giver of all comfort, deal graciously, we pray thee, with those who mourn, that casting every care on thee, they may know the consolation of thy love. Through Jesus Christ our Lord. Amen.
Let us pray for His Majesty the King and all the royal family, that they may know the sustaining power of God's love and the prayerful fellowship of God's people. Almighty God, the fountain of all goodness, we humbly beseech thee to bless our most gracious sovereign Lord, King Charles, Camilla, the Queen Consort, William, Prince of Wales, and all the royal family. Endure them with thy Holy Spirit, enrich them with thy heavenly grace, prosper them with all happiness, and bring them to thine everlasting kingdom, through Jesus Christ our Lord. Amen.
In recognition of Queen Elizabeth's service to this United Kingdom, let us rejoice in her unstinting devotion to duty, compassion for her subjects, and her counsel to her ministers. And we pray for the continued health and prosperity of this nation. Almighty God, whose will it is that all thy children should serve thee in serving one another, look with love, we pray thee, on this nation. Grant to its citizens grace to work together with honest and faithful hearts, each caring for the good of all, that seeking first thy kingdom and its righteousness, they may possess all things needful for their daily sustenance and the common good. Through Jesus Christ our Lord. Amen.
Let us give thanks for Queen Elizabeth's commitment to the Commonwealth throughout her reign, for her service and dedication to its people, and for the rich bonds of unity and mutual support she sustained. O Almighty and everlasting God, hear our prayer for the Commonwealth, and grant it the guidance of thy wisdom. Inspire those in authority, that they may promote justice and the common good. Give to all its citizens the spirit of mutual honor and respect, and grant to us all grace to strive for the establishment of righteousness and peace, for the honour of thy name. Amen.
We give thanks to God for Queen Elizabeth's loyalty to the faith she inherited through her baptism and confirmation and affirmed at her coronation, for her unswerving devotion to the gospel, and for her steadfast service as Supreme Governor of the Church of England. Lord, we beseech thee to keep thy household, the Church, in continual godliness, that through thy protection she may be free from all adversities and devoutly given to serve thee in all good works, to the glory of thy name, through Jesus Christ our Lord. Amen.
Let us pray that we may be given grace to live as those who believe in the communion of saints, the forgiveness of sins, and the resurrection to eternal life. Bring us, O Lord God, at our last awakening, into the house and gate of heaven, to enter into that gate and dwell in that house, where there shall be no darkness nor dazzling, but one equal light, no noise nor silence, but one equal music, no fears nor hopes, but one equal possession, no ends nor beginnings, but one equal eternity, in the habitation of thy glory and dominion, world without end. In confidence and hope, let us pray to the Father in the words our Saviour taught us. Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done, on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, the power, and the glory, forever and ever. Amen.
Let us commend to the mercy of God, our Maker and Redeemer, the soul of Elizabeth, our late Queen. Father, Kings, Lord and Giver of life, of thy grace in creation didst form mankind in thine own image, and in thy great love offerest us life eternal in Christ Jesus. Claiming the promises of thy most blessed Son, we entrust the soul of Elizabeth, here departed, to thy merciful, in sure and so certain hope of the resurrection to eternal life, when Christ shall be all in all, who died and rose again to save us, and now liveth and reigneth with thee and the Holy Spirit in glory forever. Amen. Go forth, O Christian soul, from this world. In the name of Father Almighty, who created thee, in the name of Jesus Christ, of the living God, who suffered for thee, in the name of the Holy Spirit, who was poured out upon thee and anointed thee, in communion with all the blessed saints, and aided by the angels and archangels and all the armies of the heavenly host, may thy portion this day be in peace, and thy dwelling in the heavenly Jerusalem. Amen.